Hi, Craig.
I can't believe Craig's reflection actually got away. Like he left the
Yeah,
room and then
yeah, I know. No, Craig's
great.
reflection is still alive. Most of your reflections are still alive, and Elder Volatae's reflection is still alive. Yeah, you gotta be killing those reflections, man. Exterminate reflection genocide.
We got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Speaking of which, last time in our session, we had our stalwart detectives trying to defeat this conspiracy run by the benefactor of creating these new reflections that will soon become real people, able to use magic, able to reproduce, and eventually forget that they're reflections and just become new sorcerers, except for those that are copies of other people, as your reflections were copies of you. And though your reflections were different, having more disdain for you and your choices, um, it seems like they were more pushed into the fight by the control of a cleric, Etika Angelus, one of the keys to this plan. And as you've now found out, the benefactor is number two. And once Angelus made the choice to relinquish control in order to kill what she saw as the greatest threat, Elder Volatae. The other reflections chose to lick their wounds and leave, chose to abandon this fight, seeing that their chance of coming away unscathed was low. Um, Angelus, of course, made the wrong tactical decision, since using Sinner as a hot sauce powered IED, you were able to find and significantly damage her, turning the tables until May eventually shot her in the head. Um, as your reflections left and you were confronted by the dead bodies of your allies, uh, your allies, Elder Volatae and Mercy, who were suspended in death by Cal so they could hopefully be revived at a later date. Um, you went into the tunnels on the way to the benefactor and whatever is happening there, finding a first aid kit in a storage room that had been torn open, clearly used by your reflections before escaping. So they may not survive whatever happens with the ampule and the machine, but at least for now, they are out there somewhere. I say you stumbled across this, but that was the rest of the party. One specific person decided to go off on their own after the reveal of Cal's face and some tension within the party and suffering because of Reflection Fish and the benefactor. Fish decided to try to confront the benefactor by themselves, storming off into the tunnels ahead of the others, and coming across a rear guard of reflections in the tunnel, trying to argue their way into a meeting with the benefactor. Something that seems to be close to working until noises in the tunnels, the monster that you had heard before in the distant tunnels slinking around, now revealed to be Isle in moose form, being ridden by Sarah Longfisher, running in, trampling, and shooting a bunch of reflections. And so we open with Fish and Isle and Sarah, with the rest of the party hustling behind. Probably far enough back that you can't see this. You can just kind of hear the edges of the sounds, kind of around the next bend, but can pretty quickly catch up, probably by the end of this scene.
Fish fucking jumps to hug them, just one arm wrapped around Big Moose Isle and like trying to reach up for Sarah. They're very happy to see them both.
Nice. Hold on 1 second. Can you hear the sound effects?
Dripping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. I
That's
see one
no,
person
don't make.
responding to that. So let me reset this.
I did hear it. I just didn't realize it was sound effects until Ink said dripping. I just assumed, it was just hallucinating.
Yeah, it's the cave sound. Can you hear it now?
I see. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sometimes it's hard because the soundboard has two outputs, one in my ear directly from the computer and one through Discord. And for whatever reason, sometimes both work, sometimes only one works. So I've got to figure out if it's just that I can't hear it or if you also can't hear it. All right. Yeah, you run in, big moose calls and shots of dying reflections, and you go up and hug Moose Isle and reach up for Sarah. Uh, uh, Isle seems a little startled at first, but then kind of nuzzles the giant head into you and very hesitantly, seemingly in moose speech, is like, "Hey, babe, uh, what are you
Hey,
doing here?"
what are you
And
doing?
Sarah is like, "Fish, what the fuck are you doing in these tunnels?"
What the fuck am I not doing in these tunnels? Am I right? Oh, I'm so glad to see you both. Well, I'm here to kill well, not necessarily kill, but kill the final boss, and I assume that you're here against the reflections too.
Oh, I
Um,
mean the reflections were kind of like a secondary thing. They started kind of stopping us. No, I came here for the ghost eater body. Yeah, I tracked it down.
oh, that's great. Probably be through there, and we'll go through, and we'll fucking solve all the problems, and then that'll be it. It'll be great because you guys are both here, and I'm really glad. I knew that you two were together because when I was having visions in a cage, I saw that you two were in the same room, and so I'm glad that you're still together. Um, the others are the others are coming. The others are Denier, May Gladly, the big guy, Metal, and we're gonna. Sorry, I'm just hold on. It's the adrenaline of seeing you.
Yeah, take your time, fish.
How are you guys?
I mean, I'm pretty good. Got to shoot some bad guys. It's been kind of dark. Stuck down here for a long time. How did you get down here? We went in through the only entrance we knew about. And I'll be honest, we've been lost for a long time.
We're under the sanctuary.
Remember the sanctuary? Shit, we went far.
Yeah, yeah. It's a whole thing of tunnels and secrets that have been here the whole time. The conspiracy. Don't even. Yeah. Um. Oh, how are you? Are you good?
I'm good now that you're here. I'm it's a little stressed. Also, to be clear, I figured out about where we are, but Sarah can't understand me in moose form, and I've been in here since most of the time we've been in here. Yeah, there was some tough
Sarah,
times.
Sarah. Al
Yep.
says you can't navigate for shit.
Fuck you.
But uh,
Listen, I'm the one who found this place. Yeah. Yes. And therefore, I think I should get some fucking credit.
yes, no, I believe that. That wasn't me saying that. It was all her.
She didn't so much find this place as she did kick a goblin smuggler in the nuts until he told us where the entrance was. So don't give her too much credit.
I'll
What you
give her
saying
as much
now?
credit as
Huh?
I want.
Huh?
Give her as much credit as I want. Okay. Um. How's the group behind us
This
approaching?
is probably about when you're approaching. You've been hearing, sort of sounds of talking after shots, which is probably concerning. You probably sped up a little bit when gunshots ran through the tunnels after Fish had run a certain way. So yeah, that's probably about when they start coming around the corner.
Kekino sliding on down the
Hmm.
tunnel way. Well, Fish picks him right on up and is like, Kekino, look, it's our favorite people.
Oh, Sarah! Oh, let me. I'm gonna hug your big face. Oh,
It just like snuggles into Isle's big moose head. You see Isle kind of closes her eyes in contentment and greeting of Kekino again. Um, uh, Sarah's just like, "Oh, hey, Spooks. Hey, I don't know you. Um, yeah, Sinner Drum. You're S- Sarah. I would assume. Yeah.
This is Sarah Longfish.
Oh, this is Sarah Longfisher. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sarah. I May gladly. May reaches up, offers her
Uh,
hand.
Sarah like fully has to like swing most of the way down in order to reach you. Moose Isle is tall, honestly a little bigger than the last time you saw her in moose form. Clearly, kind of developed power wise in the time you've been gone. Um, um, and as she shakes hands and stuff. Sarah's like, "Yeah, I was telling me a little bit about you and Big Boy here. Um, I was." She's turning back to Fish and the others. She's like, "Yeah, I was tracking down the Ghost Eater corpse. Ended up with finding the smugglers who kind of moved it. And what do I find when I meet with them? I find Skyscraper here, just being muscle." Yeah, undercover or something. Good to be back. Um, I'll says to Fish, can you say hi to everyone for me, and that I'm glad to see they're okay?
Yeah, I will. Um, guys, Isle says fuck you. No, I'm joking. She says hi and that she missed you.
Isle's like big head like knocks into yours in like what is clearly very light for a headbutt, but it has a lot of weight behind it still. So it's kind of like, haha, oh shit.
Yeah. And so like they put up their arm and they're like pat. I'm just joking. No, she says hello and yeah. Isn't it great that she's here, guys? Isn't it great?
Cal does not know this because she has not had to have control of her own facial expressions for 20 years. She is fully like scowling.
Okay. Fish is saying that I'm like I'm not good.
Uh, Moose Isle kind of like makes eye contact with you for a second, and then looks at Cal, and then looks at you for a second, and then it's like, uh, is she okay?
She's blonde.
So no.
Really? Blonde?
Yeah.
Huh.
You were thinking black, weren't you? Black hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
black
were.
or like a really dark brown. Also, maybe like pincers and yeah.
Yeah, you told me the fucking bug mouth, and I was, yeah. It's not that I believed you. It's just I was like, well, I mean,
You
how
believe
am
me
I to
for a
know?
minute. You believe me for just a minute.
Anyway, this is all in base speech, which is the others cannot fucking understand.
I was about
Yeah.
to ask.
Yeah. Isle and Fish are just like to each other.
Yeah.
Sarah kind of swings down from Isle's back, gives Fish's shoulders a squeeze, and then goes over to kind of check on everyone else. And it's like, damn, you're all really fucked up. All right.
We're certainly here, Miss Longfisher. That's about all I can say on the matter.
Sarah turns to Cal and goes, I'm pretty sure that's white people speech for things were bad. Yeah?
Mm,
Yes.
yeah.
Hey, Spooks, like the mouth. Is that a new thing that you're trying, or we just kind of slowly doing like a pull up the curtain reveal,
No,
you know?
I had to. It was out of necessity. I had to switch to this one because incident. I'll be back to the other one once this is all over.
All right, sure. Why do you smell like vom?
No, she cleaned up. I said that she cleaned up.
Yeah, whatever, Spooks. Just it looks good on you. You should keep it.
So we're all drenched in blood.
Oh yeah, you are all fucked up, barely hanging on.
Is she
Sarah
not
is
going to
being-
comment on Sinner
Sarah is-
stinking of hot sauce?
she is being nice, which means not as like brusque and aggressive as she often is. She fully like doesn't know Sinner well enough to be like, God, why do you smell like somebody shit out a habanero? but it's definitely like noticed.
We should work on any sort of healing before we go in.
Yeah, I've got a plan. So I've got some healing stuff now. I'll heal and then die, and you can revive me. I'll get back up and heal and die, and you can revive me. That sounds like
What's
a really great plan to me.
What's this dying thing? I mean,
No,
Oh,
that's a moronic plan.
okay.
He's got a
yeah,
Why?
so
step.
I tend to agree without more information. Yeah, let's not do that. In fact, I'll do. I mean, maybe that makes sense, but baby probably shouldn't die.
look,
I would appreciate it if you don't.
it happened like 5 times back there. Don't even it's fine.
That's
know?
not great.
It was totally
and I
fine.
don't want to hear
We all
it.
enjoyed it.
Well, I mean, you could even say 10, depending on how you count. Oh, you don't know the context. Don't worry about it. No, I like my plan actually, and I think it's good.
Okay, well, just in case we want a second opinion, I don't have any of those, fancy healing potions you got, but I brought this from home, and she pulls out like a little like makeup container, like a cream, and but it's nice. It's clearly like this wooden container with like a little bit of mother of pearl inlay, and as she unscrews it, you just see kind of like a white cream glowing slightly with magic. Yeah, gift from my grandma for the trip that has a little bit of healing in it if anybody wants to not fucking die to do this instead. Ugh. Oy.
Fish
Okay.
looks to May, all animosity forgotten,
Yeah.
because they're just, they were super pumped up by Isle and Sarah showing up. So it's like, oh yeah, we're besties again. So looks
I
over
feel
at
like
her.
bygones, yeah.
Yeah, looks over at her like, yeah, you need, what's going on?
I would love some cream. Also, Isle, how do you feel about sniffing potions and telling me what they might do?
How do you feel about? Yeah.
You see that kind of like in the background,
Also,
Isle
sorry to
and
interrupt.
Metal have been chatting with each other.
Sorry to interrupt. Kekano can be easily translating universally as well.
Yeah. Unless you ask him to, he's probably not. He's probably just enjoying, like, you're holding him, and then he's jumping up on Isle's back and just kind of like climbing over her horns, and then is like, "Sarah, grab me!" and then coming down and
Okay. Fish is doing
being carried
translation
over
work.
to May and being like, "May, this is Sarah. Yeah, we just met, but Sarah's here now."
She is.
Then Fish is doing translation work alone.
As you ask Isle, you see that Isle and Metal have been kind of talking in the background a little bit. With your passive insight, Metal seems very hesitant to approach Isle, maybe a little guilty in some ways. Isle does not necessarily notice and is just like coming up and then gives like a big moose lick to Metal's face. Isle says, "Yeah, I mean, I could probably sniff some things. I don't know what most potions do, though."
Look, even if you can give a sense of like healing or dangerous, because to be frank with you, several of these potions have been absolutely fucked, and I don't think we should just be drinking them without knowing vaguely what they could do.
One of them is moonshine.
One of them is moonshine. Do you want some? I'm tempted to have a drink right now, I tell you what. It's been a
I'll
long
take
day.
I'll take a nip. I don't think it'll affect me much as a moose.
I will warn you, it could peel paint. In fact, I think that might be why Gopher made it. May like uncorks it, holds it up, like, and May's like standing back from it. She doesn't want to get in the fumes.
Isle sniffs it, doesn't like recoil or anything, but you see like a shiver go through the whole body and goes, "Yeah, I'll have a taste."
Yeah, I guess like May like gently, if she like extends her tongue out or something, May will like, yeah.
A big old moose tongue, like, a foot in length, comes over. You just kind of like dribble a little on. And she goes, "That is absolutely terrible."
I suspected, but thank you for confirming. And then May will just start like uncorking the other potions, I guess, while whatever else happens.
Sure.
Get Pyle's opinion on them. So you've got the
think-
orange, green, indigo, and black.
I think Kekano is probably going to be assisting with this. So I will do a smell test and see what's what.
Cool.
Let me get up my list here.
Our logic is just like, if we have a pretty good sense something's a healing potion, we don't need to waste 6 minutes of like May doing identify. Like she'll do an identify, it's really not clear what something is.
It's the problem is that what does a healing potion smell like versus
Like
something else?
healing herbs.
Yeah.
Herbs and spices.
See, Ellie's trying to give you the like salesman pitch. I literally, when we were speaking about it this chat, it was like, well, I'll be able to smell something if something is explicitly poisonous and gonna hurt us.
Yeah.
My
Herbs.
goals were very realistic.
Well, I'm pretty sure that moose form does not have any sort of bonuses to smell. Yeah, just a very mild
Oh yeah,
bonus
is
to
that in the rule
perception.
book? No bonus to
Yes.
smell.
But
Yes, it
the
is.
nose is bigger, so it should be
Yeah.
more efficient.
A bigger brain and bigger nose. Hello.
I will give you the most benefit I can, which is using Isle's survival
Yeah,
check
exactly.
to to see if she recognizes anything. Not even not nature, not even medicine. I will give you
We thought it would be survival.
which means that the highest she rolled is a 9.
Oh, okay.
All right. She smells orange, tells you that it smells kind of mellow, a little citrusy, a little peachy, maybe.
It's just juice.
Green
Mimosa.
smells. Green smells like it might have a little bit of kind of zip and zim in it. Just feels like a little bit of a little
Mountain
like
Dew,
herb,
got it.
a little like herb spicy in the nose. Um,
Mouthwash.
uh, Indigo smells like absolutely nothing, and black smells kind of like oily, like very like motor oil smell.
That's what it is. That's what it is, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. All right. May is going to like dip her finger in orange and green and place both in her tongue to see if there's any like immediate reaction.
Okay. The way potions work is that you'd need to drink the entirety of the potion in order to get the effect. So I'm going to say give me an Arcana check with disadvantage, and we will see if there's anything you can glean from a tiny little taste test. You're doing orange and which one?
Orange and green, because they seem the least harmful. 13. Oh, and a 5. Oh, no, sorry. That would be an 8 if I include my Arcana.
Orange makes your mouth feel a little funny. You just kind of like that. That kind of it's kind of like a little bit of tingling. You're not really sure what it's doing, but clearly has some sort of magical effect. Not just a liquid. And green. Green, you feel kind of like a little bit of like burning in the back of your throat. Also, very clearly magical, not just a liquid.
Okay, in that case, May will just May is going to remove herself from all conversations unless someone explicitly addresses her, or if there's something I really feel she would respond to, and it's just going to identify all these potions. It's
Okay,
too on the fence for me.
I will tell you that identifying 4 potions is 24 minutes.
I know.
I don't think we have that.
From what you tested before, you don't think you have enough time to do all 4
Really?
before the ampule goes off.
Okay,
I said you had about
We're outside the
20
door.
minutes or so.
Are we literally outside the door proper?
No, but there is definitely, if you look around, there's been like 1 or 2 magical conduits per like kind of cave. This is like 7 of them, and they're much thicker. This is clearly going to like, this is clearly an artery going somewhere important. You're not necessarily right outside the door, but you are close to something important.
All right. May will identify orange and green. And I just want to specify that before we go in, if there's a lull in conversation, she wants to speak to Fish.
Okay. Well, then this little break where you heal up is going to take 12 minutes. And which do you want to do first, orange or green?
Orange.
Okay, cool. As you all settle down and pass around the healing cream, break out your last little potions and things like that, and get ready for spells. Um, Metal asks Kekino to come over and translate with Isle for a moment. Does Fish or anyone kind of listen in?
Nope.
Okay. It is a very like small, like not even like a cave, just kind of a widening of the tunnel where a couple of other little tunnels branch off. So it is a kind of thing of like you don't need to actually be listening in. You have to like kind of actively be not paying attention to it in order to not get even a hint of what's talking about. So this
May
is
would
sort
be
of
passively listening then.
this is sort of a Cal would be sort of like rejecting rather than not actively receiving. Yeah,
Yep.
just making sure.
That's the one.
Okay, and what about Fish?
Yeah, just kind of passively, but like, oh yeah, you guys have a conversation. That'd be really nice. And then just sort of like, oh right, who am I talking to?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, maybe you're like talking at Cal, trying to be like, and then I'll die and you'll bring me back. And Cal is like, I don't,
Yeah.
that's not how it works. You would just be stable. I'd have to check your vitals and make you conscious again. I don't think it's worth it.
Well, you can do it though, but you can.
I can, but I mean, and I think she's like takes her notebook out and starts doing what we were doing of literally like the fucking math of being like, all right, well, I don't really have anybody. We can use this on these people, but then there's only one potion, and then I only have one spell, and we're all really bad, and so therefore, if I give up the opportunity of letting Fish do it, and she's just like doing all of that and concentrating very hard on that.
May's like, oh, it's the scorpion and the frog. That's what we've got going on.
Yeah. No, it's so you put the you have the basket and you put it with the fox and the feed, and then you send it across the river.
And then you go, well, I guess we can't go back for the others. I think we're just moving on.
Yeah.
The conversation.
Wilma gets left behind. Sorry.
Wilma gets left behind. The conversation that May and Fish overhear a little bit through Kekino, I think you kind of key into because Kekino sounds sad pretty early in the translation, and what you sort of glean is Metal is apologizing to Isle. Isle kind of was a little bit of the protector and wanted only left because she thought that you all would still be safe with her gone, and Metal feels like in leaving the detectives she abandoned you and kind of betrayed Isle in a way, and Isle is apologizing to her for leaving in the first place.
Oh.
I will say that May hears this and then kind of surreptitiously glances at Fish and Cal like, are they going to apologize to these two?
This is very clearly something that is initiated by Metal. If you give me an insight check as being like the curious one, I can give you a little more information about kind of what's happening there.
Yeah, that's a 16.
Okay. With a 16, you see it's moose body language, pretty hard to read, but based on what Kekino is translating, it does seem like now that like the rush of meeting back up again has passed slightly, Isle feels very awkward about apologizing and talking to the others, and I think a 16 is high enough to be like, wants to, but feels like it would be a huge bother when people are trying to figure out healing and like not being okay and stuff like that. And something kind of strange for a moose is trying to like kind of make herself small to like not take up too much emotional room from her friends by apologizing yet. Probably something May would feel like is the wrong choice, but is a a choice she is making in this moment. Maybe would build up her courage to talk about it in a little bit once Fish and Cal have figured out the whole dying and coming back thing. But that's what is happening for right now. While you are
Sorry, Fish is also doing social rounds, going to Sarah and being like, all right, so we're detectives. He's the sheriff. She's the deputy. What do you want to be?
I guess like war leader. Is that a position in cop speak?
General?
Sure.
Yeah. That's it.
Tell me the first, we'll say like 3 acts of healing that you do.
Fish
figuring that out.
managed to eventually convince Cal the stupid plan is the only one they've got, and so she goes, fine, and like holds out her hand to take healing from them as they do a life transference.
Okay. I will say that because Fish is guaranteed to be downed by this. Let me just double check.
One.
We have a plan, sir.
Okay. Fish does not have a negative constitution modifier, which does mean that one use of the cream will also bring them back up.
Yeah, I was gonna do. We got a plan. Just let us do it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you know what your options are, honey love.
If I may, I would say May would suggest that Fish lies down and then like bundle up her jacket for their head to rest on, because there's no point in them like collapsing.
Oh, no,
Like,
Fish was like,
you're taking away my fun.
Yeah.
I'll stand behind me. We'll do a trust fall. It's fine.
She doesn't have hands.
I
just lean on her. Fuck.
I'll say she can be like a big couch cushion.
I think I'll kind of like very daintily walking around Sinner, and like there's not a ton of space for a moose, a bunch of people, and a very large man in this, is very kind of like daintily coming around and sort of like curls up on the ground as kind of like a big fluffy couch for Fish and for anybody else who wants to kind of like rest and get some warmth.
To be incredibly mean, if she gets too close to Cal, she will scoot away.
Okay. Cal offered her hand.
Isle seems to have noticed.
Cal offered her hand. Fish takes it, and when they go to sit down next to Moose Isle, it's sort of like, all right, and you're coming down to sit with me, aren't you? And that would be the point that Cal's like, fuck off.
Nope. All right. You're gonna do life transference?
Yes, it's like, okay, well, give me your hand again because I need to actually be touching you.
Like scoots back and just puts out a leg so Fish can grab her boot.
Exposes the dogs.
No, she'll kneel. She just doesn't want to touch Isle.
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
Okay. 3d8 necrotic damage, and one creature of your choice that you can see. Oh, don't actually have to be touching. This is just Fish being manipulative.
Yeah, absolutely. Cal has to heal to touch, so she literally didn't even occur to her to be anything else. And Fish is like,
no, you're gonna be holding my hand. No, I think we have to link fingers. No, actually, sorry. Hold on. Lift up the veil a little bit more. Okay, no. I do in fact have to look into your eyes.
Thumb inside, thumb outside? No, thumb inside. No.
Maximum surface area.
Okay. Equal to twice the necrotic damage you take. So that's 14 health that Fish loses, so minus 14.
Mhm.
And Cal gets 28.
that's an incredible amount. That gets me all the way up to Paul. Thank you, Fish.
Yep.
Um,
Fishes as Fishes channeling this power, you see their eyes go a little green, and their veins start to go a little just a little black as you see the fingernails kind of like start to run into the veins ever so slightly, and then they're like, "Yeah."
Yeah. So you should be.
Cal kind of like leans her neck back, takes the inveneration potion, and then is going to reach out and cast Cure Wounds on Fish. And I believe you can go straight to Cure Wounds. You don't have to do a Spare the Dying, correct?
Yes.
Correct. I will point this out just for the sake of mechanical clarity. If Fish is going to heal somebody else using this as well, use another spell point to do this as well, you're essentially using all of the points from Cure Wounds rather
We
than
are
just...
aware of that.
Okay,
Yep.
just making sure.
We know. We made this plan.
Yeah,
It's on
just
our
making
private
sure.
Discord.
Yes, we'll give you the receipts.
Yeah.
Okay, so yep, and then so they wake back up and like, yeah, that's fucked. All right, who's next?
So Cal gave them 9.
Oh, nice.
May just like, without looking up from the potions, reaches out and then is like, safe travels.
Yeah, thanks. Let's roll again. Okay. $17. So that's
It's 34.
34.
Hell yeah.
yeah.
That also basically gets me up to full. Mwah. Bellissimo, etc.
This time
then
when Fish
Cal-
wakes up, this time when Fish revives, they're like, "You're welcome, bitch." Like,
May laughs and then like smacks them.
Cal's doing like Spare the Dying, and then she like takes a whatever healing item is closest to her to bring Fish back up.
they're out of
What
spell points now.
what healing item? Sarah's healing cream.
The healing cream, is that the one that does 3 people?
Each usage of it can do 3 people. It's a total of 6 people.
Let's just dump it all on Sinner.
Yeah, Cal would, because I know there's also Isle's healing potion, but Cal
Yeah.
would just go
Yeah.
whatever closest, and obviously is not going to talk to a moose to ask if she has a healing potion. So she's gonna
Oil this
probably
man up.
put
Listen, I think that May should be able to identify the potions just in case the Fanta one perhaps is full
Healing?
health.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, no, but Cal would heal Fish without stopping to.
Okay.
You know, like she would take some of the cream from Sarah's item.
Of course, right, yeah. Sorry,
Sounds good.
I forgot
That
the fish is
means,
healed.
Yeah,
Fish
Fish
needs to-
is at 0.
Yeah,
One.
Fish needs to
1,
roll,
yeah.
roll a d8.
Wonderful, I have them all out already. 6.
Nice.
Yeah, you have 6 health from that usage of the cream. The cream has 5 uses left. Sarah has been chatting with.
I'm sorry, 6 total, or I add 6, so that's 7.
Well, you
Okay.
just killed yourself again, didn't you?
Yes.
So,
So
but
you had
they're
0.
They go, so they are at
Oh.
0. Okay.
Okay.
So you had
6.
0, and then you had 6. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
As Sarah has been chatting with Sinner kind of in the background, and seeing
So
that
do you fuck nasty?
Yeah. Do you fuck nasty? How big that hog? Small. Leave me alone. um, as she's chatting with Sinner, sees Fish going down, waking up, going down, waking up, and goes, Oh yeah, shit. Um, hey skyscraper, you had some kind of thing, right? Um, and goes over, starts digging in Isle's fur, just like parting it. And you see Isle close her eyes and concentrate, and it does take a minute, but eventually the you hear like glass clink, and Sarah pulls out a healing potion out of Isle's fur. I did double check that.
Yeah, lion powers when she's in a trance when she's an animal. Yeah,
Yes, her
Steven
equipment does
Universe lion.
merge.
Yeah.
Does merge
Yeah.
with
I
her
got you.
body. Yeah. Okay, and
There's
that
also a
gets us
VHS in there.
gets us to our first identified potion. Orange potion of diminution. Makes you
No.
teeny tiny.
Fuck go. Fuck go for this useless fucking potions.
This is
You know what?
super.
We're gonna
This
give
is
it to
super
Metal,
useful
and
in
we'll be like,
not
hide in a
this
corner.
circumstance. This is super useful in not this circumstance.
Yeah, exactly. Cool.
Someone can just go up like Crown's throat and then like burst out.
Yeah, literally.
It doesn't make you
Fucking
that small, but it does make you like because if you are already small, it can make you
Mega
make you
small.
tiny. But if you're a normal sized person, Sinner is huge and becomes like kind of a skinny like normal sized person. You know, he goes to like
what if Sinner uses
like-
it when he's small?
that's the thing.
And
If
strength. Is it that sort of level of strength? Do you know what I mean? Is it Ant-Man?
so you do like lose power every time you shrink, which means Sinner is going. If Sinner did it while small, is doubling down on the losing strength thing. But Sinner goes from a really tall, big dude to a pretty gangly, skinny, like 5'5" guy. Metal taking it would go down to probably like just under 4 feet tall, like really small, like you know, like fantasy kind of like dwarf proportions or halfling proportions, things like that. And Sinner would probably get about that small too. But yeah, it's like hiding becomes easier. You can crawl through air vents. You can squeeze through really
They
small
can make Kekano really small.
spaces.
So
It could make
okay,
Kekano really small.
this is how we get him to commit his first murder. We get him to be Polly Pocket sized, and you know, stick him up the nose and just explode the head.
And we just make sure his eyes are closed so he doesn't see what's going on.
He doesn't need to. Yeah, it's
Need to
fine.
describe it.
Kekano could get very small, but yes, this is kind of like a stealth becomes easier, and you can sneak into small spaces and stuff. Pitch
Well, I
battle,
don't need
not
that.
super useful.
I don't need that right now. I need healing potion.
Yep.
Okay. I guess May's like, you'll not fucking believe what this stupid thing does. And then tells them all. And it's just
I
like,
imagine.
More moonshine.
I imagine Fish, when they went down, kept Cal's hand in a death grip. So at this point, she's just like, "Let's go, we're done."
As as May goes and starts identifying the green potion, we will move on to more healing. And while you are doing this healing, Metal kind of like scoots over, watching Fish over and over again. Is kind of like, hey everyone, I know I apologized before for leaving. and I know this is not, the right time or anything like that, but while we're here, um, I just thought I could. I've been keeping some things secret from you all that I was dealing with, and I think it's time to come clean, if that's okay.
May immediately is thinking of the diary. But doesn't say anything
Thinking
Immediately
of the
thinking of
what?
of the
The
diary.
diary.
Ah,
He's like,
Fish thinks that they already know everything, and so they're just like, yeah, just catch everyone up to everyone else up to speed.
Okay. Um, I mentioned a little of this before, but I told you that there was a fire and my parents died, and I was going to see a independent sensitive to um, reveal my memories. I didn't give you any details, but um, the in the dream I found that, or in the memory, I found that Administrator Tone was the one who erased my my memories and sealed them away, and I don't really know more than that, other than that there were people there and Tone was in charge of them, and they seemed bad, and I don't know what happened, but I think they might have actually been the ones to hurt my parents, set the fire. I don't know. It was whatever Tone did was too strong, and the sensitive I was seeing said that he needed to get some special equipment in order to um, uh, make a strong enough spell in order to break through it, and I didn't have enough money, and I reached out to my aunt, and she gave it to me, but on the condition that she come with me to the appointment, that I kind of tell her what was happening. And I didn't know what else to do, and I didn't feel like I could really be comfortable at the sanctuary. And of course, we still worked for Administrator Tone, and I didn't know what to do, and I said yes, and then I went back to the sensitive with the money. We now enter the flashback from Metal's perspective of her meeting with the sensitive. Manfred driving the car as she's sits in the back next to on Cadence, reading some documents and ignoring her like always. And they pull up outside the shop from before. Dingy little store space that seems to currently be hosting a psychic, Remedy Odell, a sensitive putting on an act for the public. And as they park, Lady Dentel says, let's get this over with. Folds her paper and they step out. Head inside and are greeted by sensitive Odell. Led to the back and set up as before. There is a crystal orb sitting on the table, but there's more this time. More tools, a meditation bowl, some incense, a small knife, other things, and The sensitive seems a little nervous, eyes flicking to Lady Dentel, but starts to go forward and says, "Did you bring the funds that we discussed?" Lady Dentel pulls out a um, packet of bills and throws it to him. Oh, thank you, your ladyship. Yeah, it's of course these ingredients are very expensive, and so I get on with it. Right. Um, uh, Miss Font, if you would mind taking a seat and stretch out your hand, we can begin. He measures out a very small amount of incense into the bowl and lights it. Maybe this is the expensive ingredient. Seems very gentle with it. And things start. There is a tension as Metal starts to disappear into herself and her own memories. Her eyes are still open for the time being, and she leans forward and she sees Aunt Cadence lean forward as images and sounds start to appear in the surface of the crystal ball. Not as clear as the experience Metal had last time, but still being projected the room at large, seen by the sensitive and seen by Aunt Cadence. And as Metal starts to regret allowing her to be here, she starts to disappear deeper into her own memories. The city fades away. And the memories of a night long ago. Metal wakes up and sits up straight in bed. She is woken by something, startled out of deep sleep as she sees herself 10 years old in jammies that she lost this night, never had again. And for just a moment, she doesn't know what woke her up until gunshots, magic, fire, sounds that she recognizes in her adult form, but is still in the perspective of a child. She feels almost like she's floating above herself, her childhood confusion at the noises in the night, dogs going crazy as something happens outside, and her current adult confusion, recognizing the shots, recognizing the sounds of conflict. Opens her door and starts heading downstairs. Mom? Dad? And as she gets down below, sounds start getting louder. Getting closer. And she finds her mom in the kitchen, rushing out, her knives at the ready, and seeing Metal coming down the stairs, turns to her and goes, "Sweetheart, no. Go back to bed. Hide! Before she busts out the door and runs outside. Metal feels regret because she didn't listen to her mom at first. She waited a moment, she stopped, she looked out the window, and she saw her mother charging at figures in the dark. Confused flashes and sounds and movements, and adult Metal recognizes combat. Some sort of fight happening outside between unknown figures, just shadows in the dark. And as gunfire poks against her house, as bits of magic explosions rattle the windows, shatter the porch, adult Metal with a detachment recognizes collateral damage, and her mother thinks she sees an attack. War was not that long ago. She was involved in it, so she runs out to defend her home. Metal looks the other way and sees her father coming around the side of the house. Vines start growing out of where he places his feet, and he starts walking on them, plants growing, snarling, and one grabs a figure around the ankles, and then an explosion, and her father slams into the window where she watches, and he sees her bleeding and says, "No, run! Run!" before jumping back into the fray. And as she turns, something that she didn't consciously see as a child, but noticed. The elementalist, the sorcerer, that her mom comes across, turns, unleashing magic into the woods, and throws fire, missing her mom and catching the house. As fire starts up in the kitchen, as her mom and dad fight against these invaders, fighting gets closer, and Metal, sweetheart, this time, goes into her bed, hides underneath it, says, "This can't be happening. No, 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 no." As things get worse. This rolling fight gets closer and closer, and parts of her house start getting not lateral damage, but directly attacked, and she hears sounds of pain, injury. As the fire starts to spread, more shots close by, more magic close by, fight getting closer and closer and closer, and she hides. And as the fire worsens and the gunshots seem fewer and fewer, as the fighting seems to slow, hear angry words, angry voices, and above all, fire. Smoke starts pouring in under the door. The sound of fire has completely washed out any of the continuing fight. This is how I die. That's what she thinks. This is how she doesn't. Metal doesn't understand what's happening. Small little Metal just saw her parents attacked, her house damaged, and as she hyperventilates under her bed in the darkness, she sees the light growing, the flames on the other side of her door, and the smoke pouring through, and sounds. A voice. Anyone in here? Anyone in here? I'm here. I'm here. Sounds of doors opening and closing, coughing, getting closer. And a person turning the doorknob. Bang, bang, bang. Anyone in here? The only strangers Metal has seen are the ones that attacked her parents. But still, some noise, squeak of surprise, a sob as tears stream down her cheeks. I don't know when it started. Something indicates that she's in here. This person starts banging down the door. A shatter and a crash, the door splits, and some figure comes in the haze and the smoke and the darkness. You can't quite see her face, but adult Metal sees more than child Metal did. Sees a man, young, streaked with soot and smoke, water seeming to flow around his wrist and pumping into the flames around, with a heat. And she notices a tattoo on his forearm as he grabs her. She screams, tries to claw farther under the bed, but he grabs her by the ankles and pulls her out, slings her over his shoulder, and rushes out of the house. As the fire fades behind her, her house burns to the ground. She finds that it's raining. The hiss and spitting of her childhood home is starting to go out. Here is where the memory from before starts to pick up. Because she hears voices. Voices she recognizes as this figure pushes her out of the house. She hears voices and she turns and looks. And there, half buried under a tree outside their home, the broken body of her father. This kind man. Not even really a sorcerer specializing in combat, just someone who wanted to work in his garden. Have Metal help him pick weeds and show him grubs and worms. Lying dead, bleeding from multiple gunshots. As this figure, this savior, sees this view and tilts her away so she can't see and sets her down in the grass. Rain falling down and washing her face, mixing with the tears and the smoke. And the savior seems so angry. You have the sanctuary to thank for this. Hunted eyes flicking out into the darkness. We didn't do anything. We looking at her, looking up at him. Very quick check. Metal feels herself coughing from the smoke and the tears running into her throat, the mucus. And as she curls up and hacks in the grass, Savior reaches out and touches her hair for just a moment. And then the voices get louder. And he turns with a last glance at her, runs into the darkness. With the smoke and ash and rain, Metal feels herself start to fade in and out of consciousness as voices get closer. Bring her over here. As figures approach, carrying a woman over their shoulders, setting down the dead body of Metal's mother, and crouching over her, given a respectful distance by these figures that she can now see, Administrator Tone. First time she can really see his face. No beaded headdress this early, only a scarf wrapped around, pulled low for combat. And he kneels above Metal's mom. Do you know what you've done? She was a hero during the war. Do you know what you have done? Leaders flinch. She was a non-combatant. She did nothing. She was not a target. Sir, she fought against us. She cut down Diggs and was coming at us. We were just defending ourselves. You set her house on fire. Come here. Sir, I think we... Come here. You have failed. You have hurt innocents, and this is unacceptable. As his eyes flash orange, and this leader of this raid takes out his gun and puts it in his own mouth and kills himself. Sound so loud, so startling, as the rest of these figures, these attackers, flinch back. Metal makes a noise. How can she not? Sobbing in the grass, looking at the dead. dead bodies of her parents. And it's this noise that draws Tone's attention. He slinks over, kneels down to checks on her. They make eye contact for a moment. Orange eyes against sobbing, normal ones. And he looks between her and the corpse. And he says, "I'm so sorry. I understand that sometimes it's easier to forget." And in that moment of reaching out, trying to take the image of dead parents, broken parents, and death from Metal's mind, there is a slight moment of connection as the night starts to fade out, only the sound of rain. In this place of connection between Tone and Metal. Metal feels Tone's regret and his temptation. Doesn't specialize in memory magic. He is a weapon. He was designed to kill. You feel him take out the memory of looking at the corpses of Metal's parents and the temptation to go just a bit further and start to pull out more memories of the trauma of this night. Just a house fire. Just bad dreams. As he crudely and roughly tears out these memories of Metals and leaves a psychic scar. His strength overwhelming his inexperience. But in this moment of connection, it does not just take, but entirely unknown to himself, leaves a little bit of his own emotions, a little of his own feelings, tied up in the scar tissue. He'll never understand. We had to do it. We fought together during the war, but we were always going to be enemies. Better eliminate them before they came after us. This was necessary. Necessary to protect the sanctuary. It was necessary. It was necessary. It was necessary. The repetition of someone repeating to themselves what they want to believe, what they have to believe, in order for things to be okay. This mission, Tone led these operatives of the sanctuary here to assassinate future rivals and also accidentally destroy a home, destroy a family, and kill Metal's parents. As the rain fades and disappears, and Metal comes back to herself in the shop. Sound of cars driving past outside. People moving and going about their lives. And just like in her memories, she doesn't remember when she started crying, but she can feel the tears on her face as everything everything is brought back. And she looks up and sees this last image of Tone holding her, and in the background, the shape of Metal's mother, Cadence's much younger sister, dead. She looks up further and sees the hawk white face of the sensitive as he also sees this information. And then over her shoulder, sitting in the chair, rigid creak of her nails digging into the armrests. Auntie Cade. Well, that was a little more intense than I expected. Um, let me pour you some water. No. Sit. It was Tone. All this time, it was Tone. This is what we needed. We can bury him with this. We can bury the sanctuary with this. Did you get all that, dear? As the curtain in the back of the room slides back, and Lady Anchorage steps out. Yes, your ladyship. I agree. It seems like the sanctuary, out from the society's influence, will finally be a thing of the past. I don't understand. What's happening? Oh, dear. Well, I suppose this is the price a child pays for being grown outside of the proper influence of nobility, the legacy families. Yes, I agree, Lady Anchorage. Dear, you did not really think there was such a thing as an independent sensitive, did you? I'm afraid that Mr. Odell here has been working for the Anchorage family. You're very fortunate that Lady Anchorage, in her wisdom, decided to bring this information to me instead of some of the other families so that we may coordinate. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is all you need to understand. You've given us the key. Tone destroyed your family, killed my sister. We will make him pay for it. And we'll make the sanctuary pay for it. And there will be nothing left when we are done. He said he worked independently for legacy families, contracted out on an individual basis, which, if someone perhaps owned him, would be a very good way to gain secrets on your opponents. Odell smiles a sad little smile and says, I'm sorry, Lady Vaunt, but well, that's the way the game is played. Odell, hold your tongue. And you see Remedy Odell smiling, looking like he is going to get a approval from these scions of the legacy family. Against his own will, his jaw locks and closes down as he's still talking, biting into his own tongue, and a squirt of blood splashing onto Metal's shirt. As you can see, your ladyship, your secret will be safe with just the three of us. And the sensitive will remain silent to your secrets until they can be used in the appropriate way. And you're going to destroy the sanctuary? You're going to get rid of the sanctuary has its uses, but it is also a little too independently minded. We feel that it would be better guided by us. So we will use this information you have so graciously provided to tear out those parts of it that well, that hold it back, that prevent it from being the organization it could be, the organization that keeps our keeps our name and our purpose and our honor in mind before it acts. No, you can't do that. The sanctuary does good. It does good. I don't know about tone, but the sanctuary does good, and I have to believe that. No. No, you're not using this memory. Cadence and Anchorage look at each other for a moment. A little look of agreement, something perhaps pre-discussed, if Metal was not accommodating enough. Very well, your ladyship. There may be some other arrangement we can come to if you want this information to remain private. Of course, we would need to link our families to make sure this information stayed within the family. I have 2 grandchildren that are available. You've, of course, met Grave and Woden. Pick one. Doesn't matter which. And we will permanently tie the Anchorage and Dentel families together, so that we may all be of one purpose going forward. And you can have a say in how this information is used, if you wish. And not seeing the trap set before she ever stepped foot in this room. Metal looks down at the still image of Tone and her mother. Looks down farther at a splash of blood from a controlled sensitive. One bound by oaths and curses to work for another house, and gives a very small, hesitant nod. As we come back to the cave, Metal finishing her story. I had to leave. You see that, right? I couldn't be around Tone anymore, and I don't know what the sanctuary did or didn't do, but they were responsible. But they're not all bad, right? They still do good. We still do good. I have to believe that it still does good, in spite of what Tone did to me. I can't just let them destroy it.
Metal, you're very brave.
I don't think so, but I guess thanks for thinking that.
Well, I'm right.
Okay. Metal looks through her eyelashes, glances flickering to the others, waiting for judgment, maybe.
May just reaches out and puts her hand on Metal's shoulder and squeezes it and says, "We'll help you get out of this, darling."
Metal, probably just realizing that this has happened as she was telling her story, feels Kekino finish crawling into her lap and purring loudly. Isle stretching out a head to rest on Metal's shoulders. Thank you, but I still don't. I still don't know what I need to do. I just know that I don't know that I can run again. I think it was wrong, but I don't know what I should do instead. And she still seems to be looking at Cal as the last person to not like step forward, looking for that condemnation, waiting for the harsh words, the validating of all of her fears.
Cal stays silent. She's still like working on like faking like she's still working on her like healing chart, being like, we've got this percentage left of cream and this potion and
Danae, were you even fucking listening?
I don't think anyone wants to hear my opinion.
Okay, well, we're all looking at you.
It's okay, Cal. You don't have to. Colliginous, you don't need to say anything. I understand.
Yeah, you do. You understand that you're brave, as I said, and that this can't stand, and we're gonna fucking help you out of it. Ain't that right, May?
Absolutely.
We're here for you.
Thank you.
And also, like, Fish makes eye contact with May, like, yeah, we've got our fucking problems, but we're in on it together.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything we can do, but it'd be good to have. Maybe we'll think of something.
One step at a time.
One step at a time.
I think you guys do sense that Cal's not actually being like. She doesn't disagree with what Fish is saying. I don't think she's actually like. She doesn't seem angry at Metal. She seems uncomfortable because she knows what she wants to say. It's going to be very unpopular, but not necessarily like cruel.
And I think that's the choice Cal needs to make in this moment. It does. Cal is someone who has historically always spoken her mind, but now is perhaps learned a little bit of restraint for comments that are unpopular. Does Cal say anything?
Is everybody just straight up pissed at her and just is like, fuck you, Cal, we're gonna go have fun time?
No, definitely not.
No.
Not pissed at her.
Yeah, more worried about Metal, I think, than pissed at Cal.
Yeah,
Right.
not pissed at her. Fish is just like, join in with us. We're having a group bonding moment. Why aren't you joining us?
Yeah, and then Cal isn't joining in, and they're kind of like, well, I guess fuck you. Metal, I'll give you a hug. Metal looks like she has the body language of like a kind of expecting Cal to hit her in a way, but verbally. She once Cal is not like immediately responding, just kind of like folds into herself a little bit and is no longer like looking at Cal.
Cal exhales before anyone else could Cal exhales, and I will say she'll do this before anyone else could speak up, or she'll cut somebody else off. But I don't think this was like too immediate of a response.
Okay, well, then Fish is gonna start talking and get cut off by Cal. Like,
Yeah.
Isle is still like resting a head on the group hug, and like every once in a while like flicking an eye to Cal, being like, what's she gonna do? Oh shit, did she look at me? No, I also feel weird about Cal right now. I'm going to focus on Metal. And Sinner and Sarah in the background are just very like, this is not my deal. I already didn't like the sanctuary, but they are not in kind of comfort mode. They just look really fucking pissed.
And Cal's going to cut Fish off and go, get married. They're taking away your power. Then don't let them. Take your own power. At my temple, weddings are political arrangements, and the point is to find one for yourself that is beneficial to you before your abbot can find one. So marry whoever will benefit you, even if it isn't. That can't. If you find a better political match that would be disadvantageous for your aunt to annul, marry them.
May looks at Fish like,
yeah, and Fish was already having this thought when Metal first told them, and so they're like putting they're connecting the dots. You're not connecting shit. No, I'm connecting them. Marry Jacques.
As Cal is saying this, Metal is kind of like nodding along a little bit, of like, not that like I'm really taking in this information, but like I've been waiting for Cal to say something, and now I'm going to take her advice because I'm too kind of like beaten down to like think for myself about this situation. I think Sinner, Sarah, and probably also making eye contact with May and Fish and Isle are like, what the fuck? Jesus!
Yeah.
Being like, what the hell? And then Fish is like, marry Jock. And I was like,
and May would be like, yeah, he was
Who's
really
Jock?
nice.
Who's Jock?
Your savior.
No, like, sorry, who is he? Like, he's gonna be a nice guy, and he's gonna save me from the marriage?
Oh, he's gonna be a nice guy and save you for the second time.
Okay.
This is the dude who pulled you out of the fire.
Mr. Rabbit.
We know him. We met him.
What?
He remembers you.
What? What? Fish, what?
Yeah. I actually saved his life a little bit, so I guess now maybe maybe I'm on top of the hierarchy of life saving. We met him. He works for the Second Dawn. This is what I was trying to tell you the other day. Or no, it was 2 days. It feels like it's been a long time. Marry this dude instead of one of the fucking anchorages. Actually, no. I'm telling you what to do, and Denier's right. You know, you have to make the choice. So, but like, it's a suggestion.
He works with the Second Dawn, so he's a bad guy.
No, he's a good guy.
But he's been attacking the sanctuary, and he's with the reflections. He's part of all of this.
He was also being attacked by reflections. I really can't speak on whether or not he's a good or bad guy. I really don't think we spoke more than 8 words to the man.
I told him, fuck you.
May like leans over to Fish and is like, Metal does know about what the sanctuary did to the first door, doesn't she? Genuinely is like, do
Uh,
we?
Fish like looks back and it's just like, you know, we're talking about like, well, the sanctuary maybe has bad guys in it, so yeah, maybe the second dawn has good guys in it. Like, how's the logic not fucking fitting? Like, you know, like this is perfect, isn't it?
It's absolutely this thing of like you've introduced moral complexity for the first time, and so it's just kind of like yes, the sanctuary has done bad things and has bad people. This one organization has good and bad in it. Well, all groups of people are like that. What?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can handle that right now.
No. Yeah. No. Listen, Metal. Thank you for telling us. We don't mean to overwhelm you with information, but like, we're already fucking formulating a plan to get you out of this. So do not
Okay.
even worry.
Okay, well, I'm not. I really want to just talk to him and see how
He'll
he is.
talk to you.
Is he like kind of like old or gross? Is
If
he?
what you're
hot, don't
asking,
worry.
Metal, is he's hot, yes.
He's hot. Don't worry.
Okay,
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
okay,
This
that's
is not
good.
at all what I meant.
What teamwork is cleric, bouncing off each other, formulating ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for your help, Danielle. We're really glad that you brought it up. I'm not saying this sarcastically. I'm saying this genuinely.
High five, cleric.
Yeah. I don't know if I can really think
I'll
about
leave
this
her
right now.
hanging.
But if you, I don't know, maybe like what's a okay. So what's a good first date? Like coffee or something like that. Just
At
kind of
this
a
point,
casual
Cal is
meeting.
like, I need to get away from these fucking idiots, and is just starting to like slather Sinner with like cream, mostly because Sinner feels too awkward to participate in this conversation.
She's doing the sun cream on his back.
No, absolutely not.
Cal is using as little skin contact as possible.
Yeah, like just like
If she had a
this smudge
spatula.
on his hand.
The knuckle, just like.
Yeah.
Kella's like, genuinely, what do I have in my bag? Okay, this is like a little. This is
Yeah,
like a little.
no, she's just mage handing the medicine onto him.
Yeah. I think you've got to been like continuing to do the healing through Metal's story. So Sinner is probably getting some cream and is like, all of my first dates have been at the bar. I'm not sure that works in this situation. You don't seem like a big drinker, so maybe coffee. That's that's like kind of like shoots a glance at the others, like, please help me out here. That's like the equivalent, I think. The
Yeah.
non-alcoholic equivalent. Yeah.
Yeah, Sheriff, you got it.
Perhaps a milkshake, Metal. That's very in at the moment, isn't it?
Oh,
Milk
a
bar?
milkshake would be really good. Oh yeah, I had a milkshake date once as a first date. It's actually the only like first like date when you're like with someone, kind of like getting with it. You know what I'm saying? Metal, you don't
Mm.
understand what I'm saying, but you all understand what I'm saying.
Metal doesn't know what sex is.
It's not really like I know what sex is. I'm 20.
He's
Yes,
right
honey,
about it.
you are. You are 20.
It's not really like when you've been together for a while, just kind of fucking, and then you end up being like, yeah, let's go catch a beer or something. That's not really like a first date. That's kind of like a extension of like you skip past the first date in a way. Yeah, so like
Yeah.
real first date milkshakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you want to, I didn't see him. So do you think like, straight to the,
Not for Metal. Not for Metal.
okay,
No.
yeah, that was also my, that was, yeah, no, that was also my instinct. Yeah, or coffee or a milkshake. Sure.
I'm glad
I'm
that we're
really-
surrounded by such romance. Such.
Oh yeah, we've got you in the corner. We've got her over there. We've got Denya with Jamal. We've got me existing in general, and we're a love filled group, aren't we?
Do Metal and Isle have any reaction to the Jamal mention?
Metal is kind of like perks up a little bit. Is like, oh my god, are you and Jamal official?
And he's like,
No. um, Cal turns to Metal, and again, not remembering that her face makes expressions now. Her mouth is just like this, like thin line, and
Uh,
she says,
Isle is kind of to Fish being like, her and Jamal actually like got over themselves and said something to each other. Crazy.
Yeah. It was. Don't worry. I helped immensely.
Right. And if you you'd kind of been messing with him a little bit, right? Getting him
Oh,
confused.
Isle.
I know how you work.
How dare you?
not to cut in. What's the red potion? Now
Uh,
that's been approximately 30 minutes.
No, it has not. This has been the
when
time in which
Metal was
we
doing
will-
her flashback, she was actually doing it 2.5 speed. So she was like, and then I was sitting in the office, and then they came in and they had all of this stuff, and then I was going.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's really what was happening. Yeah, no, what's happening time wise is the healing has now been like done, and you are taking the like last moment to identify the green potion before this like time is up. So what does Cal do or say in response to Jamal?
Yeah, like Cal makes a face and says in a quiet voice, mostly just talking to Metal because she does not want this to be a group conversation. It's going like, Fish has an overactive imagination, as we all know.
So does that mean you're not fucking?
No, Sarah, I'm not. And I
Alright.
don't think that's proper for you to ask, anyways.
See, the reason you think it's improper to ask is how I know it would really help you. You know, not to tell you how to live your life. Get on that.
May's like the
Ride
guy in
that
Monty Python.
just right off into the sunset on that. Looks at the others. I'm assuming huge nerd.
That's
Well, you may do whatever you
Cinna
want,
says
Sarah, though it
he's a
involves a
librarian,
slug.
exactly the same way May did. I'm sorry, Rennie. I completely
Aw.
spoke over you.
Oh, Snake House gets very snotty and goes, "You may do whatever you want with him, Miss Longfisher. That will involve him being brainwashed by a slug."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I could just you know what? I was having so much fun hanging out with you guys. You're all my best friends, by the way. That I forgot the horrible situation that we're in. We should probably go take care of that. Yeah.
Yes.
Let me know what healing has been done while Metal was telling the story. You got 5 more things of the cream. Do you use those all on Sinner?
I think we can do so basic looking at my plan, maybe going 5 more on Sinner and then 5 spell points of good berries from Isle.
On Fish?
on everybody. Do the good berries for everybody.
That's 1 HP for everyone per like spell point used. It's really inefficient because it's about
right.
like
Oh yeah, I forgot that we also healed May and Caleb. So let's do 5 good berries for fish, 1 cream for fish, and the rest of the creams for the 4 creams for Sinner, and none for Metal.
what
We'll give
about
it a little potion.
what about the health potion?
I thought
Hey,
the health
whatever.
potion went for fish, and that was what got them to 6.
No,
They,
that's
No.
a
no,
cream.
that was a cream.
Oh,
was a
Metal
cream.
can have the potion.
can she?
We'll be like, all right, Metal, you've told us this terrible story. Now go back to the other room with the bodies and just watch them.
Go hang out. Go
I mean-
find your savior. Go.
I mean, honestly,
I
the
just
way
saw
that
him. He went around the corner.
the way the healing probably worked was Metal was telling this really sad story, and you just like pass her something to drink because she's, you know, sobbing and losing her voice a little bit, and she just doesn't notice that it's a health potion instead of water.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Metal can have a health potion, I guess.
The trade.
Metal is really strong, so you kind of want her to stay alive to use that last spell
Is
point.
she gonna use it? Is she gonna use the spell point though?
Maybe.
Hmm.
Metal
New and
regains.
improved.
Metal regains 8 hit points.
Good for her.
Good for her.
1 for every friend she has.
Okay, that is metal. That's a healing potion done. So we just have the 5 more uses of the cream. Any who does that go to? How much goes to Sinner? How much goes to someone else?
Or to Sinner went to a fish, unless you guys have any arguments with that.
Nah. We want Sin to be able to fucking sponge damage for us if needed.
Okay.
Isle can also do that.
True, yeah. We need the
So-
2 tanks.
1 to fish. So need to roll a D8, and you gain that much health back.
Okay, so
Um,
this is their second cream squeeze.
Yes.
Okay,
Who
so then they're
applies
just
it?
okay.
And then
No,
there's going to
fine.
be 4 that'll go to Sinner.
I'll do my joke thing first before we discuss who actually applies it. Fish is like, you know what? That tasted pretty good. Give me some more. Oh, I've rolled a 1.
Kicking it. He's got wide flippers, good for applying cream.
Yeah. No,
Taking a
unfortunately,
risk,
that's
good
not how
dad.
it works.
Kekino took fish seriously, and so he's like, okay, it doesn't taste good.
Yeah, it doesn't taste good. I'm sorry.
Do we want to
yeah,
do one more cream application to fish then?
I mean,
Well,
there's
how
also
much-
Sinner.
how much does rolling a 1 give me? Like just the 1 health?
Just the one, because you have
Jesus.
you have no Constitution modifier or anything. Yeah, it's just 1.
Maybe give him 2.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna listen.
another one for fish. As a
Yeah.
treat.
Okay, in character choice, Fish is like, no, I'm fine. 7 health. Like, no, I'm okay. And so I don't know. May fucking takes a swipe out of the container and just like does Ash Wednesday
It
on
goes-
their
yeah.
forehead. Yeah.
We're like motherhead and clucking, like, don't be ridiculous.
Let me fix your stupid ponytail while we're at it.
All right, roll another
4.
D8. Roll another D8. 4. Okay, so you heal a total of
better.
5 out of those 2 rounds. This is purposely supposed to be a not very good, very low level healing item, and then you do the last 3 to Sinner.
Mhm.
Okay. Sinner rolls D12s for
Jesus.
his health, and he has a +3 to his con. So let's do some D12s.
It's because he's an
One.
X. Con.
And an ex-boyfriend.
Sinner is very much a current con. I don't think he's an ex.
No,
He is an ex-boyfriend.
yes. Oh, by the way, when he's like, all my first dates have been in a bar, and Fish is like doing the maths, like, I was like 15.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was doing that
No.
same math, Fish.
No. Sinner's first date was absolutely at like 11 years old, drinking in a bar illegally.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let me do some quick math. Using all three squirts. 3 little bits left. He's really scraping the bottom of this cream jar before
He can barely get his one finger in this.
Yeah. Yeah. Before he screws the lid on and gives it back to Sarah, he heals 23 hit points.
Not bad.
And it
Yeah.
looks like a toothpaste tube once it's all like
Mangled?
squeezed out, and he hands it back to her, and she's like, "Thanks."
Yep. That
It was
is
my grandma's, but okay.
25 for 25 health currently for Sinner, which is not a ton, but not nothing.
Mm.
So
that potion.
Now we get to the point of the potion, finding out what that potion is.
What that potion do, honey?
What that potion do, honey? I think you are very fortunate in choosing the potion that you did, and I think you are rather unfortunate that you did not choose to identify it first before the orange one. Here is the green potion.
Man! May hands it straight to Cal.
You can
Damn
you can immediately down it and use those points to heal people if you want.
Man.
Right.
That's why I was like, it's really important what order you choose to identify them in, because I know you're not going to get to all of them, and one of them is really good for you, and the others are maybe situationally useful to you.
Yeah, no, May just gives it to Cal. And May
Okay,
would
we have a quick choice, ladies and gents. I can either be spicy and put on the Jonas ring and get try to get myself
No.
up to 3. Oh, because I haven't
You haven't
attuned.
been to
attuned
it.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
once you
then never
do,
mind.
it is sealed to your finger until you get a curse specialist to remove
Cool.
it for you.
Fun, sexy. All right, well, I'll just cure wounds then.
Okay. Do you cure wounds one person at a higher level, or do you cure wounds twice?
What do we think?
Who are you thinking?
I'm negotiating with a dog right now, so you decide.
What does
What is,
Teddy think?
Yeah, what does Teddy think? What is Cal at?
Oh, full.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Cal is full.
Um,
May is most of the way full.
Yeah,
Fish
don't bother
is
with May.
Fish is pretty low.
Yeah, Fish is like 1/3. Sinner is like what, like
One
third
third.
half?
Sinner's like one fourth around there. Which is, low but doable. Isle and Sarah are both injured, but they're fine. They don't really need it unless you were had extra uses of the cream or something. And Metal's, pretty low. So usefulness would kind of be like, do you want to go? How do you want to split it between Fish, Metal, and Sinner? Essentially.
Yeah, and then have we already done the good berry for Isle?
No, I was going to save that for after the potion, since that seemed to be kind of an unsure thing.
Okay. Maybe just one for Isle, or sorry, one for Sinner, one for Fish. You're trying, Patrick, but you can't make me heal Metal. She'll sit in a fucking corner.
Jesus. All right. All right. Let's roll me those cure wounds.
Okay, I'll do fish first. That's plus 10.
Thank you. Wait. That was me being silly. I silly did plus 20. Anyway.
No, that's what I said. And plus 9 for Mr. Drum.
Sounds good. Sinner getting some health back. Here's the thing. In order for Isle to cast her magic, she needs to drop
She
out
has
of Moose
to.
form.
Shit.
Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
So,
It's only 5
so-
health points. It's fine.
No, let me tell you how it fully works, because I was not entirely correct on the wording. I thought that each person could only eat like one a cast. That is not true. It gets up to 10 berries, and each one heals 1 hit point. So potentially up to plus 10 per spell point, distributed among people. The thing of that versus cure wounds is technically, because the berry is so filling, it takes an action to eat 1 berry. So it kind of like
Jesus.
takes a little time as you're taking a snack, which is why good berry is like extremely useful out of combat, and cure wounds is extremely useful in combat.
What do we think? Should we just do that anyways, or just kind of let Isle play nursemaid in fight when she gets knocked out of Moose?
How difficult is when she comes out of Moose? Will she be able to go back into it?
Yes, she.
But it takes
has-
a spell point.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't take a spell point, but she has a limited number. She can do
Of transformations
a
per
day.
day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm also
She-
thinking sorry, go on.
She right now, and she can tell you this if you ask. She has used 1 of her transformations for the day. She has 2 a day, so she can transform back. But one of the things that makes her such a damage sponge is the ability to bad guy kicks her out of being a bison, and then she immediately turns into a wolf with a bunch of health or something like that. So
yeah.
you
So
are kind
the
of
problem about dropping
her
If she
damage.
loses that hell point.
is we're throwing away the health points.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth
Not
it
worth
in
it.
that
No.
case. Yeah.
Nah.
No.
Okay, we'll just have her. We'll just keep that in the back pocket and maybe be like, Patrick.
Yeah. She currently has the equivalent of 29 temporary hit points on
Jesus.
her right now. So it's kind
Fucking
of
hell.
it's kind of like she can heal other people, but at the cost of herself being a lot less of a damage sponge.
Okay. May would like to talk to, not exclusively to Fish, but direct a conversation at Fish that people are able to listen into. Maybe while the last little bits of cream and stuff are going on.
Yeah, she wipes. She does the Simba,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah.
Okay. And again, she's not this is really coming from a genuine place of wanting to understand. She's not being critical. So as she's fucking fixing this stupid little ponytail, May's Fish, I just don't understand why you think talking to the benefactor is an option after everything he's done. I mean, this is the monologue ink, by the way, just an FYI.
Yeah.
I mean, you rightly give me shit all the time about the damage the British have done in the name of preserving their race and way of life. I mean, you're Maori, for God's sake. You've seen this damage up close and personal. Look, do you know what Lebensborn was? And maybe we'll wait then for Fish to respond.
What was?
I'm probably not pronouncing it right. Lebensborn or Lebensborn. Not sure how to pronounce it properly.
I can't know if Fish knows that, because I don't
That's
know what
right.
you're talking about.
I don't think Fish would. I think they're
I don't think they would
"What the
either.
fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Well, first of all, they're having a bit of a moment where it's okay, you have identified my race verbally to everyone who I've never told before.
Yeah.
So they're having that as a moment. And it's no.
So
No.
I didn't think so. Very few sorcerers ever seem to keep up with mortal news. Lebensborn was a Nazi facility aiming to increase the birth rate of quote-unquote racially pure children, i.e. Fish, a perfect little blonde-haired, blue-eyed German with no physical defects. what B is doing here doesn't seem too far off to me. I mean, if he was so concerned about preserving mage culture and history, he'd be forging connections between sanctuaries and communities, not batch brewing a conveniently ready army of mages. These just don't strike me as the actions of a man willing to give up power. So help me understand your plan. Is there something you know that we don't?
It's just the way that he framed it to me. Is that rather than being a master race, it was a downtrodden race looking for reparations. And I guess, stupidly, I kind of fucking identified with that for reasons we do not need to detail.
Can May roll insight?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, actually, no.
That's a 15.
Fish is embarrassed that they didn't consider this, but mostly is
Okay.
like, it's like, oh, you're actually right. Of course, I was reaching too much to actually like try and look at it from the benefactor's perspective. So he had that thing where it was like, Fish, what would you do to? And so Fish was like, oh yeah, well then I guess I am now equating this side with my side.
Yeah.
And simply did not consider. But what?
And that's clearly the like viewpoint that the benefactor has as well, of being like, I am saving a downtrodden people, and like that's all well and good, but it is like it's still the technology of being like, well, he could choose to design like uber mages. He's seems to not be yet, but he certainly has the capability of doing it, which is an incredibly dangerous thing.
The reason May is also concerned about this is because we know that the benefactor is unstable. Like, he went off the shits at Cal. May is like, I don't trust him. Maybe he means well, but I don't trust it's going to stay that way. Like,
not just unstable, but from his speech before you fought the reflections, he played up like the memory issues a little bit to be less threatening, but they are
that's
real.
What I thought.
He you know, he doesn't know who he is or what he's doing at all the time. He's trapped in the past. Having him be in charge of this great power could mean that like one day he's like, well, if I change this, you know, Mevlin's forces are camped out here and I can destroy this area as a super weapon. And it's like, well, the war's over, so that was just civilians.
Yeah. So May, like, as May, I don't think this is actually what the benefactor is doing, but May, with her experience, would be like,
yeah,
oh, this is like eugenics. Yeah.
Yes. It makes perfect sense that May thinks that. And so Fish is a little bit stunned and is like, look, I don't have any information that you don't, but I just listen. Like, I kind of liked this old guy, and so I just want to fucking talk to him one more time. And
Is Cal an earshot of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody's looking at her. She doesn't look happy.
No. And like Fish doesn't even like, they're not even thinking about that, which is just but thoughtless and inconsiderate on their part. Anyway, I just want to talk to him one more time. And if it doesn't work, we fucking kill him. Obviously.
I guess.
Yeah. May like looks at them for a second, being like, okay, they're telling the truth. They're embarrassed. Okay, like I said, May wasn't being like, are you fucking idiot? Did you not think about this?
Yeah.
May was genuinely like, yeah. So she goes, all right, Fish, one more time, we'll try. And then I guess because she was fixing her ponytail, we'll like tug on it in like a playful, like, we've got this sort of way. And pat him on the shoulder and like, do whatever.
Yeah, and they kind of, you know, like sheepishly, you know, all right, thanks, May.
endlessly funny to me that May doesn't even comprehend that Fish is trying to get their Maori with their face tattoos for anyone to see.
Okay, but so they're also having a thought where it's like, well, now that they've met their dad and, actually trying to connect with their culture and how they were said, like, we've got to find your people and connect with your people. And they were like, oh, I don't have that. But it's like, no, you actually do. They're still, and so it is now occurring to them, like, maybe I should just, maybe I'm being stupid about this. But that's not a moment for now to continue. That's simply the mindset.
As this conversation has been happening and everybody else is kind of like getting their stuff together and getting ready, there is something in the background that May and probably Cal can kind of notice of just like a little more. It's almost like the effect of static electricity in the air. It's just this feeling that once you start paying attention to it, it's like more energy is flowing through these conduits. Things are getting up and ready. It's time to go.
The microwave is about to go off.
Yeah.
Patrick being like, no, battle monologue happens during the healing. It definitely isn't the half an hour of talking.
Yeah. No, it's true. Things need to be a little timey-wimey for things to make sense.
And thank God for that.
Because people who don't have to describe their surroundings talk a lot faster. People who don't have to describe their body language talk a lot faster. It seems everybody's kind of like packing up and getting ready to go, and as you're getting up, Isle says to Kekino, just like ask him to translate for her, I apologize to Metal again for leaving her to deal with that. And then when Kekino says that out loud, she kind of like turns around, looks at the rest of you, and goes, "Oh, tell them all I'm really sorry for leaving." I think it was the right choice for the mission, but tell them sorry.
Isle says
This is one of
she's
these.
sorry that she had to leave for the important mission, but she's here now, and so everything's gonna be okay.
Well, yeah, but
Let's go
from the
fight a bad guy.
Let's go fight a bad guy. From the beginning, I told you all she was coming back. It wasn't me being in denial.
Isle genuinely says it probably not like asking Kekino to translate, just like says for Fish to hear, like, of course I came back. Like it was never her intention otherwise.
Yeah.
And yeah, you start heading off into the tunnel. Really quickly before we get into more, honey, I've been sending you messages you haven't been responding to, and you need to text my mom back about dinner stuff. Okay. As you head deeper into the cave, all setting out, you start to notice as the power ramps up through the conduits and this device just starts charging. The space you're in, this tunnel, starts to open up a little bit. Anybody give me either a perception or, I guess, survival check?
Hell yeah, I'll
Oh.
give you a perception.
What is May's modifier to perception?
Perception +8, and I just rolled a 21.
Okay, can I give you an advantage anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah,
go for it.
sure. What's the advantage? Ah, yeah, 21's still the best option.
Okay.
Cool. All of you sort of notice as this cave starts to spread out, more more of a lived-in feel and more of a damaged feel. You start passing little alcoves that have pieces of broken furniture, charred and scorched. You see the tunnel is cracked and blasted and still scorch marks of high heat flame and energy ground into the stone. You think with a very high perception, you are now in the old tunnel, the first lab, the one that exploded, the one that Crown almost or maybe did die in. Um, and that means you start to see little pieces of past life, past experiments, past Crown. As you walk past little alcoves, you find a bedroom. The only piece of furniture in it that's not dusty and destroyed is a thin bed, seemingly the only creature comfort here used. You can see remains of dressers and side tables and things like that, completely destroyed into matchsticks practically, and filthy, dirty cobwebs everywhere. Seems like the only areas that have really been used are not any of the creature comforts, they're just the work. And as you start passing the first labs, some cables flow off the conduits to power lab equipment. You start passing strange machinery, whiteboards, written with alchemical and magical formula. What you clearly recognize as sketches of possible symbol combinations and things like that. You pass a small cave with a workbench and a number of empty cages, drawings and diagrams and writings about these interdimensional slugs and their abilities, pinned up, writings in Canton's handwriting and in Crown's. You find a desk covered in carving tools and bits of wood, designs posted up for ant constructs to attack the sanctuary. You find labs of experimentation, boiling and bubbling flasks, and interesting, strange machines. And finally, as you come around a corner and the cave gets narrower and more destroyed, more scorched towards the epicenter of this blast from long ago, you find a long room with a long table and a bloody corpse sitting on it. And you all, except May and Sinner, recognize the large, distended body of the Ghost Eater. Head cut off and sitting on the table next to it, arm cut off at the elbow and stretched out, one of the legs turned backwards, very damaged and fucked up and clearly still dead, and the walls pinned up with anatomical drawings of its structure, notes about its makeup and how it combines with and controls others. With the 21 in perception, just glancing over all of these writings and workstations, you see the history. Um, you see the history of Crown's experiments needed to create reflections that were more complicated than normal, that had emotions and responses and could adapt and learn. And that is the pure symbol work that you see. But you see more experiments trying to create souls, trying to give them magic, trying to give them the ability to procreate or tinker with their memories, and in some places the ability to try to control them, to try to have them work as one to take over the sanctuary. And as you continue on, the energy in the room starts increasing, going from just a feeling to something you can hear on the edge of your hearing. Getting louder, and something you can feel in the air and see. As you step into a large cave and notice for the first time the machine the benefactor has built. This large cave, cracked and destroyed by a past explosion, but put back together for its grand purpose, and dug into the cave, spiraling everywhere in bits and pieces, is a large machine, a huge machine, 15, maybe 20 feet tall, disappearing into the roof, full of glass and electricity and magical components. Grand machine, wires and cables, arcane magic running everywhere, running to conduits and to mirrors scratched with symbols, and just in front of the machine, a great mirror, a large mirror, almost 10 feet in diameter, and with May's high perception leading the way and expertise in tool making, an almost perfect mirror, clearly something custom made to have as little distortion as humanly possible. A mirror coated in symbols. The keystone mirror. And across this large space, scattered tables and bookshelves and equipment, you see Benefactor back to you, scratching away these last symbols, altering and changing things in these mirrors, in this machine. As the energy grows, do you walk in? As long as you are quiet, you are far enough away that he will not be able to immediately see you or notice your presence necessarily. It's a pretty big room, and at this moment, May has rolled high enough on perception that I can just tell you kind of like the distances involved. From where you come in, it's more than 200 feet to where Brown is standing, so you definitely have the opportunity, once you like realize he's there, to be able to sneak in, move around, kind of get the lay of the land and figure things out a little bit before you are noticed.
Okay, so player to player, this is my plan, or my idea. If we were to send Cinna and maybe Metal to keep her out of harm's way, if whatever, over to the mirror and hide, And then if it goes south with Crown, we get them to break the mirror.
Oh yeah, smash that bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and then Cal, and I was also gonna have Cal be like, suggest that Fish goes in alone.
Mooney,
But in a bitchy way.
why do we have the same thoughts? Like,
So in that
Just
case,
reminding
maybe,
Alfred.
yeah, Fish goes in alone, like, oh, only survivor of that fight.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, everyone else is sneaking in to counts.
The way this room is set up is actually, I think either May or Fish or one of you with advantage give me a symbol check.
probably me, hey? Just statistically.
And Fish is giving you advantage.
Oh, double advantage. Let's see. Not great. Not great. That's a 13.
With a 13, this is too large and too foreign a idea for you to totally wrap your head around, but you know how machines work, and you can see the cabling and machinery running from this central pillar of machinery with this large keystone mirror running out to a bunch of secondary mirrors that also contain symbol work. And so you think it is kind of like a network. 13 is high enough to be like, maybe breaking the big mirror stops it, maybe it doesn't totally. Breaking the small mirrors probably fucks it up in some ways. There's other ways to kind of mess with it, but the big mirror and the big machine with Crown is kind of on the other side of this long room. So while you could definitely get closer sneaking, you couldn't, not without a pass without trace, and someone as good as Cal sneaking in could probably not get all the way across the room to the mirror, but could certainly get close enough to some of these other mirrors and this machinery in order to potentially fuck things up as soon as it starts.
May and Metal can stand there with their guns. And or Cal with the Shadow Spear, because it has a very long range.
That's true.
About Kakano, Fish is going to walk in with Kakano with them, because if Kakano is not with them, then that kind of implies that he's with someone else.
Yeah.
That means there's
Yeah.
another.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Also, the dialogue suggestion I was going to have is that when they're
Sorry, go on. I just had an idea.
okay,
Go on.
when they're standing out, is that Cal would be like, "Fish should go alone. Speak to their friend."
You're all my friends.
All equally.
Not him.
It's making
it's-
the Ellie face going, the vibes are rancid.
Yeah. And now that Fish has this information, they're gonna go. Is that always the face that? Is that always the way that your mouth is when you're talking to me?
Cal puts her hand over.
I was going to say we could use the potion, the ensmolening potion, but then I was like, but that halves, that makes strength throws shit potentially. So I was going to be like, oh, so we'll just sneak in and beat the shit out of this mirror.
Let's say May and Cal have a shadow spear and gun aimed
Gun,
the
yeah.
entire time.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
maybe
fight-
taking the proper stance on the knee. Sorry.
What is the range on Shadow Spear? I think it's
It's
150.
Big. Yeah.
It is big.
Yeah. I remember that from when we crossed the ravine.
120.
120. Okay, so you would still have to sneak forward to get into a position with the Shadow Spear. You couldn't just do it from where you're standing right now. Which
What about
would
one of
require,
the?
a stealth check? But you'd kind of seem like you all kind of sort of want to get in and stealth in a little bit.
Well, I was going to say, like, what about Cal aiming at the smaller mirrors because they're closer, right? Is that within range? Yeah.
There's kind of this angle thing of like Cal would need to like move like 10 feet to the left in order to get the first mirror. But yes, they're absolutely in range.
Yeah, cool. Oh, I forgot I can use Metal's gun as a bonus action. That's nice. Delicious.
Any more dialogue we wanted to do before Fish moves in?
Yeah, is that the mouth that you always have? And she's like, and that gives Fish their answer, which and so they're like, okay.
All right, so we have Fish and Kekino going forward, and we have everyone else trying to sneak closer. Is that what we're saying? Okay, then I
Except
need to give...
maybe keep Isle and one other person out of the room because we're not doing
Hard to
any
hide a
fucking
moose.
sneaking with a moose, and it's fine. Having a team B is a good idea, anyways.
Maybe Metal stay back.
Yeah, I was gonna say Isle and Metal.
Okay, the moose would have a +1 to stealth.
That's the same as
Well-
May. That's rude, frankly.
I will say Sarah's also a shooter, so I'd say Sarah, May, and Cal all aiming at mirrors. Sinner,
Ready to fly.
maybe back to protect the girls or something like that. He's not really going to be super helpful with stealth or shooting, so.
He does have, he can be a bullet sponge of being like, look at me, and he has a lot of movement.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Him being like right behind the door, him being like what I'm envisioning as like a couple feet behind the girl squad is not something that's going to be difficult for him to close the distance.
Wait,
Yeah.
what? It's 30. What's his movement again per turn?
45.
And it's 200. Was it 200 feet? You said the room was, or yards?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's 200 and something feet. There's like
Mm.
boulders you have to get around and stuff that would probably get it up to like 220. Like
Yeah.
it's
I'm-
almost 200 like as the crow flies.
Okay.
As you sneak closer, it could probably be like 180, 170.
yeah, I'm
before
also just thinking like
sprint.
if we do end up getting to a battle, that's like 4 turns. Unless he I guess you could dash, but like that's like a 4 turn before someone gets to.
If you want to have him
Yeah.
up with the girl shooty squad, that's fine.
That's also the thing of being like there's staying in the back and there's staying in the back. You can still have him move forward and like
yeah, true.
maybe he's in the back and his stealth doesn't matter as much because he's farther away. But you don't keep him like at the entrance.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Work for me.
Okay, so we've got 3 groups, which is Fish by themselves
And the boy.
Kekino.
and Kekino.
So Fish with themselves.
Yes.
Fish with fish.
Metal, Isle, and Sinner, potentially. And Cal, Sarah, and May. Fish is going to be the closest. Cal, Sarah, and May are going to be kind of like sneaking as close as they can. Isle, Sinner, and Metal will be kind of like holding up the rear. Then everybody but Fish needs to give me a stealth check.
Please God.
Okay, we'll do
Oh.
Sarah first because she's in front.
That's a 7. May trips. Sends the gun flying. Echoes. through
It's a
the
6
cabin.
for me. I rolled a natural 2.
Girly pops.
And that is a 9 for Sarah, which is
We're all
just
really
like,
nervous.
just like she's walking normal, just like kind of kicking rocks sometime, but everybody else is being so loud, it makes her look like the pinnacle of stealth.
Fuck.
All right.
Fish
then
can make
I-
an extra loud entrance just to be like, "Oh yeah, I've been kicking shit around."
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da.
let me roll for Sinner.
Fish
Isle, and
creates
Metal.
doors to dramatically slam open Cusco
And
style.
Cusco.
Yeah.
Okay, they've got fuck, what's it called? Thaumaturgy, which can make doors and windows fly open.
There, you could.
Wait,
don't
come
we
on,
still
you
have
the benefactor.
Crafting stone?
Here,
Oh, yes, we
here's
do,
the
we do.
thing. Wait, what?
We do have the soundstone still.
You do have soundstones, and also thaumaturgy is like, generally speaking, that affects. So if you want to like rattle mirrors and like make machinery kind of like shake and stuff like that with thaumaturgy, you absolutely can.
Fuck yeah.
Would that give
Yeah.
us like advantage or something?
Not advantage, but it will lower. It will lower things a little bit by distracting. Okay, for stealth, Sinner got a natural 1, which is a 2.
Oh,
Yes.
baby girl. It's not the
wait.
day for it.
Oh no!
What?
Fish is the one with the stealth armor, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fish gets advantage on stealth as the only one not rolling. Okay.
Oh, they quickly shuck off the jacket and throw it in his face. Just wear
You can
that
do that
on
if you
your
want.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we discussed the plan with Fish, so Fish might have been
Yeah,
like, take my jacket, girly pups.
Yeah, so they take off the jacket.
Here's the Cal, right? Go on.
Well, I mean,
Go
no,
on.
all these rolls are Cinna
Yeah,
got
true.
in that one, right?
True.
So
They give it
take
to
it-
Sinner wears it as
Who
like
loses a
glove.
bonnet?
and they hang it on his head like he's a hat rack.
Yeah.
Sinner takes
go.
it, and having familiarity with May's kind of magical objects that she makes, is able to kind of wear it as like a half cape in a way that still like has the components like properly pressing against the skin.
Is he ready for the yacht club?
Maybe. And
Okay, but
I
like
will.
you tie the sleeves and it's like right here. It's
Yes.
a choker.
He flexes
Oh.
it burst.
I will give him that advantage so he can roll
Nat
again.
20, baby.
Also,
Hey.
Metal has a coin. Isle has a coin.
They do have coins
They do have coins.
to
They
exchange for
did.
goods and
They were
services.
there. They were
We're
No,
never
no.
gonna use
Metal-
them.
Metal definitely has a coin. Does Isle have a coin? I thought she might have used it or given it to somebody.
I don't think
Sarah.
so.
Okay, then yeah, we'll say Isle has a coin. I know there's 2 left. I just didn't know who had one of them.
I used mine. Fish hasn't used theirs.
Yep. Isle gets a 8 for stealth, and
God.
Metal.
That's with the coin.
No, that's not with the
Okay.
coin. And Metal has a 10. Good job.
Good job, Metal.
Um,
She just doesn't want to draw any attention anymore.
Yeah, I think unless you're explicitly like this stealth is the most important thing ever, they would just kind of like take their bad rolls because they're in the back. But Sinner will absolutely use his advantage.
What do you guys think? Because I think it's now or never.
Yes, it's now or never.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah.
Okay, then yes, and
The
Cal is
egg was
like.
about to go off.
I think
But
when
you could also, because you can use it for other people, it can also be like, oh, getting into a good position is great, but if the benefactor is like spell of kill fish, then I want to use it to like make him miss or something.
Oh my god, that's what power word kill was the whole time.
I mean,
Um,
May does have 1 spell point left, which I'm going to use on the silvery barbs. Ideally, like, not on
Yeah.
this though, but yeah.
what do you
Uh,
do? We want to use it for stealth, or do we want to save it?
Visually,
Absolutely, I don't think it's too metagamey. If Patrick's like, "Oh, you got to give her a reason," it's like,
I
"Well,
I will
everybody was
say,
being wild stompy boots." So Cal was
Yeah,
like,
I
"You
will
guys
say-
be fucking quiet."
I will say, remember that the coin works for one roll, so it would be one person. And generally speaking, the stealth has been pretty shit for everybody. There
Okay,
has been
fine.
better and worse, but it has been pretty shit for everybody.
Fine.
I will tell you that Sinner rolled with advantage now, and instead of a nat 1, he got a nat 2.
That's the
Alright,
power
well,
of the
we're fine.
jacket.
Have fun, fish.
You couldn't see through the jacket, yeah.
That's the power of the jacket. It's true.
God.
Here's the real question: what does the benefactor get in perception?
I'm
Minus
before you-
20, perhaps?
Before you do anything,
I
I'm
rolled
really
with
tempted.
disadvantage, and
Yeah.
the DC is pretty low because there's a big room away from you. But let's see what he got.
I mean, I'm pretty tempted to have May just chuck a stone in the opposite direction, to be honest.
I mean, you could definitely like chuck a stone at Fish's feet when Fish is already like making noise to be like, "Don't look over here, look at Fish."
Yeah. Because, I mean, I'm not really going to be able to use it any other time.
Okay. So you're stealthing in, and you're trying to generally like kind of speak, they like sneak and hide behind kind of equipment. You know, get the shooters are trying to get within easy range of mirrors, and backup squad knows they're bad at stealth and is just trying to like get in a position where they can run in and help. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Then with that roll and that, I would say that gets about here, gets about here, about here. You end up kind of sort of behind equipment. How stealthy you were basically helps determine how close Fish gets as well before like making noise to distract from you guys. And then this group gets over here, right there. As the others stealth out, not being as quiet as they can be, unfortunately. Everybody is so fucking tired. And they're making a lot of tired people mistakes. You are walking out into the room, not making tons of noise yet, but ready to kind of draw attention to yourself, Fish, being like time to talk to crowd. And at just that moment, Sinner walking in is staying low, just trying to stay out of sight, curling around, puts his hand on the rock wall, which was damaged in the explosion, and the whole thing collapses, and it just goes at the exact moment that Fish does like thaumaturgy on all of the stuff to be like, oh shit, we're going now. Look at me. And the benefactor turns around. Do you say anything, or do you let him speak?
No, Fish immediately goes, all right, so about that lesson.
Oh, hello, Fish. I didn't expect to see you again. You are Fish, right? Not the reflection?
I'm the real Fish because I'm the survivor. Is that ambiguous enough to count? Can I roll a persuasion on that one?
I'd say deception. Yeah.
Real Fish saying, I'm the real Fish. Oh, it's a lie.
I mean, it's trying to kind of mislead and confuse.
That's 10.
10. He looks at you, and he's got a little bit of a smile for you, and a little bit of kind of like a crazed but also dazed look in his eye. You can tell that the stress is getting to him a little bit, and he's maybe not 100% sure about what's going on. You know, his mind might be wandering a little bit, and he says, Fish, I would love to give you a lesson right now, but I'm a little busy. Why don't you come back later?
No, I don't think I will. I think we're on a bit of a limited schedule.
He kind of sighs and puts down the tool that he's using to finish scraping the symbols and says, yeah, we are. And he steps away and turns towards you. He doesn't get close to you. He's still on the other side of the room, but he's like turned away from what he was doing to look at you.
Viz is just going to be like casually, conversationally, like approaching as they, as they go. Has he got anything to say?
As you're moving closer and walking forward, he says, yeah, time is the one thing we don't have. That's right. You're the only one that survived, right? No, she told me. She told me Etika is dead. Etika's dead.
Yep.
Volate. And Reflection Volate steps out of the dimensions in between and puts a hand on your arm, stopping you from walking any closer. Just like appears right next to you, stepping out of a dimensional pocket. She said that Etika died, that she was shot. Is that true, Fish?
It is. It was quite gruesome. Nothing she didn't deserve, though.
You can see like sorrow and some pain on his face as he goes, she was always a little too bloodthirsty for our mission, but in many ways she was like a sibling to me.
Yeah. Obviously, you cared about her, otherwise you wouldn't have kept her on, thinking that she was so bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
And, we keep liabilities around because we care about them. Kind of what the Sanctuary did with you.
His gaze kind of sharpens as he kind of settles into himself, and he looks at you, glares, and says, huh. Well, if I'm a liability, then I will show you exactly what the Sanctuary was protecting. And starts to turn around to go do the things again. You kind of goaded him into being like, I'll show you how tough I am. Liability
no, fuck you. No, fuck you. I've got a note that I wrote at 2 a.m. So he turns and feels like, I was curious about you, not you, Crown, but you, the benefactor, since I first found out about you. Yep. Canton Flex office. He did you dirty, B. He promised more than he could give you. And, you couldn't provide those slugs. And it looks like you're kind of doing the same thing with your reflections. Promising more than you can give them.
No, the time for promises is over. Now is the time for action. I will give them everything that they need to be mages, to be sorcerers, to restore our people. Our people, Fish.
Our people? And be like you.
Agreed. There won't be any more like me. Broken and weak. No. They'll be their own people.
You are trying to control a future that isn't yours. You had your time. Crown had his time. You need to let go.
His time was taken from him. Do you think it was joyful having him die in my arms after Cleric Angelus betrayed us? You little snake working with Mevelin to raid us. Always wanted power, yes. That's what the cleric wanted always. Always power, didn't care about the dream, didn't care about the future. He just wanted control. Necromancers and their control. We tricked her. We changed the formula. No perfect reflection for her. Yes, she got the magic, and she cost her all of her little followers, all their souls, tore them apart. Tore her apart. Edeka was better, faster, stronger, killed her, killed them all, and then came to me, because I had the vision. Do you think it was good being tortured? Do you think it was good having our notes stolen and sold off to that idiot Brash? No, we are not done until I say we are done. We have had too much suffering. It will be time for the others, but not until I'm finished.
You are finished. This vision you talk about, you're fucking blind. You are finished. This is not about your say-so. You said, I'm the future of sorcerers. I say no. I say it's over. You're a sad old man. Fucking accept that.
Give me a persuasion check.
$18.
Kekano advantage?
Gekano advantage, perhaps?
What has Kekno been doing?
Being
Gekano
cute.
He's okay. Honestly, he's probably been like, oh fuck.
Kekno, if you gave him instructions beforehand, can probably be like kind of, his version of speaking is about kind of emotions and images, so he can kind of be like giving, the images of kind of like the hardships that you come through to beat the benefactor, the like harm it's caused to people to get here today. If you think that you would have made Kekano relive a little bit of trauma and told him ahead of time, you can get
Perhaps
advantage.
just a little bit. And there's also another thing to be said, which is I don't want to fucking fight you. I don't. I have no interest in it. And that is something that I'm affording you that is better than Crown's enemies, that Malevolence people ever afforded you. Mercy. So, like I said, sit the fuck down.
Okay, give me an advantage on that persuasion check. Just roll another one, whichever one's higher.
No, the 18 was good.
Okay. So, for a total of 18. Brown looks at you. And you can see that your words have hurt him. You can see that he is considering it. And he said, Elder Volate, you said your reflectant is dead, right? Then you are the true Elder Volate now. You have a duty to protect members of the Sanctuary. Remove fish from here at once. Bring them back to this world afterwards. And allow them the opportunity to teach the new reflections. They can guide the new people into this future.
Teach them. Sure, I'll teach them to hate you. It shouldn't be hard.
If that's what you think is best. And then he turns back to start activating the machine. You have avoided out-and-out aggression from him. You have avoided kind of immediate combat and danger and damage, but with his nat 20 to resist your persuasion, it is just a little bit too little. He has bought you time, he's bought you energy, he's bought you a lot of things. And he has also bought you the ability for your friends to get a little bit closer, as well as hostilities to not engage immediately. But there is also, unfortunately, a consequence of this request of his, which is that Elder Volate, Reflection Volate, now real Elder Volate, is going to try to keep you safe and keep you out of this world. So if I just pull up the spell here, where is it? There it is. Elder Volate is going to use the remainder of her spell points.
Okay, can I stop you?
Sure.
Can the others hear all this going on?
I was going to say a luck coin, if not the silvery barbs.
I was going to say, otherwise May's going to throw one of the sound stones to, like, startle them and give Fish potentially the chance to, like, move out of range.
You, with your very poor stealth, you have been able to move close, but probably not close enough. Silvery Barbs has, I believe, a range of 60 feet.
Yeah, I wasn't
that.
Thinking silvery barbs, I was thinking the sound stones.
Yeah, and since Fish does not currently have the coin, it would be...
They have a coin.
Why would they not?
They have their coin.
No, didn't you use the coin? There's been 2 coin usages so far.
No.
Was it one
there's
medals?
been one. You told off-screen Isle has used one, is the story you've told us.
Okay, well, then that's true. Okay. You have one and Metal has one. That completely contradicts what you were telling me earlier.
What
so
were we telling?
that's
What were we
confused.
telling? What were we telling you earlier? I don't want to be
Isle had
lying
one
to
and
you.
Metal had one. That Isle had one and Metal had one.
That's what we thought because
Yes,
they've been
and
off,
also
they've been off
Fish.
screen.
Right,
Fish
okay.
Cal
also
is
has
the only one who's used one from my recollection.
As far as you
Cal-
know. So-
Cal used hers. One of the two of them did. Fish still has theirs.
Yeah, okay. Fish has one and Metal has one then. Fish, you can use a luck coin either to re-roll your persuasion or the benefactor's kind of
Resistance.
resistance to it. Also, Volate is gathering a spell that she is pushing into you. You can try and get two chances at resisting that. Yeah. What do you want to use a luck coin or something in this moment?
Yes. Since you already described it, so like, the dialogue is still canon, but it's just like, no, think about it for one more second, Grandpa. And then he turns around and is like, no, you know what? My nat 20 wasn't real. I've rolled a nat 1. I think you're great. Is that what the go is?
Fish goes, let's get you back to bed, Grandpa.
Essentially, before he says he instructs Volate to send you away. We would be going slightly back in time.
Okay. Luck coin, his resistance.
Luck coin his resistance.
Yeah.
And
Right,
allow
okay,
me
fine.
to read
Let's fuck up a nat 20.
my inventory description. Coin of luck. Effect. In all lowercase. Fuck you, reroll.
Yes, and it's for anything, any role that you can like see or are aware of. All right. The benefactor has a +1 to insight, which is what I'm using for this.
Shit.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that when you have magical Alzheimer's, your insight is not great.
I was just telling Allie about fucking Elise's +17 to insight.
No. The benefactor's like really good skills are perception, deception, arcana, and performance. Pretending he's not a reflection. Things that are very important for him. So if he rolls on the die an 18, 19, or 20, he resists. If he gets lower than that, but it's close to Fish's roll, he will be not like totally sold because he has to actively stop the machine rather than like start it. But it will definitely like buy you time. And if he rolls really low, you may have convinced him to just like shut it off. All right. You say, I'm the future. You've said it all the time. I know better than you because I'm the future. It's time to let go. And he looks at you and kind of deflates a little bit against the rail and starts walking towards you a little bit, shaking his head very sadly, and says, maybe you're right, Fish.
There's no maybe about it.
Arrogant little shit.
Oh,
Crown
well.
was too. Crown was too when he was young.
So, what's the plan? You gonna turn off the machine?
He turns and looks into the kind of heart of the machine, past the mirror, and you can see in there, since you're much closer to the others, were deep in the heart of the machine, a object that was described to you before, the ampule. And he says, I don't know that I can. No. If I stop it, If I stop it, the other reflections will die. They've done nothing wrong, nothing but orders. I can't kill more of our people. Fish, work with me, please. We will.
You've killed plenty. You sent the 4 reflections of me and my friends straight to their deaths. You had no problem doing that. You don't even have to see. You can just stand there and close your eyes. I'll do it.
I didn't make that choice easily, Fish.
But you made it.
You and I, we can work together. I'll show you the math. I'll show you the symbols. I can teach you. You can see what we're doing here, and you can make changes. You can make changes to the symbols for the next round. It'll take another month for it to charge up properly, create new reflections. You can teach the ones we've made. You can teach them what you know, what you want, this future. Please don't kill them. If I show you what they're capable of, what we're capable of together, and you still want to turn the machine off after these reflections are whole, after they are people, and just not make more, I will. I agree, and I will understand. But I cannot let you kill these. Please, Fish. Please. I can't let you kill them.
I have seen what a fully realized reflection can do. I'm not sure I want many more out there. But if you think you have a solid argument, not so cruel as not to listen.
What was that roll? Secret roll?
What?
You rolled your dice.
No, I didn't.
Oh. I thought I heard it.
No. Would you want me to roll? Do you want me to
The
roll?
soundboard hung up, if that's what you thought it was.
There was like a clunk, like you were rolling dice, but also the soundboard was fucked up and I had to restart it. So,
Okay, maybe I don't know if this is an accurate explanation, but I have a nervous tick where I like pop off my phone case and pop it back on, and it makes a slight noise.
I do hear that. While
I
you're
have been doing
so.
it. I've been doing that.
Also, I
matter.
will point out, I Ink, you do roll dice secretly more than any of us do.
Yeah, I just do it for fun.
No, I love it when you're like, I rolled a secret dice wrong. Like, snaps.
Yeah. Yeah, Crown is saying let the machine go off, let them fully realize themselves. You know, the reflection of you was programmed to try to kill you as part of his plot, but most of the regular reflections are just following orders that they don't even necessarily have anymore because Etika's dead. And he's saying, let this go off, let them become real people, and I will genuinely give you a say in what happens in the future after this to the machine. Give me an insight check on him if you want.
Yeah. 7.
With a 7 insight check, he seems totally and completely sincere. You're just a little worried of being like, he's sincere now, but you know, if his mind wanders, maybe he won't be sincere again. But also being kind of in a position to like stop him more easily if you're kind of on his side a little bit. That's also worth considering.
All right. Well then, although it is like distinctly on Fish's mind that their reflection and May, Metal, Cal are all still out there, and they don't really want that, but like they are aware that there are plenty of reflections, like Evelyn, for example, who are like they're just that's a new person, and eventually like the memory of being a reflection will go away, and Angelus is dead, so there's no orders. So they fucking think about it and go, how much longer until it goes off?
Only a moment.
It's been a moment.
A moment more then. And he keeps walking towards you. This has been, Fish didn't get like super close because of everybody's bad stealth rolls, so this has been kind of a louder conversation. The rest of you have heard it. You were definitely close enough to get this conversation. If you disagree with Fish, you can also just like pop off by starting shooting. But if you leave this to Fish, yeah.
Yeah, Fish also, real cool and casual, pops Kakano down on the table and thinks, go for it. if
Me
he
about
can-
to be like, Cal hates this, but does unfortunately for her trust Fish, so wouldn't do anything without an order.
Just real casual, kicking it down on the table. If you can go to the fucking core of the machine and then blow it up somehow, that'd be really great. However, like I've acquiesced where like I'm willing to be like, yeah, no, sure, let it go. So if you don't make it, then just get back here and pretend you didn't do that shit. But go
And you're
for
giving
it.
these orders to Kekano?
Mentally, yes.
Okay. Give me, I would say, a technology check, which is just a D20 since you don't have proficiency.
Technology is about to go crazy. Oh, that's 19.
Ooh.
Thank you, Bill
19.
Watts.
All right. Cool.
Alright.
In this giant construct of spinning gears, humming machinery, and electricity, this would be the equivalent of having Kekano try to sneak into a giant blender. A giant electrified blender. This is absolutely
Oh.
like, it's theoretically possible.
I
Get to the
was reading
ampule and
this.
try to blow it up. Kekano is probably going to die.
Okay,
I was
come back,
reading
he's
this
fine.
as Fish being like, Crown's not gonna pay attention where the fuck my seal is. Kekano, go tell everybody to just go hog wild.
Oh. No, my thought was, no, we're sending him to slam on the stop button.
So here's the thing.
It's
If
like-
you are saying if you are saying get into the machine itself and like fuck it up, get to the ampule and blow it up or something, that is super dangerous. There is controls. There is a control panel by the giant mirror that he's walking away from.
Okay.
That you can't see what it is, but you can just see that he was like pulling levers and stuff. So you don't know
Alright.
how like labeled it is, for example. But
Yes,
you can
but
absolutely
May-
have Kekano try to sneak off and do that.
But May, she didn't build the ampule. She built the machine to find the ampule. But like, she's got experience with the technology. So I don't know. The will of Mooney reaches Fish, and they're like, "No, don't do that. Put Kakano on the table. Go get the others to let them know that turn the machine off. / destroy it if you can have the opportunity. But I'm gonna stand here and pretend that everything's cool. And then afterwards, I'll leverage my position and we'll fucking kill him. We won't let the thing go off again. Don't even worry about it. That's the plan.
Kekano sneaks off. Let me do perception checks on Crown and Volatile to see if they notice.
Unfortunately, we know he's good at that.
Then Kekino just kind of like he's
Oh.
on the table and he's
Can
like,
Can
Yeah.
Fish slide him like a drink across a bar?
Sure.
Roll him.
Yeah.
You slide him down as he reaches the end of the table. It kind of like dead ends on some like rubble, and he kind of rolls off and ends up in a tangle of the cables. And he goes, "Hee, that was fun again!" And then he's kind of like out of view of the benefactor and Volatile, and uses that to try to sneak away. Fish gets to May, Sarah, and Cal, and gives them the what Fish is thinking,
Which is go shut off the machine / wreck the shit out of it.
And
You all heard him. We only have a moment.
As the benefactor continues to walk down, Volatile allows Fish to walk forward to meet him, and the benefactor comes up, this very old mage, starting to become stooped and worn, tired, so tired. Comes up to you, puts a hand on each of your shoulder, and with a little bit of tears in his eyes, says, "Thank you, Fish. Thank you for helping me with this dream. And together, we'll work on the next steps." And pulls you into a hug.
Fish hugs him and goes, "Yeah, I get it. I understand. I was being harsh earlier. I'm sorry. I'm with you. And if you want me to roll deception on that, I shall."
Go for it.
Nat 1.
2.
For a
But let
total
me-
of what?
For a total of...
You have good deception, so
For it, yeah, okay. So for a total of 9.
okay. For a total of 9,
But he's only got +1 inside. He won't know.
this is kind of everything he hoped for, was someone from the younger generation, and especially Fish, who he kind of picked out as a potential successor, accepting this. And so he says, "It's all right, Fish. You've got a lot of passion. I'm just glad we're on the same side now." And that is how things stand. Does anyone else want to kind of try to sneak around or kick things off?
I think May is kind of torn herself because V makes some good points. But still is also like, we need to shut this thing down. She's going to look at Cal to get a sense of like if she's in disagreement with Fish being like, fucking get rid of the machine if you can.
Sorry. Yeah, no, Cal. You know the meme that's like watching a movie and shaking my head so everybody knows that I disagree with what the characters are saying? I do think that has probably been Cal throughout this entire conversation with me, where while May was like, "Oh, I understand the point," she was just like, "No." But yeah, absolutely. I think he would have even before she realized that like May was looking at it, like Cal was like prepping herself to like sneak further out, try to like gathering shadows in a hand, like blah blah blah. She's like, "Yes, finally, Finally, Fish gave the fucking sign. I was starting to get worried that they weren't. Then I have to assassinate Fish.
Yeah, okay. I think in that case, May's like, okay, I've got to do a hard thing. Let's do it.
Okay. Are you popping off or trying to sneak closer?
Ink, what's going on up there?
Girl, you're gonna be doing a hard thing for the rest of your life.
Look, God willing. Sorry, what were you saying, Patrick?
Do you want to sneak closer or immediately pop off? He is not actively manipulating the machine anymore, but you can still see it is gaining power.
Yeah. Okay, can it be feasible that while Fish has been talking, May's like been studying the machine a bit closer now that she is closer?
You're still pretty far from it,
Okay.
but if you give me like a tool check with disadvantage, I will say that you can glean some details.
Yeah, okay.
You get +6 to your tool checks.
So it can't be, yeah, it's shit. It's an 8.
You certainly got some information. Yeah, you can see how it's linked together in kind of like a circuit. There's a lot of redundancy in the circuit, but it seems like kind of like the big mirror is the main thing. The big mirror on the machine on the far side of the room. That is what ties it all together. That's what keeps it operational. What seems to kind of like channel and focus it and maybe like speed up the process are these other mirrors and machines like around the room that have their own symbols. You're kind of sort of hiding behind one, so you were close enough to like take a look at some of the symbols, and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. This is like, you know, if you and Fish doing symbol magic is generally speaking like writing a really good sentence, this is somebody who is creating a single spell by writing the entirety of Ulysses. This is just so incredibly complicated, like beyond what most people could imagine a symbol spell could be, and is clearly like old. This is clearly like Crown was working on this for probably like 30 years before he died, and then the benefactor took over and worked on it more and refined it. Like, this is a huge undertaking. This is a life's work. This is a magnum opus. And with an 8, you can't really tell how fragile it is, but you do know that it's complicated.
With these small mirrors, could May feasibly push one over?
You could you're close enough to see that they are like integrated with part of like a stand of machines. There's like a pillar of machinery with like essentially like a Tesla coil going off and some like readouts and things like that, and then a mirror covered in symbols. So like just going to the mirror and tipping it over, not really, but going up to the mirror and like smashing it or something, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and when Fish sent on their instructions, do they say like try and be sneaky, or is it just fucking go for it?
Just go for it.
Okay, cool.
Also, real quick comment on the Ulysses thing. It's a long and great work, but you can still break the fucking spine.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, May is going to motion for Cal to sneak closer. And Sarah, I guess, maybe, under the proviso of, like, I'm going to smash this and get, like, it's going to get their attention. While I'm doing that, you guys keep going and, like, break the big mirror.
The main thing here is time. You know, sneaking closer is going to allow
that's a good point. Yeah.
Charge up, while setting off gives you, like, the maximum amount of time, but also, you know, is more dangerous because you're like, here I am. Let's fight.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, May's just going to stride forward, unloading both guns into the big mirror. Unless Finks, you got something?
Yeah. Just wondering how difficult it would be to grapple this man and perhaps force him to drink a transgender potion, in parentheses, animal.
There is specific mechanics for that. It would take your action, if you did a grapple check and then on your next turn tried to do it while he was still grappled, it would be easier.
However,
Okay. Hmm.
however, his insight
However.
is shit. So you could be like,
Celebratory
Grandpa-
whiskey.
Grandpapa,
Okay,
I have brought you
here's the
a
thing.
treat.
It's like, hey man, are you dehydrated? You look like you need to. I think you have to have a drink. Hold on, I actually have
a
something.
Pepsi.
I have some
You're like, I
Pepsi.
went into the future. It's called Pepsi. It'll
I have
save
it.
you.
Yeah, fuck, I've forgotten what it was called in the 50s, but it had a name at this point. What was it
Cocaine.
called? No, it was a
Cocaine
thing.
juice. Cocaine juice.
La cocaina.
I referenced it in a previous.
We're gonna be like, have some heated Dr. Pepper, a delicacy of this time.
Some medicinal.
Have some Brad's drink. What a terrible name.
Maybe fish should like fake drinking from it so it looks safe. It's like, oh, how
Yeah,
delicious, how
cheers.
refreshing.
Here's to our new, like, fucking empire.
Here's another thing, though. One thing to consider. Reflection Volate is right next to you, and she seems.
And we're gonna give her a sippy sip after.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have to do Grandpapa first.
She seems like kind of unconcerned with like you know, king making with the benefactor because she has like done her role in a way. She killed the person she's supposed to kill. She's the new elder. She's going to take over the sanctuary seemingly with the any other elder reflections they make or don't make. But she is close enough to potentially notice something hinky about a
About this stank potion.
bubbling yellow potion.
But if we start with the moonshine, and we're like, it's just moonshine, and then this is my nice wine, you could be like, it's moonshine, baby, and she'd be like,
May has it though, unfortunately.
alcohol, okay.
you could certainly do that.
Alternately, we mix them together.
Just kill him. The combination kills his frail old grandpa Vase
Okay.
immediately.
And here's the thing. I'm hoping for a shit animal. But he'll probably get
A
the
tiger?
fucking... He'll get the elephant or the tiger or the eagle
mean,
and he'll
here's
fly
the
away
thing.
and escape.
An elephant or a tiger cannot do symbol magic or push a
True.
button.
Yes.
True.
So I just want to like make clear my thought was like, all right, turn into a rat or a trout or a clam or just something, and Fish will, and like
Step on him.
we get him in a cage, and so then when he turns back into a man, he's in a cage. It's just we've got him restrained.
Look, I just want you to know I'm in full support of this plan, and that's why I'm like, we go full fucking like Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah.
Alama! He's supposed to be
Okay.
dead.
Mhm.
But like, I'm not trying to detract from May's actions
No.
at all. Like this is
I
happening at the
think-
same time.
Yeah, I think this is a thing where you can certainly try to do that, but I think that if it is now going to pop off, we will have to roll initiative, and we will just do kind of a surprise round where Fish can decide whether they're going to try to trick them into drinking or not. So I will say, May, give me the attack rolls for the first and then second gun, and you are shooting at the big mirror, correct?
Yeah, and if possible, because she can see the big symbols, maybe kind of trying to target that, but otherwise just blam. Crack the fucker.
If you call your shot, it's obviously a lot harder.
Mm.
Your energy revolver, you are within the normal range of the big mirror. You've gotten close enough. Metal's Derringer, you're in the far range.
Okay.
You're actually in the very far range, which means you can't shoot the big mirror with it, but you can shoot the close one.
But doesn't my sharpshooter feat ignore range limits or
I think it
disadvantages
doubles.
imposed?
I think it
Okay.
doubles. It doubles it, which actually, let me
'Cause I think I've
double-check
doubled it
the
here.
wording of that. Oh, it's not doubled. It is increased by 50 feet. What is?
So that's why I've got brackets of 80.
What is
Yep.
50 plus 80?
50 plus 80 is 130.
130 means it is just within range with disadvantage, because that is the one in parentheses is the far range, the maximum range. So yeah, you can actually shoot with both. Metals will just be with disadvantage.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right.
Cool. Give me those attack rolls, and we will talk about that happening. And Fish decides whether they're going to try and poison this old man.
Okay, I'm rolling to hit first, though. Yeah, like I still need to do that in this instance. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. That is 23.
Okay, 23 to hit.
Yeah.
So that's you did a d20 plus
7.
7. 23 definitely hits the Keystone Mirror, and roll to see if you hit with Derringer before we do damage.
10.
10 misses.
Yeah. That fucking gun.
Yeah. One of the things you are now having to face is how objects work in this. You'll remember when you were potentially freeing Jonas. Doing damage to the symbols was a little complicated because it had what is called a damage threshold, which means that essentially in order to not chip away at something with chip damage, you with a little nail file going up against a stone wall is not going to do anything. You have to get over a certain amount of damage in order to do damage at all.
Yep.
So go ahead and roll your damage for the energy revolver. And what is
6.
Fish doing? 6? Okay, we will resolve that in a moment. And what is Fish doing?
Takes the transmogrification potion out of their pocket. Goes, well, hey, to us, right? Not no. This is not not canon dialogue. No, I take that back. It's not okay. To us then. Your turn now.
Takes a sip and goes to give it. Give me a performance or deception check to fake the sip without actually drinking some.
It's an 18 either way.
Okay, cool. And then Volate and the Benefactor are going to do their insight. Okay.
Cool, Volate.
Cool. The Benefactor says to the future. Takes it. Starts to shoot it back. Volate's arm darts out and grabs his wrist before he can drink it, as she knows that this is not safe to drink. And now we have got to roll initiative.
Listen, at the end of the last battle, you described her as looking kind of uncertain, and so I thought that she was cool. Bitch. She's not cool.
I mean, she is not necessarily okay with all of the taking over thing, but also her reflectant is already dead, and it's a little too late to not be okay. But yeah, it's the kind of thing of well, I would also probably intervene if someone pulled out a gun and tried to shoot someone on the street, and I wouldn't necessarily be but that's Hitler. You know? So yeah, okay.
Yeah, also
there,
not safe to drink. It's not poison. It's a potion.
Fish goes,
I-
they're recreational drugs.
recreational drugs, guys. Okay.
Why are you
what
such
we're-
a square?
What we're gonna do
What are
is
you
a
fucking straight edge? Jesus.
what we're gonna do is a surprise round. I think what we're just going to do is for the first round of initiative, we're going to ignore Fish's and May's turn because they're doing their big things. That's just going to happen first up. Then everybody else is going to get a turn because they're surprised. The Benefactor and Volate essentially miss this first turn as they're as a bunch of stuff happens to them. You got the chance to like get off shots and like damage stuff and do stuff. So let's roll initiative for everyone.
Dirty 20.
7.
7.
Hold on.
7.
Cal is
Yeah.
a 20. Fish is a 7.
17 for May. Ink, how do you feel about May carrying on the Fish, you thought you killed me. But I'm
Oh my god, please. Yeah. You thought you bested
Everybody
me.
coming up being like, you thought I was dead?
didn't even check the pulse.
Yeah, it was like, oh, well, you all went down, so I just kind of was, no, alright.
Ooh. Okay.
Sorry, can we also take a quick, 5-minute pause so I can use the bathroom?
Oh, you pissed
I'm-
on screen!
I'm going to be rolling initiative for a little while, so
Like 10
absolutely
years?
go for it.
Okay, yeah.
What I will say was, what I was going to say was, we are going to have dinner coming in
Yeah.
a little bit, and it seems like a kind of natural pausing place.
Yeah, cool.
So I think in a little bit we are going to actually take a dinner break for like half an hour or something.
But you
But for right
can't-
now,
You are allowed.
Oh, I can't
right
be a
now,
piss baby.
I'm just rolling initiative. Go
Yeah.
on.
Alright, BRB.
Now that she's gone.
Okay, we kill May, bring
Benefactor-
back the
The
reflection.
benefactor rolled
Yeah.
a nat 20 on his initiative.
Fuck.
Who did?
The
Don't know
benefactor
where-
for a total of 21.
But it's fine, we got a surprise round and he's not in it.
That's true.
And also Cal also got Cal got a 20, so it's not that much worse.
Yo, I want to explain my logic behind transgender potion in parentheses animal, which
It
is
makes perfect sense to me. You don't even need to. I get it 100%.
okay.
But yeah, if you want to explain, go for it. This is on the recording.
I know that you reward creativity. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Ink, I just want to say how much I loved, and I was waiting for the opportunity for someone to be like, make a comment on Cal's mouth, and then her to be like, shit, I forgot that those thing.
And doesn't it make perfect sense for it to be fish?
Yeah,
Yep.
no. I really love it because it's in a way that neither of them would find at all weird to be like, you paying that hard attention, baby
Mm.
boy?
Okay.
Also, I just want to say I have been feeling sick like all session, not in a COVID way. So if I've been like acting weird / turning my camera off a lot, that is why.
I mean, I've just
That's
noticed you
alright.
running to the bathroom a lot.
Are you alright? You doing okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
It's
what can I do for you, even though I'm in another country?
figure out what the fucking birth control I'm supposed to be taking for my PMDD is.
Mm.
Sometimes I wish I just had a guinea pig who would just take meds for me.
Okay. Dinner and aisle. Oof.
So that
Oh,
nat 20 that
I
B got.
Yeah.
No, you didn't hear that. You didn't know
I did.
that.
My piss isn't that loud, thank you very much.
Isle was very much caught on the back foot and got an initiative of 3.
The back hoof.
Yep, back hoof. Sinner, I always forget, rolls initiative with advantage.
Love that man.
And it's
don't forget.
it's
I
so
remember.
crazy. It's so crazy when you stat a character to be a big boss and then he ends up being your friend. You give him a lot of really cool shit that you probably shouldn't have.
I know.
Um,
Well, then on the other
You
side,
have no
I'm
one
like,
to blame but yourself.
I know.
Can a lady come? And you're like, no.
You got to draw the lines.
Okay, Sinner is a good fighter who is higher level than kind of should be as an ally. Elise is a goddess.
Isn't she like, what did you say? She was like level 17?
She's level 17 or 18, yeah.
Yeah.
Sinner is level 11. Okay. Sinner.
I think one day we should do a level 20 campaign of Fortress Bones, just like a little short one shot. I think that would be very cool.
I think that would be
When we face Jonas again. It's
Mm.
like, hey!
I've always thought that that would be fun to either do a True Name one shot or just like a phase like late one. I would not set anything in phase 2, so late phase 1 era of just like these as like professional ass kicking adults in even though they're already adults who are just kind of help like set in the War of the Sanctuaries kind of thing. And I don't know if that would be full level 20, but that would still probably get us up to like level 17-ish.
On the topic of names, thank you, God, thank you, Christ, thank you, Patrick, for canonizing Sweetheart.
It was good. I was also just thinking about how blessed Cal is without knowing it, that Fish has managed to hold on what little restraint they have to not bring up Wiggleworth.
That's what all the restraint is actually going towards right now.
Yes, that's
gonna
literally
say,
everything.
It took them 2 seconds to be like, I'll should lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
They didn't tell Sarah though, so I guess small mercies.
Math. Okay.
It's my poor sister's birthday on Sunday, so we're trying to figure
she's sick.
if there's anything we can grab or do for her.
Amogus.
We could do a Mogus.
The problem is, don't you have to buy a Mogus?
It's free.
It is?
Yeah, there's
And cross server.
there's microtransactions, so you can
Oh, really?
you
Oh, yeah,
can
but
make your
we'll
little guy look cooler
Yeah.
or whatever, and so all the
I thought it
freaking
was
hero-
I thought it was like a one-time purchase of like $15, and there was no microtransactions. I guess I was wrong. Then I can probably also play too.
Are you guys available on what would be your Monday?
Yeah.
It's called being polite. Ink.
No, I have to be in the office on Mondays, unfortunately.
Well, we'll do something else with Bridget, and then we'll maybe do a Mogus on your Tuesday.
That, and that. Okay. Ignoring people who do not go this round, that is going to be Cal up first. Well, actually, May and Fish up first doing their thing. Then it's going to be Cal and then Metal on deck. Let me get you your Owlbear's rodeo link.
Are the bears so owled today? Are the bears going to help us roll well?
So owl today.
Hey, Patrick, what was that
Yep.
fucking sigil circle in Crown's office? I didn't ask you that last time. What did it do?
office or
Oh,
the?
sorry, the
The elders.
yeah.
It
The
was
next
a circle of like minor truth telling.
Mhm.
So it would flash with any obvious lies, so you can't lie to the elders when being debriefed or giving reports or anything. There was also hidden in the Grand Mage's desk a like switch that you could charge up and would essentially teleport someone directly into a jail cell. Like bypassing the teleportation restrictions of the sanctuary. It's the only thing that can, because it's tied into the system. So it's this emergency, like, you lied to us, so you're sentenced to death. We're taking you to the holding cell. But yeah, nobody got like a high enough Arcana check while in that area to notice that, and it's purposely very hidden. I'm not even
Yeah,
sure
cool.
Crown knew about it, which is why I knew about that effect, which is why I was like, eh.
This is a very detailed map, Patrick. Holy shit.
The gauge reminds me, Ellie, of how everywhere we've got the signs that's like, here's how much danger of fire it is today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
That
how the
That was one of the
littlest one
inspirations.
is
Really?
Specifically the Australian fire gauge, yes.
Jesus.
he puts in the effort for us.
Yeah,
Right
I'd
now-
need to see one that doesn't say catastrophic, personally, but
Right now, it is, as you can see, orange, yellow bleeding into orange, and as things will go up, it will increase.
okay.
And yeah, this is about because you didn't sneak forward and take that time. This is about how much energy it has gained. You're gonna figure out the mechanics of this hopefully real soon. But yes, if that fills, the machine goes off.
I imagine breaking all the little mirrors will help. Sorry, Patrick, go on.
I also want to
How's me, little mouth?
Yep, Cal's mean little mouth. I also want to introduce you to some new tools I added to Owlbear since the last time. On the right-hand side, where the tools are, you'll see a new one that's AoE. You can now make your own AoE measurements for spells and stuff, and it's not nearly as fiddly. Yeah. And then there is also, if you look at the top where it has like players and the dice tray where they do, where you can roll the 3D dice and stuff, there should be one that is character distances. If you click on a person, it should tell you the exact distance you are away from all of the other tokens. Which
Noodle
means
rolled an 18. What does that get me?
Noodle rolled an 18. That
Yeah.
means Noodle is in the game now and is playing Kekano.
Oh, so Kekano got an 18 in initiative.
That is just a little thing where you can be like, oh, it's going to be like everyone within 10 feet of me. Who's within 10 feet of me? And you don't necessarily need to measure as much. That'll be, occasionally useful.
Yes.
Sorry, Patrick, can you show...
Not a big game changer.
Sorry, Patrick, can you show that again with the automatic measuring?
So if you look on the upper left side of the screen, there should be home, players, dice, and some other things. The one on the far right of that is a little measuring tape that's character distances. When you have a character selected, it will tell you the distances to
Oh, wow.
all of the other people.
Yeah, cool.
And it should keep DM information secret, right?
Well, we'll see.
Who do you see?
No, I said we'll see if it keeps it secret.
No, if you can see things right now, then it's not keeping it secret.
No,
You
no,
can just
you were supposed to say, I mean, like, we will find out whether or not it does indeed... never mind.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you open the thing right now, you would know whether there were secrets in there or not. Because I have, tokens that are not visible, because they're just for me, that I might include in here. When you roll the dice, it gives me a nice little zoom in of
I saw
what you
the
rolled.
4.
Okay. And
The amount of detail you put into this map is really ramming home that this is the big
The
one.
final battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary.
So Fish, for example, is 5 feet away from the Benefactor, 5 feet away from Volate, 65 feet away from Cal, 65 feet away from Sarah, 70 feet away from May, 85 feet away from Isle and Sinner, and 90 feet away from Metal.
Out in no
So-
man's land.
And kind of by themselves, but that also works for like enemies. So you can really quickly like click on the Benefactor and be like, okay, and I'm Cal, and he's 70 feet away. Okay, that's within range. So that's what that's for. Then are we ready to begin?
Well, you gotta have dinner.
I have not gotten the text that is ready. So, if you'll wait just a moment, I can go see if food is actually here. Otherwise, we'll probably do like one round of combat and then pause. Okay, be right back.
How do we fuck him up?
How? Okay. So
I'm gonna shoot the shit out of him.
yeah, shoot the shoot. Okay. Fish has in their inventory an elemental stone where when damage of a matching type is dealt to an enemy creature,
I
the
just
wield.
don't like how Patrick. What? Sorry, what?
I could hear what Ink was talking about before you cut in, honey.
Whatever, I already have it in my fucking favorites list, so if he's checked my character sheet, then he already knows what I'm planning, because I've put in parentheses what the element I want to use is, and the spell that I'm going to use afterwards after that, so he already knows.
Let me double check how elemental stone works, because it's possible it might be random, but
I'm pretty sure you told me I can pick it.
Yeah, I might have said that. I just don't remember, so I'm looking it up real fast.
Is it fire? Because I mean, I do have a quarter of the highest quality moonshine on my list.
Oh, sorry, it was that was the wrong bottle. Here, to us, to the future.
The alcohol content shrivels him up like a husk.
Oh, so the stones don't change. You buy them of a specific type. So we'll just say you bought a necrotic one.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
That's what it is. It's not random, but you know, you don't like pick and choose in the moment.
Gotcha.
Okay. Are we ready to begin?
They went to the crystal store and they were like, obsidian.
Exactly. All right. As Fish tries to turn the Benefactor into a little rat, and May pulls out her guns and fires at the big mirror. In almost the same moment, Fish's arm is grabbed and stopped, and the bullet, pure of energy, bam, smashes into the mirror and is seemingly absorbed. Didn't quite do enough damage to damage it, and so you know the damage threshold is higher than what was it, 6? Yeah, you know the damage threshold is higher than 6. With that, we will start with Cal with Metal on deck.
Shadow Sphere.
Shadow Spear.
I will get, in range if I.
Against, I believe you are. Let me double check, but I believe you are just in range of Shadow Spear. Oh, you'd need to move like a couple feet. That's it.
Hey.
Are you shooting the mirror?
Or wait, are we doing the mirror or are we aiming for the ampule?
So the ampule is kind of like in the heart of the machine. Breaking the mirror would be enough to stop it. You're not even really sure if the ampule can be destroyed. One of the very early lore things was that the Sanctuary kind of tried and couldn't figure it out. So if you target the machine as a whole, you can also do that. It's probably a lot harder than breaking the mirror.
Okay. Then I will aim for the mirror with a shadow spear.
Okay, let's get you forward a little bit. And as you can see, you are all right next to this minor mirror right here. And we'll do that attack roll. Who is Kekino with, by the way?
I imagine, went down to May and Cal. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's
So you
exactly
want to be
right.
with Cal? Okay. Then if Fish wants, Kekino can give Cal advantage on this attack roll for the mirror.
Dad, can I help Caligulus? No. No, yes.
We're one of the
he
bad
saw.
guys now, son. We're gonna make new reflections.
I saw her mean little mouth.
hmm
I thought that she might secretly be smiling the whole time, but no.
Womp womp.
Wow.
But no, Kekino can help.
Burp. So it's my flat roll. I'm just double checking just to be good about this. My flat roll plus my spell attack bonus.
Yes,
Okay, so that's a 24.
24. But you didn't get a nat 20, right?
No.
Okay. 24 definitely hits. Roll damage for me. And
Sneak attack?
and let me review the exact wording of sneak attack, because I don't think you can sneak attack objects. Yes, one creature you hit.
No, hang
You
on.
cannot sneak attack
Hang on.
objects.
I'm pretty sure that Cal did in the ruins. Because she took out a map.
I'm not holding myself to that, especially because those were kind of like constructs in a way.
Mm,
You said that I got to sneak attack a wall sconce.
yeah. Yeah, that was it. It was the sconce.
That wall sconce had a life. It had a
So you said-
family.
But the magic fucking mirror doesn't.
Filled with souls. Souls of
Correct.
thousands.
All right, go ahead and roll damage. Regular damage for sneak attack.
Man. You're mean to me.
Hey, if you run close enough to do like a thing on the benefactor or whatever, you'd get sneak attack there.
And then you could go, boo, and really put the fear of God in it.
Okay, this is mean. But what if we try and use the dementia against him? It's like, oh, the ampule already went off.
The ampule already went off, Grandpapa.
So it's like, where's my dead spouse? Oh, they're just out right now. Don't worry.
Yeah, Jesus. 3 damage.
No.
All right. The shadow spear just splashes against the glass and does not damage it.
May turns back to Cal and Sarah and say, change of plan. Should we go for the little ones first?
Yeah, works for me. All right. You have a bonus action and movement still.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense for Cal to get up in the action and get start using Shadow Wave, which has her 15-foot cone. So I think I'm just gonna bonus action hide.
Okay.
Get
You
over
do
by those
also-
nice little rocks with Kekno.
You do also, the way it works is you can do, because Shadow Spear is a cantrip, you can do another spell that is a bonus action and not a cantrip, if you have any of those.
But I don't have any spell points.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep. So you're going to hide. Are you gonna move at all first, or are you just gonna?
I'll scooch over past that big electrical thingy into these rocks.
Okay, into these rocks. You got it. You scooch over here and you hide. Give me your stealth check.
Oh, and I didn't use my advantage with Gekino. I don't think I need it though, but I'll do it for this just to be safe.
Oh, sure. Yep, you can use this for your hide check. Yeah.
I could have tried to nat 20 the fucking attack roll, but I'm willing to just let
But
that
it
go
would
for
have
now.
double damage.
Yeah, but I forgot to say it.
No, that's fair. Okay, give me your sneak roll with advantage.
Okay, that's a 21.
You disappear. You are a shadow. That brings us to what would be May, but she went at the top of the order with her shot. So that's going to bring us to Metal with Sinner on deck. Metal is going to, now that things have popped off, is going to shout out, "Are we just trying to destroy the mirrors?"
Yeah, like May yells back, "Go for the small ones!"
Okay. And is going to yeah. She is going to run around over here. Get to about up there. Yep, she can get to about here, and then she is going to gather up a little bolt of fire in her hand and throw it at this mirror right here. That is going to be. That is going to be a +6 to hit, which brings us to a 14, which hits. Now we do damage. Okay. Where are my d8s? Okay. She throws a bolt of fire at this machine, and you see it. Damage the machine, melt some of the wires, and the glass start to crack as she did 9 damage. It seems like that was okay amount of damage on the mirror. Nothing spectacular, but it did definitely hurt it, which, you know, you can tell that means these smaller mirrors are a lot weaker. Okay.
Sorry, Noodle. Oh, sorry everyone, I wasn't muted.
That's okay. We can hear you talking to Noodle. That's all right. Okay. Any bonus actions for Metal? I don't think so. I don't think she's gonna any that she's gonna use. Oh yes. Yes, she is. She's going to see all the stuff going on. Ooh. Is she going to do that? Let me check her spells. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty better. Yeah, that would allow her to do that. Okay. She is going to concentrate on her magic, and her last meta magic points disappears, and she gains 1 spell point. She's now up to 2. All right, that is going to be Sinner with Fish on deck. Sinner heard May say go for the mirrors, so he is just going to charge up to this one. Bonus action, rage, and is going to take 2 attacks on the mirror here. Definitely hits. And that should be... Okay. Gotta do my big tons of math for Sinner, of course, as always. Could be better, honestly. It was okay.
I mean, Sinner's okay is still like 5 times the damage the rest of us do.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, that is 30 damage to the 30 damage to the mirror, which certainly passes the damage threshold. And you watch this mirror here absolutely fucking shatter immediately. First hit really like crunches it. Second hit, it no longer exists. Okay. Boop, boop. That mirror is gone. And now he is going to use the rest of his movement to get about here, because he's charging for where Fish is. Alright. Mirror number 1, gone. That is, so the mirror has between 90 and 30, 9 and 30 HP. Yes, correct. That is going to be Fish with Sarah on deck. Oh wait, Fish already used their thing to try to poison.
Yeah, they don't get to move this. It's this spread around.
Poison benefactor. Okay, then that.
However,
Hmm?
dialogue.
You can absolutely say something. Yeah.
Thank you. Volte grabs their wrist and they go, Elder Volte, what are you doing? Excuse me, Elder? What have I done to offend you? What the fuck? Oh my god, they lived! I had no idea.
You thought we were dead, Fish, but we've come back to get you.
Fuck!
You're here to pay for your sins.
Oh god, but there's so many.
Jesus.
We'll write a ledger.
Yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you, Meglin?
All right. That is... Yeah, that hits. Sarah says, okay, we're just shooting this thing, and runs up kind of blocking the other's view behind the machine, and just takes out her handgun instead of her rifle and shoots into the machine here.
Did she not hear May say the mirror?
No, the mirror and the machine are the same.
Okay.
God, why is my sound dying all the time? A glitch.
Union Force breaks.
Maybe it's also Union. Okay, she's going to unload on the mirror. Yeah, one shot. Which is gonna be 8 damage on the mirror, which overwhelms the damage threshold. So there's 8 damage on mirror number 2. That brings us to Isle with the Benefactor on deck. Let's see. We got a big old moose who can run 40 feet, and fish is in danger, so probably runs up to here, and then double moves to get up next to fish. A rock's in the way, yeah, so she'll end up here. Just big stampeding moose coming in. Yeah. Okay, and can't do any attacks or anything this turn. Boop, moose Isle. Okay, that brings us to the top of the round with the Benefactor. He whips around at the people running in and smashing his machines and goes, "No!" And turns to Fish for a moment, Fish and Volatile, and goes, "Take care of them." Before he turns and runs to get back to the controls.
You got it.
Is there? You could technically take an attack of opportunity against him as he leaves, but that would, give away the game.
Well, I want to know about the status of the potion, please.
It is still in your hand. It has not been spilled, and Volatile is still holding your arm, but you are not technically grappled.
Okay, well, they're gonna be like, yeah, we're on it. Can I have my thing back? Because if he's not gonna drink it, then I will.
She releases your arm.
Thank you.
Okay. He is going to run to here and then double movement to get back to his control panel in front of the mirror. And then free object interaction. He is going to hit a button on the controls. That brings us to Cal with the lair on deck. Oh, also, this was just the top of the round, but our food is here. Do we want to take our break here and do our dinner break?
Yeah.
Yes.
I am going to cut out the sound just because it is
We don't want to
dying
be
anyway.
Attic.
We can do like some nice, maybe we got some like nice jazz piano or something like this for the Inkcast.
Girl from Ipanema.
I don't know. What do I have?
It's Ink Radio this time. I do the singing.
There you go.
That's strong jazz.
You get cool jazz. Enjoy your jazz for the Inkcast. We will be back in half an hour, and we will be ready to hopefully kick some butt. And I will be ready to kill you all. Okay, goodbye.
Patrick, before the game, Patrick came up to me and said, "Kiss for luck," and then I gave him one, and then I was like, "Is it for me or for you?"
And then I kissed her a bunch of other times and went, I wasn't counting, so one of us has it, and then ran away.
It's
Okay,
an even divide.
Yeah.
No, one of us has all the luck. We've siphoned the luck from the other. Okay, goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Inkcast. My stomach is growling, and so I'm going to actually look up. So I did have breakfast. Rooney, when you're listening to this, I ate breakfast. I had 2 croissants. And I'm going to go and get something else. And then I'll be back, and then we'll continue the Inkcast. Don't get me wrong. I love fish. But, let's say my next character will be someone much more low-key. I've got ideas. I've got right ideas. I'm very excited for Ellie's one-shot. I know she's gonna do great. I can see that she's like worried, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. And that's what matters. Friends having a fun time. I'm excited. I'm hyped to see just how it goes and what the story and yeah. And been working on this character that I hope to use for it. Now, listeners, you may be aware from the everything about me that I am a fab, but non-binary, specifically agender. That is, I am agender, as in there is simply none. But it's just easy to say non-binary, and like that's the shorthand for that's the other one that it is, you know? And if people are interested, then by all means, you know, go ahead and explain. I simply don't have any gender about me. Why am I talking about this? Oh, sorry, yes, I got it. What I'm saying is, it is difficult for me to be referred to, for me to deal with being referred to with she, her pronouns. And so it's for this reason that I'm, you know, I'm not uncertain. I like this character that I've come up with, but she would be a she, her. Also, perhaps an it's, depending on how others react to her. But very much a she, her in full to me. And, of course, she is a character and separate from me. But still, I would be responding to she, her as playing her. And I have been, like, wondering a little bit about, am I gonna be cool with that? I think so. I don't say this to, like, worry anyone, make anyone feel bad. No. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I think it's really cool and interesting, the phenomenon of how, like, your starter D&D character will generally have the same gender/pronouns as you, the player. Because, you know, you're settling into your first character, and you're wanting to... But you are not your characters. I know this. I firmly believe it. But, like, you gotta start out with some similarities as you're... getting into them, and then, like, next campaign, if you're a she, her, well, now you can play he, him, because I feel like you're gonna, this is not a hard and fast rule. This is simply something that I have observed. Anyway, point is, she, her character. I think, pleased to meet you, remember the Watershed Collective as the name for this cell that Jacques was a member of and Tone probably was the leader of, but that Fish does not remember that shit. So I personally would like to be like, tell us about the Watershed Collective. Give us the details. What year was it formed? What year was it disbanded? But but that's me, entirely separate from Fish. Fish, who was really just interested in being like, there's a bee, is there? Secret identity? Sure, would like to know who that is. So like they genuinely were invested in uncovering that the whole time. And then it's just like, oh fuck, thank God it's someone I already knew. No. So that's an easier thing where I can just conflate the two identities now. I wonder if he prefers Benedictine, since he wrote under that name a couple times, and because Benefactor, Benedictine. That's for Patrick to say, of course. And okay, I'm saying this is not like a serious issue. It's not like whenever he's referred to as Crown, I'm like, no, you're dead naming him. No, it is not. It's not like that at all. But whenever it's Crown and not the Benefactor, like after this point where it has been established that he's like, nah, that's not me. That's not me, guys. You know, it's not a serious thing. But I have a moment of like, God, shut the fuck up, he doesn't want to be called that. When the Remedy Odell reveal happened, I exited the frame in a humorous manner. I had simply taken for granted that, yeah, independent sensitive. Yeah. Oh, fuck. We're getting there. We're fucking working on Mayfish friendship. We gotta get there. I want nothing more. It's simply that Fish is a piece of shit little asshole. In parentheses, affectionate. If the sound of me chewing is bad, like I say, Patrick, just fucking cut it all. Cut it all. No ink cuts today. Speaking of cutting, no, that's terrible. But I've been working on the edit that I'm doing of the reflection battle. We're at nearly an hour, which is what I've cut down from, I believe, 3 and a bit of the original recording. Like it's you know, it's all action. Like cutting out, like I've kept some out of character chatter in because we are so fucking funny. We're hilarious and we're so charismatic and charming. But like it's very much intended to be like a, here's the story. Who's back? It's him. It's the man himself.
It's me.
What'd you have for dinner?
I had Chinese food.
Nice. Preferred dish?
There is a local place to us that has an award-winning, like American Chinese thing that is like a dry braised beef dish. It's not. Not only is it not traditional Chinese, but it's not traditional Chinese American food, but kind of its own unique thing. That's my favorite.
Favorite dish of mine is Mongolian lamb. It's got chili in it. It's spicy.
Yeah, I can't eat it because it's spicy, but I do like Mongolian lamb.
So, how do you feel about relinquishing control to Ellie for the one shot?
I am enjoying the idea of taking a break and not paying.
Well, you've earned
character.
it. Like, first of all.
And yeah, Ellie's really excited about it, and I want to see what she can do.
Yeah. I think it's going to be great.
I think so too.
Hi, Minnie. What's your preferred dish of Chinese? The silence is staggering.
I'm not even sure she's actually on the call yet.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, sorry. I apparently hit mute. It's a hard question. Because I kind of lean more of like a nostalgia lens, like because I'm like Chinese food is like whatever, so I'm like more specific. The
Sorry, this sucks, but this is the honest truth. The garlic noodles they served at P.F. Chang's when my mom was alive.
Nostalgia's as good a reason as any.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, they don't serve those noodles anymore, and it's really funny because I didn't like P.F. Chang's that much which is a like kind of like bougier American Chinese place here. But I didn't really like it that much when she was alive, and now I see it, and I'm like, it tells Patrick whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, P.F. Chang's, I want to go there, and then I tell Patrick, I'm like, then I sit and I realize I don't want to go there. I want my mom to be alive.
Yep.
also, I just want you guys to know that I did in fact order this little guy.
Your camera's off.
I can't
I
see
know.
you.
I'm texting it.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad.
Also, hon, you laid down and sound so much more sleepy.
I'm not sleepy.
Yeah. Ink and I are making significant eye contact of the sleepy whine.
We're making the same fucking face.
Okay, here's the thing. Sometimes like an hour goes between rounds, and I can use that to take a quick little cat nap.
I don't think that's how it works.
This is the Dungeon Meshi Adventurer's Guide, and I wish I could have a Well-Dressed Bones version of this book.
Yeah, I want access to our wiki and our TV tropes page and all that shit.
I like the idea of a TV tropes page because I think the idea of having somebody who specifically like adds like tropes for like cowfish, and somebody is like, put that in the fucking your mileage made berry page. It's not
Yeah.
canon. I like to imagine those kind of fights.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I ordered a little guy.
Yeah, that's a good guy.
I also need to order. I keep forgetting to do this. I have a sketchbook that I bought 7 years ago. Actually, no, I think like 8 years ago. And it is my favorite sketchbook. And it was the one that I started drawing. My brain was like, this was my favorite sketchbook I ever used. And I still have a couple pages left in it. So I will take because it has rippable pages. I'll rip out the extra pages and I'll see if I'm willing to draw on those because I like this sketchbook so much. That was the first drawings I ever did for Well Dressed Bones. And I tried to fucking find the sketchbook. But it has no like markings on it, and like I could not find it anywhere. I was walking around Comic-Con and I saw this man drawing in what looked like my fucking sketchbook, and I was like, and I do think it is mine. It looks so close. And then the one he was drawing in did have like a little like embossed logo onto it, so I was able to look it up, and I was like, yeah, so this looks like my sketchbook, and I checked. They were at the event I bought the sketchbook back in like 2016 or whatever. So I'm like, I do think 2 + 2 = 4. And if I order it and I don't like it, it's not ridiculously expensive for a sketchbook, and you know, I could also like deal with it. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but no.
Are we getting back into it, lads?
Yeah, sure.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll cut the jazz.
Oh no, we don't have jazz for our big fight?
No. We have other sounds for a big fight.
Oh, right, it's my turn. Damn it! Me being my relaxation mode, and then I'm like, oh, fuck, wait.
Yep, it is Cal's turn with the lair on deck.
God damn it. Okay. Just because I'm in a decent enough position for it, I am still going to Shadow Spear Big Mirror.
You're going to Shadow Spear the big mirror, not the benefactor, right? Because they're the same distance.
That seems like a stupid idea. Yeah, still gonna go for the mirror.
Yep.
Um,
Well, you're attacking from hiding, so you get sneak attack on the benefactor.
what do you guys think? I mean, I guess Fish is gonna be like, yeah, I'll go get those bitches.
Yeah, that is the plan.
Here's the thing. You are attacking from hiding. You have advantage on this attack no matter what. It's only a matter of, do you want to add sneak attack damage to it or not?
Well, you wouldn't give me attack from hiding for the fucking mirror.
You weren't technically hiding. I didn't give you the sneak attack damage, was the issue.
Okay, so this is separate from, but so I wouldn't. So Kekano advantage doesn't matter. A Kekano advantage would be the equivalent of like a free action, right?
Yeah, you could have
Or like a hide or
Kekano,
something like that.
Kekano use
Okay.
your hide. On Fish's turn, Kekano could go help someone else. If you don't
I
use him
will
for anything.
say, I do think that if Cal overheard Fish talking, it would make sense of being like, this guy is more easily dealt with when his tools are broken. So we'll go with attacking with advantage for the mirror.
Okay, for the mirror. Sounds good.
That's a I believe that's an 18. Yeah, 18.
18 to hit. Okay, definitely hits. Give me your damage roll.
Uh, 15.
15. 15 damage overwhelms the damage threshold. You do 15 damage to the Keystone Mirror. The mirror immediately cracks in a big way. That was a ton of damage for it. And you see Crown turn around and hiss in anger at you as you basically fire over his shoulder at his machine. Well done. All right, rest of your turn.
I will do. Yeah, I'll do a shadow wave over Whittlemere.
Okay, Shadow Wave over Whittlemere. Does
the mirror have advantage in wisdom saving throws?
Here's the thing. What happens is you wave your hand, the big shadow wave comes out, and nothing happens. Because the mirror automatically fails wisdom saving throws, but is also immune to psychic damage.
Oh, all right.
It's a mirror, it doesn't have a brain. Yeah, so that does no damage. Okay, still got movement.
No, I don't think I'm gonna move. I don't want to. Let's make it still fucking difficult for Crown to get to me.
Yeah, and you are kind of in cover, so he can
Yeah.
snipe. He can't snipe at you as easily. Okay, that is the layer action with May on deck. As Crown runs up and hits this button, you see the machine start chugging away faster and faster. As it does, energy flows into these smaller mirrors, and out of them step new perfect reflections. Except for the one that is broken. Alright, now it is the reflection's turn. Reflection is going to go over here. Is not going to try and shoot Isle because Fish is kind of in the way. This reflection is going to come around here and threaten Sinner. This reflection is going to get over here, and that's a good shot on Isle. This reflection is going to come over here. Cal, who is no longer hiding, and this reflection is probably just going to jump up for May immediately. Okay.
Fish shouts out, "Faye, you said that we're minimizing taking Reflection's lives."
We have a right to defend ourselves, Fish. We
Yeah.
can't allow them to stop this.
Defend ourselves. You're just bringing these people into existence directly into danger.
We
Faye,
cannot allow the machine to be destroyed. And they are already breaking it. I'm sorry, Fish, but this is the lesser evil. Okay, and then we're going to have these reflections do some stuff. Do some
I say-
things and stuff.
Before action,
I can't. You're cutting in and out. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Is being born not an action?
No, being born is not an action for this specifically.
It's being an action in the Catholic Church.
It's true. Yeah, this necromancer, necromantic reflection is going to go over here. It is going to hide. And then it is going to immediately attack from hiding to shoot Isle in the back with a shadow here. Hit. That is... And... Okay, that is 7 damage to Isle. Which comes out of the moose. Then, yeah, that one can attack. This one is a little too far. So you just gotta worry about these guys. Okay, cool. The reflection by Cal is going to run up. And gather fire in his hands and burning hands, Cal. I need Cal to make a dexterity saving throw, please. And this is going to also target Kekino as an area of effect.
$16.
16. Okay. You absolutely save against it, so you take half damage. All right. You take 8 points of fire damage as it burns around you.
We can let Ken tell him. You guys can see. Scandalous.
You're really cutting in and out, hon. What are you saying?
I said it can catch Cal's hem. You can see her boots now. Scandalous.
Yeah. And because you saved, Kekino does not take damage. Then this last reflection is going to yeah. It's not going to risk that because Sarah's too close to the equipment. So is going to shoot at May. That is a nat 20. Okay, May takes 11 points of damage and is blasted backwards into this wall, taking another 2 points of damage. Boy, That's the damage to May. It is now May's turn with metal on deck.
Yeah, items automatically fail deck saving throw, I'm guessing, yeah? Because it's an item? It's a stationary object? No deck saving throw for it?
What fails? What?
A dexterity saving throw. I'm thinking of
for the
doing
mirror.
Sacred Flames. Yeah.
Mirrors? The way it works is it's a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage and a really, really low dexterity modifier. Technically, it could pass the saving throw, which represents of you just kind of missing. But yes, dex saving throws are very good against stationary objects.
Yeah, alright, yeah, I'll do Sacred Flame on it.
On the mirror?
Yep, the one closest to me.
Okay. What does it have to beat?
That's my... It's been a long time since I cast Sacred Flames. What is...
Your spell save DC?
Oh, 14.
14.
Yeah.
Okay. So 14. You get a -5 to dexterity as an object that does not move, which means that it needs to get a 19 or 20
Very
with
good roll.
with disadvantage. Nope.
Cool.
Yeah, roll your damage.
Alright. First off is an 8. Love that. An 8 again. 16.
Okay,
Let's
16,
break this thing.
max total damage. All right. The Sacred Flame isn't really fire in the true sense. It's
Radiance.
It's radiance. It's light so pure that it burns. And as you call upon the Sacred Flame, the mirror starts vibrating and vibrating and vibrating and vibrating as some tone beyond the edge of human hearing gets louder and louder and louder, and then it cracks significantly, but does not quite break. It is very close.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action to shoot the closest reflection with Metal's gun.
Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, go ahead and give me that attack roll.
That is an 11.
An 11 for a energy reflection does not hit.
The world's
unfortunately.
worst little fucking gun.
Yep, just fire and just pew, just past it. Yeah, you know.
No. Hate this gun. Okay, in that case, May is going to move, I reckon, just behind Sarah, like taking cover.
Okay, if you want to take cover, you can try and take cover behind the machine, like right here, or you can try and like bury yourself in these rocks right here.
No, I'll do right behind the machine.
Okay,
Because I can fire point fucking blank into it.
yes, no, very true. All right, that is Metal's turn with Sinner on deck. Metal sees a bunch of people come out of mirrors, thinks to herself, "Oh no, not again," and is going to use her 2 remaining spell points to cast Dragon's Breath on herself. You can see she breathes in, the heat of her breath starting to create licks of flames, and then she is going to run around to over here and just burn this reflection here with her action, which is going to be a dex save. Okay, cool. Okay. Spell save DC, just like May, is 14. That is a nat 1, automatically fails. This thing is going to take full damage, which is going to be 13 points of fire damage. Burns everything, and there's nothing to really catch on fire in there. And you can see the reflection looks pretty fucked up. Not totally gone, but not doing great. That's movement, action, and bonus action. Okay, that brings us to Sinner. Sinner is going to run up, use, he'll use his 2 main attacks on this reflection. You see is a beefy looking woman who is swinging a short axe around. Kind of reminds you of the guy who wants to wanted to wrestle and got his ass kicked. Ooh, miss. And hit. Man's gotta roll so low to miss. Okay, so that's this. Okay. Is... That is 19 points of damage. He just punches this woman. He comes in with a hook that the woman ducks under, and then she goes ha, and then he punches her straight in the throat, and her throat collapses, and she dies. Goodbye. That was his attack. His main attack, and then he is going to run over to Volate using the rest of his movement. I'm going to take a swing at Volate, which hits. Okay. I'm planning on it. Yes, it will be. Volate just gets hit with a pretty light cross and takes 11 damage. She's pretty punch drunk. Fish can see. She came into this with very low health. She's not doing great, but she's still at least on her feet for now. She didn't have the bomb. It's very true. And has not had long enough for a short rest.
Fish, sort of looks at her and just and gestures with the potion, like, do you need a little something?
Maybe. Because it is now Volate's turn with Fish on deck. Volate is going to look at the potion you're holding out and say, "It's health."
No, it's sleep meds.
No, I mean, you technically could lie, because she would get help.
We do. It's okay. One, we're already lying.
True.
Two. Feels like, no, it was just something to give the old man to calm him down.
Then no, thanks. And instead is going to turn and use all the rest of her spell points, which she was going to do this to Fish, but you flipped your coin. I need Sinner to make a charisma saving throw.
Hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
What's charisma? What's his charisma stat like?
Negative 100.
Yeah, it's 100 plus
For
0.
me, plus 100 for everyone else.
I said negative 100.
No, because I'm considering whether or not I do silvery barbs. Because that's a heavy hitter to lose.
Yeah, potentially.
Also, you're a simp.
Yeah,
Also, you're a simp.
but
Oh,
also,
here's the question: what's the range on silvery barbs?
let me check.
Yeah,
60 feet.
You were out of range.
Ah, that's- Shit. Okay, I need to get closer then, regardless, to the machine. I suppose. Hey.
Yep. Sinner is
Yep.
80 feet away from you.
Yeah. Okay. But hey, I stopped you in time.
All right, let's see how Sinner does. He has a +0 to charisma. Volate is a elder of the sanctuary, probably some of the strongest people in this country. So he has to beat a DC 17. So he needs a 17, 18, 19, or 20.
He can do it.
No fucking way. That is a nat 20 to not get banished. Volate, takes her hands out and puts her hands on his shoulder. He vibrates immediately out of this dimension and then is suddenly back and knocking her hands off and pushing her away, as just like in the split second he could get away from it, he does. Big money move that did not do anything, unfortunately. And also a action. Volate is going to use her use her displacing ability to bonus action disengage and run. Get out of Sinner's face at least. Okay. There we go. Okay, cool. That was the last of Sinner's movement. That was Volate. Time for Fish with Sarah on deck.
Does Crown know any specifics about Fish's magic?
That is a good question. Brown is very good at magical theory and would understand that Fish is an esoteric, but does not necessarily know the specifics of it being like connection magic, for example.
Okay, so if, for example, Fish fully turns around and finger gun points at Cal blasphemous darts that are aimed at the mirror, well, they will just go, whoo! If
I
Fish
would make
says-
you roll a deception check, but yes, that he would automatically know you did it wrong.
If Fish says, I missed, they don't, it...
Yeah.
No.
No, that works.
Alright. Finger gun at Cal and like winks at her. And goes, alright, I'm gonna fucking get you, you necromancer bitch. Boop. Now let's roll.
Okay. Roll the damage. The cumulative damage has to be high enough to beat the whatchamacallit? The thingamabob.
Wait, are you speculating that, Mooney, are you speculating that I'm left-handed, or are we saying which hand is being used?
Which hand is for the finger gun?
The hand with the fingies.
A hand that has
I
fingies
assume
on it.
both of their hands have fingers.
the you know what the three.
That's what I meant. It's their left hand.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I pointed my left.
Excellent.
Okay. Sorry, we're just getting the Yeah. Alright. One of them does okay, 2 of the dots do 3 damage each, and then the fat one does 11.
11 definitely
Nice.
overcomes the damage threshold.
Highest you can get.
That is, that's 17 points of damage to this mirror. Mirror number 2, which was already so fucked up, it shattered as your blasphemous dart hit it.
And Fish is right there, and they go, "Fuck! I missed!" Like, really?
Yeah, really sell it. Okay, give me that
Yeah.
deception check.
Oh man, I sure didn't mean to get the mirror. That's really terrible for us. 19.
19. Crown is looking at you in horror, and Volate is looking at you with slitted eyes, and Crown says, "Fish, be careful of the equipment! There are lives on the line! Don't damage the equipment! Be more circumspect!"
Lives that you summoned, but yes, I'm sorry, I'll be more careful.
Alright.
I'm just imagining Kakano being like, Dad! Dad, you almost hit us!
Yeah, you always hit us! Why are you aiming at us?
Okay,
Imagine if
movement and
Kakano-
action.
Kakano doesn't know that Blasphemous Darts never misses.
No, he does. You still have movement
Kakano
and,
goes into a full monologue,
action.
flipper over forehead, and is like, Dad has betrayed us!
It has betrayed us!
Cal's consoling Kakano like, your father is a rat bastard. I've been saying this the whole time.
With Isle, Fish looks at Isle and just like gives her a nod of like, whatever you're doing, I'm all for it. Fish tosses the animal potion to Cinna. It says, I give you my blessing to chug this
Yep.
shit.
You're close enough that that's just object interaction.
Yep, and they say, it'll turn you into an animal. I don't know what one, but good luck. And then it's like, all right, I'm keeping up the ruse. So they continue. They follow Crown up
Yep.
to be like, I'm here to protect you. I'm gonna shoot anyone who comes near.
Yep. You've still got your action, so you can shoot at somebody or use a spell, throw a knife or something.
I'm sorry, I'm just.
You can also like ready in action. Be like, I'll throw a knife with disadvantage the next time somebody comes close.
Yeah, I guess so. Pretend to throw a knife if someone.
Yeah, I'll
comes
still make
up.
you throw it, but you can purposely give yourself disadvantage.
Yeah.
You get that thing of being like really trying not to hit somebody and not being good enough to not hit somebody, so you accidentally hit somebody.
Mm.
That is Sarah's turn with Isle on deck. Sarah is going to pop out slightly from behind cover and try to shoot this reflection in the head. with her bolt action. Hits, barely, but hits. And then... Yep, not that die. There. Ooh, just 5 points of damage as she shoots into the reflection in front of you. Still a decent chunk of damage because these things don't have tons of health, but it could be better. And then the bonus actions for her. Yeah. She is going to bonus action cast Frost Blessing. So Cal and May, your weapons become magical, and you get a +1 to attack rolls with them and deal an extra 1d4 cold damage with hits for the next round, which applies to May's gun and Cal's little hand size that she doesn't really use. So that's more like Cal was close enough to just kind of get it. All right. And Sarah ducks back behind the ruins of the machine and tries to kind of cover herself. That is going to be Miles' turn. Isle was going to come rescue Fish, but now that it seems like Fish is like purposefully kind of baiting the enemy, she is going to... How close is she? Oh, just not close enough. Okay. Well, she'll do this then. She is going to charge in moose form at Fish and is going to ram Fish. Fish has the Fish can choose to fail this, but I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, well, I've rolled it, so I've got a 16 on that one. I would like for Fish not to be, like, genuinely knocked down.
That is what Isle is trying to do. Isle is trying to knock you off your feet so that you're not, like, in the way and you have an excuse to not fight as much.
Okay, well, they're probably thinking about this, like, I don't want to get knocked down. Wait, probably should get knocked down. Yeah, no, I'll let it knock me down. And so, just prepare them to... Yeah, we're choosing to fail.
Okay. You take 6 points of damage as you get knocked down, as Isle is very clearly pulling her punch and is just, like, very, like, lightly... It probably looks good from the benefactor's perspective, but Isle is just giving you the lightest possible shoulder check to knock you down, and
they do a full like.
Give me the attack roll with disadvantage for throwing that knife.
Five.
Yeah, it just like just kind of like bounces off an antler as Isle charges you. And that is Isle's turn. as she is now in prime position to charge the benefactor and the mirror. Which brings us to the top of the round and the benefactor. Benefactor can't let Isle get so close, and so is going to try to save you.
Can I just make a real quick insight roll? Like, is he buying it?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Is he buying it? That one.
Oh, he's buying it.
Oh, he. Oh, yeah.
He is 100% buying it. He could not buy it more. In fact, you think this is the performance of your lifetime.
Good.
Okay. Then is the benefactor's turn. Yeah, nobody else is close enough for that. But he wants to get rid of Isle, which means yeah. Can you do that? Hard to know. But yeah, he's probably going to do that. Okay. The benefactor sees Fish go down and goes, "No!" And steps over here onto this railing, and then does a attack on Isle. As you see the tattoos on his hand flare up and stretch out into the ink almost flowing from his arms into a long, like, spiked bramble of symbol magic and tattoos. And he is going to attack Isle. Definitely hits. Okay. Isle takes 3 points of damage, but more importantly is grabbed and moved against her will, hitting here. Do a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage. Nope. And is pulled over the railing into the gears where she is getting chewed up by the machine. So that's 3 points of damage to Moose Isle, and we'll roll damage for the machine in just a moment. He saved you! Isn't that great? He saved you! Okay, let's see. Where is my... Yep. That.
Okay, do you remember the videos of when they were just putting anything in a crusher?
Yep. That's what it is. It's true. Oh, that's a 9. Okay. That is 20 points of damage as the machine crushes her. And that is unfortunately enough to knock her out of moose form and do just a tiny amount of damage to her body. She's still looking fine, but yeah, that moose had a lot of health, and it took a lot of it off.
There's Teddy's commentary.
Yeah.
Fish can't help it. They like, you know, squeak and squeal and go, ah, fuck, well.
That's the benefactor's action. Is there any bonus actions he's going to do? Oh, I totally forgot. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot. It is the top of the round, and the benefactor was here to push the buttons. Which means
No, you did forget. I think you forgot.
He was so
means-
moved by seeing Fish down. He was like, "Oh, forget the button."
one
Like,
click up for the end of the round, one click up for the benefactor being at the controls, and now we need to roll for these small mirrors. You've broken mirrors 1 and 2, so it clicks up one more time if I roll a 3, 4, 5, or 6.
you don't have to do that. No, you just stand on the
This is a
ceremony.
3 clicks up one more time. Things are getting tense in here.
I think you're enjoying this rather too much.
Mm. Stronger electricity starts working in the machine and arcing outwards. And then there's nothing else really he's gonna do. Yeah, he's going to run over to Fish and use the rest of his movement to help Fish. Can we do that? Nope, just a little too far. Okay, never mind. He's going to come over here to help Fish, but is not going to be able to lift them up.
Lying flat on their back, they're like, okay, I have been in love with that woman for a period of time, so maybe I'm not fully okay with her getting crushed to death in front of me. Maybe.
We'll knock her out and then tie her up somewhere.
Okay, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, that is Cal with the lair action on deck.
Hello, I'm just gonna keep doing what I was doing. I'm gonna do another Shadow Spear and the Big Mirror using Techno Advantage.
Using Techno advantage. Okay. Go ahead and give me that that attack.
That's a 25 to hit.
25 to hit. Okay, roll your damage.
We love to see it. 18 damage.
18 damage. All right. As you shoot out this shadow spear, knocking right into the center of this mirror, it cracks and it crumbles and it just almost is destroyed. It is very close. It is very close to dying as you target this thing.
And then I'll Shadow Wave the nearest reflection.
Okay, cool. That is a wisdom saving throw. Mentalist. That's going to be a natural 2, so we'll say no on that. Go ahead and roll damage.
We sneak attack that one because they're so close to me and I have Techno.
They are technically not close enough to you, and you used Kekino for the advantage on the attack, so I'm gonna say no.
That's alright. I'll accept that. Just one down. $12 damage.
12?
Yeah.
Okay. That is reflection number 4. The psychic waves flow over him and do quite a lot of damage. You still have your movement left?
Not gonna move. Just kind of anything to not be hiding or
Staying tight,
to
then.
cover.
Staying tight then. Then that is the lair action's turn with the reflections on deck. Yeah, Benefactor's not really in any danger right now, so that'll be more reflection. Boop. 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 Okay. That is them spawned. Now it is all of their reflections turn to go. You destroyed the mirror machine that you were hiding behind. So reflection number 5 no longer needs to worry about damaging it. So he's going to step out over here and cast Shatter on May and Sarah. So I need both of them to make a Constitution saving throw.
16.
16, and Sarah got a nat 20, so you both, we'll say Sarah takes no damage with that nat 20. Honoring Mooney's rules. But May will take half damage instead of full damage. Okay. That is 6 thunder damage to May as this explosion happens, and kind of your eardrums are bleeding a little bit. It was mostly noise. The pieces of the machine kind of break around you. And then yeah, he's gonna come over here and get cover behind the rocks. Then we need to see. Reflection 4 does not regain Burning Hands, and is instead going to run over here, get behind cover, and shoot at Cal with a firebolt, which Cal has a fair amount of cover from. So that is going to be that, and yeah, that hits even with your cover. Okay. Then we do. That is going to be 8 points of fire damage to Cal. Okay. Those two good. Number 9 here energy person is going to run up and do a get cover here, and then do a shatter on May and Cal. That's another Constitution saving throw for the both of you.
So is that for May as well, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's a 10 for me.
Okay. It's a failure.
$11 for me.
Okay, also a failure. That is full damage then for this. So we will do... Pretty low rolls, so that is 9 damage to the both of you as another explosion goes off around you. Yep, not looking hot, lads, indeed. There it is. Okay.
Coward.
All right. That was that for them. The Necromancer reflections, 7 and 2, are going to. I think they're probably going to attack Sinner, although he's somewhat in cover, so they're going to not be as good as that. Both hide. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah. 7 does not get the stealth bonus because their hide skill sucked. But 2 does. That is a... Wow, a hit still. And only barely. Even though that was a lot. Okay, well. That's a hit, and then... that is a miss. So that is going to be... 6 points of damage on Sinner, hiding behind the rock. He kind of gets like hit in the shoulder, cuts him a little bit. You know, was it really the blast, or was it just like rock flying off the boulder he's hiding behind? Sinner's still looking. All right. Then reflection number 8 is going to duck in here and then try to metal or center. Probably metal. Metal's more obvious. Going to attack her there, and that is a miss. And number 1 here is going to come down this way, and I was going to shoot at the center, which is a miss. And then this guy is going to double move to get here. Okay, that's the Reflections turn. It is now May with metal on deck.
This is tough.
Destroying the mirrors cause fewer to spawn. Destroying the Benefactor may mean the mirrors don't function or have the same effect or do something else. You know, it's kind of like choosing your target, calling your shot, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing I'm struggling with, especially because... Oh, did not mean to do that. The reflections that move forward have taken the spot I wanted to take cover behind, so assessing that as well. Sorry, can I get some input from Minion Inc?
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you what I'm currently thinking. Which is unfortunately not really a thing for me, but just so that we've got our plans to be congealed. I think it would be worth attempting to disrupt the machine by activating the magnetic ball and just throwing it in there so the whole thing collapses on itself. There you go. That's the thought that I was having.
No, I like that.
My other thought is Cal is at 10 health points. She's been doing pretty good with the mirror, but at some point it's probably going to get down. Someone else will have to take over that, and that does seem to be really pissing B off, which always is a good sign.
Okay, I'm gonna Sacred Flame the mirror Cal was taking a crack at.
She was taking a crack at the big mirror. Unless you.
Oh, she was?
mean
No, I can't
the
reach
other one
that.
with reflection.
Yeah, I meant the little one.
You also remember that you have your gun is buffed.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
And you.
But that being said, when it's
you
plus
can
one,
hit the big mirror with from where you're hiding with your gun.
I'm just thinking about what's going to be statistically more likely to actually do something. Like, it's more likely to do damage with Sacred Flame to the little mirror.
You do 1d4 additional damage when you hit. But yes,
Okay.
forcing the mirrors to try to make a saving throw they can't do is a little more guaranteed. Yeah.
A thought. May aims at the benefactor, and Fish goes, "Get down!" But it's like, no, actually going for the mirror.
Yeah, yeah, okay, let's do that. Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna
Okay.
shoot the big mirror?
I am. God fucking willing, it works out for me. Alright. So that is a 14 to hit.
A 14 to hit. All right. It. Wait, what happened? Where'd it go?
Yeah, this went from Fish being like, "You gotta drop out of the race," to, nah, actually.
That's fine. Where did my mirrors go? There it is. Okay. 14 to hit?
Yeah.
Misses. Oh, but did you include your extra plus
Yeah.
1?
I did.
Oh, okay. So you rolled a 13?
Yeah.
Unfortunately misses. Big shot. Dings off the components there.
That's so fucking rude. Okay. Well, in that case, May will bonus action take a crack at the little mirror with the shit gun.
Sounds good. Give me that attack roll.
Yeah, I'm guessing I don't get anything from Sarah because it was just the one.
No, it's all your weapons. Yeah,
Oh,
it's all the
okay,
weapons you're
cool.
carrying. Yeah.
Alright, nice. It's a nat one, Patrick.
The gun explodes in your hand.
Yep. Well, you know, it was a shit fucking gun anyway.
Yep. Okay, you take 1 point of damage as
Cool.
it blows up in your hand, and kind of the ice magic is unleashed. You know, minor bit of instant frostbite as Sarah ducking and covering and firing. The gun just explodes next to you, and she looks over at you and goes, "Really?"
Don't get me fucking started on this gun. Like
yes,
throws
it's
the.
Yep, chucks the gun into the middle of the ring, into the dirt.
Yeah.
Still
Piece of
movement if
shit.
you want it.
I don't really know if there's much point in me taking it. Sorry, I'm just thinking about how feasible my cover is. It's no longer feasible. Can I reserve? I can't reserve movement, can I? It's only action. Yeah.
You can duck in next to Cal right here and get a little bit better cover.
Yeah, I'll do that. I was more thinking I wanted her to get close so she can use silvery barbs on machine related stuff, but also like she's got 10 health points left.
Yeah.
So she will die.
Yeah, you'll kind of be out in the open if you try to get anywhere. So do you want to be next to Cal or where you
Yeah. I want to be next to Cal.
next to Cal?
Yeah.
Cal is bad.
We're gonna go down together, hand in love.
Wow. All right, cool.
Melee
that is-
passes over next to Cal and is like, Metal's fucking gun exploded in my hand, Collisionist.
Why do you keep using that thing? Doesn't that do it every single time?
You know,
You
I
weren't
thought
suspicious when you were like, "I'll use it," and Metal went, "Yes, please."
I thought, you know, maybe because, you know, I'm more of a shooter than she is, but I think the gun was cursed.
It doesn't strike me that a gun exploding is a problem of the user as so much a problem of the gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes you use something wrong enough, it absolutely is user error.
I wasn't aware. So did Sarah say that? Or was that just you, Patrick?
No, that was just me.
I was gonna say, I wasn't aware pulling the trigger was a user error.
All right, that is Metal with Sinner on deck. These guys made the mistake of getting close to Metal and not knocking her out of concentration. So they're going to get over here, and they both have to make dexterity saving throws, so they're going to burn to death. Bum, bum, bum. No, and oh, just made it. Okay, so that guy takes half damage. Metal is like scooting along in her little dress and runs up to these guys and covers and goes, and as a huge wave of fire rolls out of her mouth. 14 damage to Reflection 1, who is almost instantly dead, and Reflection 8 takes 7 damage. Cool. And then she's going to use the rest of her movement to get here behind cover, so they don't attack her. She can do a bonus action, but I don't think she really has any that are particularly useful in this moment. Okay, is there something useful I can do, or am I gonna do the funny thing? I'm gonna do the funny thing.
Always the funny thing.
Metal sees May chuck her gun out into the dirt, and she goes, I got you, May. I know exactly what you're thinking. The recall ring on her hand flashes, the gun appears in her hand, and then just completely collapses into component pieces, and she goes, what the hell?
May ducking her head out from behind the rock. Your fucking gun exploded, Metal!
Again?
Again!
Shooting it this time!
I made the mistake of pulling the trigger, apparently!
Let's just give up on this gun.
Agreed!
Golf gave it to me, and maybe it's cursed.
I didn't realize Ghost gave it. I may have known that.
To be clear, it is not magical in the slightest. It
No,
is literally
but-
just a gun that Gof had. Yep, that's gonna be that's gonna end Metal's turn. Okay, Sinner just saw Isle get thrown into the machinery. So I think he's really gonna have to debate between all the people that are coming for him and Metal, the Benefactor and Isle, or going over and saving May. Oof, this is gonna be tough. He was just fighting Volate, and he didn't really get damaged from those reflections. So yeah, I think he's gonna go Volate direction because he can't. He doesn't. May's pretty far in cover. He doesn't know how fucked up she is. So he's going to run over to this reflection. Yeah, why not? He's gonna recklessly attack. First attack hits. Second attack hits. That's gonna be. Well, he's uninjured, so he might survive. Let's do some quick math. It's possible this guy survives. It's possible. Not likely, but it's possible. And that's what it's all about, you know? If you try your best, sometimes you almost don't die when Sinner Drum punches you in the face.
Is it possible? Yes.
Nope,
But
he's
not
dead.
probable.
Sinner rolled honestly kind of low and still got significantly more damage than this guy's entire health. So that is a punch to the stomach and then a punch to the chest that just caves his ribcage in and entirely stops his heart. And then Sinner uses the rest of his movement to get here and is going to throw another punch at this guy, still reckless. Yeah, that hits. How much does this guy have? 4 health. It is theoretically possible to roll low enough he doesn't kill this guy. Nope. And reflection number 1 just gets bashed over the back of the head by an armored fist and is dead. And then, seeing that Metal is in cover, he's going to use the rest of his movement to get up in Volate's face, but he doesn't have any actions left. Okay. That is... oh, Volate with Fish on deck. Yeah. It's okay. What is Volate going to do? Not a whole lot. Doesn't have a whole lot to do. Can't do that, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. Okay, cool. She is going to use her movement to back up. Gonna get behind cover here and take an attack of opportunity from Sinner, which hits. Sinner rolled so low, which is good because that's how she survived. She gets a glancing blow to the side of the head and is clearly weaving for a moment as she runs away. And then she is going to take out her bow and do 2 shots at Sinner, which have advantage because he was reckless. Throw a focus point on one of those. Okay, that hits. And that hits. And then it's going to do a focus point on one of those. Sinner's going to take some damage. Let's see how much. Oh, I forgot. Well, I didn't make her take a disengage. She definitely got hit in the head by Sinner, so she still has a bonus action. So she'll do another attack. Which is a nat 20. Okay. Let's roll some dice here. This. She's gonna throw a focus point on it. This. Okay. All right. Yeah. Could have been fuckloads worse. Okay. That is going to be 20. Oh no. That is going to be 28 points of damage. Sinner's exact health. So now something fun happens. Because again, Sinner has mechanics for being a boss. And he is currently raging. So Sinner needs to make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw. If he succeeds, he goes down to 1 hit point instead of 0. He just makes it. He goes down to 1 hit point. Yeah, the trans-animal potion might genuinely be a good option at this point. Okay. That's Volate's turn. It is Fish with Sarah on deck.
Sorry, I was doing a dead yawn. Fish is prone, so they have to, use half movement to get up. But they're gonna get up and be unproned, and grab.
The benefactor does like grab your hand and help you up.
Okay, they're holding onto the benefactor's arm like forearm to forearm, like we're blood brothers in war.
Hey, Craig, how was your smoke?
Rooney, this is gorgeous.
Thank you.
Very nice. Put it in the art channel too.
Yeah, well, I need to draw, but I was like, sometimes just forcing yourself to do pen doodles is the only way to make it work.
It's the way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you were saying? You get back up, grab the benefactor's hand.
Yeah, and Fish pays a glance to Isle, and for a second, starts to flash 3 fingers, and then goes, "Oh, that's not our gesture that we have. What's our gesture? We don't have one." So instead, just gives her a look.
Headbutts and big moose hugs.
Gives her a look just to be like, "Hang tight, get crushed. I'll save you later."
Jesus.
Yeah, well, look. Listen. And all the other senses. But Fish is, committed to the bit, and they go to the benefactor. Take me up there. I wanna have a look-see. Maybe I can help. They're going to approach the machine, but with permission. So they're.
Yep, you got it. You approach the machine. You see in front of you a control panel. Lots of switches and levers and dials. Give me a unskilled technology check to try to figure out how this thing works.
6.
With a 6, there is not a goddamn word on this panel that you understand. There's tons of stuff that just isn't labeled, but the things that are labeled don't really make any sense to you. Amplitude adjustment, through power indicators. It's just a bunch of
Millimeters.
But there are a bunch of big buttons and switches if you want to just hit stuff.
No. Fish instead takes their the magnetic ball out of their pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Not the pocket of their jacket, but the pocket of their trousers, so it all makes sense. The magnetic orb can only be thrown into a 10-foot radius after it's been activated because it's so goddamn heavy.
Yep.
But now that we've gotten closer, Fish is going to activate it and lob it just straight up into there.
Okay. I want you to. Are you trying to hide this from the benefactor?
No.
Okay, cool. Then you lob that straight in there. Let me do some rolls about it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. The large mirror itself is undamaged. Some pieces of its frame rip off, but it does not damage the mirror itself. Tons of pieces of machinery just go as it all slams together. Things are broken off sprockets and things like that. It doesn't seem like you stopped it entirely. You did fuck it up, and you watch the dial indicator go immediately drop down to this low.
Okay, I'm ignoring the dial measurement because.
Mhm.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being we beat it. Where's the machine at?
If you do either one more thing that
The
fucks it
dial
up,
is literally 1 to 10. Sorry. That's
yes.
just
If you do one more thing that fucks it up, or if you break the main mirror when it's this low, stuff will happen. It probably will not go off. There is this point at which it's kind of like, well, you've studied symbols. You know what symbol backlash is. Sometimes when a spell is in effect and you disrupt it, there is a backlash effect. You have now weakened this enough that if you break the mirror, there will not be a backlash effect, or one more like big thing to the machine itself will break it without a backlash effect. That was very useful. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like totally dead, you are between the mirror damage and the machine damage, probably like an 8 or 9.
Okay. Fish makes their fist into a stone fist, and by that I mean petrified wood, with little green veins. And they turn it back over their shoulder and look at the benefactor and say, "I told you to let go." And they're going to smack it.
No.
Smack it in the mirror.
Give me an attack roll.
Oh, nat 20, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck
Oh
you.
my god, the dice tell a story. Okay, what do you, what's the damage on, Stone Fist?
Cool.
It's
Target
a,
suffers the weapons no.
2d10.
Oh, why am I looking at Booming Blade? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, 2d10, which means it is, not to give too much away, it is not possible for you to do low enough damage to not destroy the mirror. It's so I'm not going to make you roll for it unless you want to. You put your fist fully and completely through this mirror as this heart of the machine scatters. All right. That was a very good move from Fish. Do you want to use the rest of your movement? And I
Yeah,
guess
let's go
technically
get-
you still have bonus action.
Can we get Isle out of the thing,
Yeah.
please?
I'll say you use a bonus action to try to grab Isle. Give me a athletics check.
Okie doke. I would also like to point out that bonus action to save Isle and not to attack the benefactor continues to go in the thing of like, I don't want to fight you, dipshit. I'm just trying to stop you. 17.
17. All right. Isle is when you threw the ball, it created a chain reaction. There were a bunch of like large gimbals and fittings that like held a bunch of these gears, and they also got pulled because they were large enough to be close to the 10 feet. So while I was getting crushed, things shifted and moved enough that she is no longer trapped. You managed to swing down and get an arm on her arm and heave her up. She is not out of danger yet. She's still kind of like hanging over the edge, but she's out of the gears. She's not taking damage, and on her own turn, which is in a minute, she'll be able to swing back over and be okay.
And they're saying to her, I got you. It's gonna be alright. You're okay.
All right. Because you were good enough to destroy the machine at a low level, I am going to use my everything is fucked and there is going to be backlash dial indicator, but there's no backlash.
Nice.
See, look at that. Look at that broken indicator I made.
It's lovely.
Look at the lightning in there.
I wish we'd had a bushfire.
Yeah. Yeah, that is Sarah's turn with Isle on deck. Sarah sees this shattering and goes, "Yeah, fish!" And pops out to take a pot shot at one of the reflections. Hit. Where is it? There. Okay, that is 13 damage on reflection number 5, which is exactly how much health he had. Reflection 5 is dead, just straight through the skull. And Sarah is then going to use her movement to sprint out and take cover where he was. Alright, that is Isle with the top of the round and the benefactor on deck. Isle says, "Thanks, fish," and heaves herself over the rail and goes to push the benefactor into the gears, like she got pushed. You do anything to stop her?
No, they're gonna fucking help her if they can.
Okay, cool. That is going to be with advantage because Fish is helping. Nah, not better. Isle grabs the benefactor by the front of the robes, his eyes sunken and hollow as he watches his machine start to explode, and takes him just like full on backswing over the shoulder judo throw into the gears. No, not that. Okay, that is $18. 25 damage to the benefactor as he gets chewed up. Big chunk of his health. This old man getting crushed by his machine. That brings us to the top of the round. First, I need to roll one hidden roll. Okay. And then we... yeah, technically that doesn't happen until after Cal's turn. So it's the benefactor's turn. He is going to try to get out of the machine that is eating and chewing him alive. Yes, it is the things we love most. That's very true. Yeah, I think that's how that is going to do. Okay. Wait. That was not the right die. Okay. He manages to just hoist himself out of the gears. He is dangling. He's still in a very precarious position. But he uses almost the entire rest of his movement to get up onto the gate and push away from Isle, where Isle gets an attack of opportunity. Actually, no, she doesn't, because she's got her glaive, and he hasn't quite left that range yet. And as he crawls to his feet, he says, "Fish, what have you done? What have you done?"
What I needed to do.
Get away! And he is going to do a spell about it. Let's see. Yep. That is going to be a wisdom saving throw from both Isle and Fish. The DC is 18. Nope.
Say goodbye to Fish. Actually, no, they have +2. They're fine.
Oh, okay. You, it doesn't...
21!
21, alright. You, watch, a large chunk of tattoos on the benefactor's shoulder peel off. It leaves, like, bloody tendrils behind, as this is no longer going to be a tattoo he can use. He's sacrificing it to do this. And it flies off, and it flies at Fish, and Isle steps in the way, and it wraps around her, and she is gone. Entirely disappears for a split second. Actually, let me double check the range on this. You might be able to get thinner too. Oh, Sinner, you are just in range. I'm so sorry. Okay. Wisdom saving throw for Sinner. Nope. Sinner also disappears as the tattoos wrap around him. Both of them reappear in the heart of the machine next to the ampule and are immediately going to get churned up by all of the components in there, and if the ampule goes, they will probably go. This is the scatter spell, which allows you to teleport people against their will.
What was that about protecting sorcerers' lives?
You just ruined his grand ambition. There's no holds barred anymore. That's why he's
Yeah.
willing to do this.
Yeah, but they still say that just to be a piece of shit.
Yeah. No, I get it. 29 points of damage to both of them. Which Sinner was at 1, so he is instantly down, being chewed up by the machine, which is an automatic failed save every time it comes back to him. And then Isle takes, as they say in the biz, fuckloads of damage. Yep, she's got 9 health left. Okay. Well, Sinner did get a chance to use the trans potion. The benefactor now staring at Fish with murder in his eyes as the machine starts to crumble and explode with your friends in it. That is Cal's turn with the machinery on deck.
No pressure. No pressure. Okay. So, yeah. God, I'm so far away. Yeah, I don't really think there is anything to do except try to fuck up the machine. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I'm kind of wishing I was so dumb that I didn't use silver.
Here's the only thought that I have, right? But I know that you're out of spell points. It would be to shadow step in and shadow step out.
Yeah, I found that done.
Did we use
Yeah.
yeah. Fuck.
Shadow Steps 2, anyways. Yeah, I'll just Shadow Spirit the machine.
Shadow Spear the who?
The machine.
Machine?
Yeah,
Okay.
the parts that are holding Isle of Sinner, basically.
You got it. That's gonna be a it's gonna be a slightly higher armor class. Go ahead and give me your attack roll. Are you using Kekino?
Yep. Our Kekino cries.
Kekino goes,
Yeah.
"Oh no!" Oh,
I haven't
Oh, and
posted
Sinnoh.
yet, but I drew a Kekino looking shocked, and I just, before this happened, and then I just added more and more horror to his face as this went on.
oh, Kekino.
That's cocked. Okay, that was only a 10.
Okay, a 10. You smash into the side of this machine, but it doesn't seem to make too much of a difference.
Cal will, can I, does bonus action add anything to movement?
Your bonus action dash. You have double movement.
I'll do disengage just to be safe with old Reflecty over there because I only have the 10 points. So I will use my full movement and disengage to get as close to the machine as possible so I can try to help next turn.
Okay. You run around and you get to about here with Kekino in your arms, telling you to go faster. Because Isley's stuck.
Wait. Okay, I was like, I realized I did not roll advantage with Kekno, but it didn't matter. I just checked real quick.
Okay. As you run forward, that is the machinery's turn with the reflections on deck. As the machine breaks down, power starts surging through its connections and cables, now broken. And it seems like it is, in some ways, coming to a halt. The reflections stop in their run and jump and fight, and for just a moment turn, and I'll look at the benefactor before... they explode into energy violently. Dead, and that automatically fails. That is in this way. Where is this? Cool. The one next to Cal explodes. I need Cal to make a dexterity saving throw.
Now one, unfortunately.
Nat 1. Okay, taking full damage. Okay, that is yeah, you're down. You at 10. That's 14.
Yeah.
14 damage of explosion around Cal, and Cal is incapacitated. Oh, and it was area effect, and Cal got a natural 1, so I gotta roll. It's half damage for Kekino. Was 14, so 7. How much health does Kekino have? Let's find out. Kekino boy, you have more than 7 health. Good job. Kekino is alive, but is very hurt. And Volate dies in a big explosion.
See? There's always a bright side.
Reflection 8 dies, and Metal's a little too far away. Although that is close enough to damage that, so that mirror, so let me see. Yeah, okay.
Metal could get out unscathed. Unless she doesn't.
No, it just damages the machine she's hiding behind. And... Oop, nope, not that.
Does May taking cover behind a rock do anything?
I mean, yes, actually. If you were one spot farther to either side, you would be in the blast. And as it is, you are not. So you're totally safe. As all of the reflections die, and you see echoes of energy and power and charge in these series of pops and explosions. flowing through the gears, through the wires, through the cables, and into the benefactor. As this was not just the mirror he made for this machine, this is the mirror that birthed him. That was the cornerstone of all of these technologies. And you'll see what effect that has on him next turn. Next time he moves. Yeah, I'll use a raging token on him. Why not? Cool. That is the reflections are dead. The machinery is pretty much gone. That is May's turn with metal on deck.
So, is Cal doing death saving throws?
She
will
is
be.
going to start doing death saving throws, yes.
Okay.
I do have a
Sinner is also going to start doing death saving
Yes.
throws.
don't scare her. I forgot that I did buy, and I think I need to make sure I have it in my inventory. But I do have a item that helps me on death saving throws.
Oh yeah, you bought a curse doll. I don't
Yep,
think
it's in my inventory,
yeah, you did have that.
and I haven't used it.
What does it do?
If
The
you
first
get
time
a,
you get a The first
No?
time you get
Okay.
a bad death saving throw, it counts against the doll, and the doll dies rather than it affecting you.
Okay. My logic is like, out of anyone who has a chance of knowing how to work the control panel, it's May. So May's first inclination is to run, but she also doesn't want to leave. Cal dying on the ground. Does Sarah have any
I'm
medkits?
the ghost of Cal. Grab Kekino and just let her die.
Jesus.
Do you have a life
Medkit.
gem on you, or a med kit? Yeah,
I've got a medkit. So
you can
what I'm
stabilize it on the way past.
But I want to dash. That's the thing. I want to get as close as possible. Thing. Can it be a free object interaction if May drops the med kit there for Sarah?
Yes.
Or Kekino. We've also said Kekino can operate a medkit.
With
Just speaking
disadvantage.
Kekino advantage. Like if I have to do any rolls on the control panel. Okay, May's going to run over to Cal. Immediately drops the med kit. Picks up Kekino. Is murmuring to Cal, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Yells to Sarah, there's a med kit here, you need to take care of her. And then May is going to dash and get as close as she can to the path, like up towards the machine.
If you go this way, you've got to scramble a little bit. You got to climb to get up to the control panel. If you go this way, it's slightly farther, but there's no checks involved.
No checks. Well, let's go the no checks way.
Okay. Sounds good. That's also the benefactor way.
Yeah. It is, yeah. May's holding Kekino so close.
Yeah. That is so weird that my music player, it starts killing all of the sounds in sequence. So it'll kill one, a couple seconds later it'll kill another one until they're all done. I don't know why.
That's how the machine works.
That's how the machine works. Okay, that is your action. You still have a bonus action?
Well, I don't really have anything I could do unless there's a negotiable attempt I can make for a bonus action with a check.
I mean, I'll let you do like you can use a bonus action to do like a perception check or like a symbol check from this far away. See if
Yeah,
there's
let's do it.
anything obvious about the machine that you want to try and get.
Yeah, okay. Let's say specifically, she won't be able to see the control panel from here, obviously. Instead,
you
I'm
can
going
do, like the edges of some switches or something. You can't really figure out what they're doing. You're more looking at the machine as a whole.
Yeah, I'm thinking if there's any obvious ways to like safely shut it down without hurting Sarah and I or further. And was it perception you said, or symbols?
You can do perception, symbols, or a tool check. They'll give you slightly different information.
Yeah. Tool and symbols is the same for me, so I'm thinking. Which one's going to be more likely to do with the control panel when I make a control panel check?
I mean, that would be tools or symbols, depending on how the control panel is laid out. Again, you can't really see it.
Yeah.
Perception would be like, tools and symbols is like, how do I work this machine, or how is this machine constructed? While perception is like, there's the glass is cracked here, and I can attack that to bust this open or something.
Okay, let's go perception for now.
Perception. Okay.
All right. Can I get Kekino advantage? I
You did grab him. Yeah.
I did.
Sure.
All right. Okay, that's a 21.
Okay. With a 21, the area there behind is essentially like a. It seems like some sort of barrier, maybe to keep the ampule contained in case something truly bad happened. So they are in the worst possible place they could be, but it's also only at kind of like this surface level. If you could destroy or remove some of the the large components in the bottom here, you could get them out from underneath. You also see that this goes up into the rock, but if you could like climb up there and like mold earth or something around the rock, maybe it doesn't have a lid, you know, maybe you could get in that way. That's what you get with your 21. You get a couple of good ideas about how to get them out of there, but nothing definite.
Okay. And Patrick, I'm going to tell you right now, if I forget to say it, if the benefactor tries to attack, like, or do anything related to the machine, May is going to cast Silvery Barbs.
Okay.
This is hell.
That is Metal's turn with Sinner on deck. Metal is going to see Isle trapped, see everyone else trapped, see May running towards the machine, and now that the reflections are gone, she is going to run up here, and she should get just enough distance that she can burn the benefactor. Let's see. Oh, nope. 15 feet. Wait. Here. 15 feet. Doesn't quite make it. So she's going to use her action instead to dash and just try to physically run into and trip the benefactor. So that's, I'm going to make that a strength check with disadvantage. Not terrible, and he is an old man. So let's see. That would be a... that would be a 7 for Metal. Let's do one for the Benefactor, who also has a -1. No, he keeps his feet and kind of throws Metal off of him. That is Sinner's turn with Fish on deck. Rolling an immediate failed death saving throw as he gets crushed in the gears. Don't even need to roll for it. That's just one there. That is Fish with Sarah on deck.
In my mind, the stone fist has not gone away, and Fish is simply going to bludgeon this old man's face in.
Okay. You get close to him. I assume you're casting Stone Fist again.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and give me that attack roll.
Nat 20. The reason why I'm not excited about it is because I've just looked at it and it's like, oh, Stonefist costs a spell point, and Fish didn't have any. Fuck, that was a cheat that I was doing. I swear to God,
You just got a nat 20 on a punch in the face. You know, you ran up and the Stone Fist was like just kind of dissipating as you punched him in the face.
Yeah, okay, alright. I'm sorry, I genuinely just forgot, lost track of what was going on. Okay.
Roll a, let's say, strength does Fish have? Not a lot, I would imagine. +1, that's still okay. Give me, roll 1d4 +1.
So that was the least exciting nat 20 I've ever gotten, sorry. D4 +1. 3.
+5 for a 8. And then you knock him back into the railing. As you just run up and just smash him in the face.
Get in those gears. Have a dignified Disney villain death where you get pushed and eaten by a machine or...
Yeah. That is, you still have some movement and a bonus action if you want.
If they reach out and grab metal, can they drag up and along to the machine so that they both can be beating on the glass walls at the same time?
You don't have enough movement to get you and metal that far, but you can get some of the way there.
Alright, let's do that then.
For you and metal. Okay, you go around, you grab metal, and you start dragging her off the benefactor and bring her along. I'm going to say that with that nat 20, you just rocked him enough that he's not getting an attack of opportunity. You took his reaction, essentially.
Yep.
Then that is... that is Sarah with Isle on deck. Sarah is going to run over to Cal, grab the med kit, and use her action to stabilize Cal. It just happens automatically, right?
I believe so.
Then Cal is stable but unconscious. Cool. Then Isle is getting chewed up in the machinery. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, wait, I rolled the wrong die type for one. Let's preserve these. This one I need. Still, yes. Isle takes just enough damage she's able to pull her leg out of one of the gear trains, and although it crunches her foot, she does not take enough damage to take her down. She was one short. All right.
Because
so
she's
she has-
stronger than Senna.
so she has 1 health. Well, she was, conscious and able to help herself. Oh, yes, that is true. If you took the transgender potion somehow, and you went into something small, you could crawl through the machine to get through them. That is the top of the round with the Benefactor on deck. First, I need to make a secret roll.
The transmogrification potion has been through such a transformation, you could say.
Yeah. All right, cool. Start that then. The Benefactor it whips around at you all and says, How could you destroy our people like this?" And is going to is going to run up and attack Fish with a spell that is ranged, and he is not doing the ranged part. He's just too angry.
Fish is glad they even slightly push Metal a little bit more out of the way. Like, all right, I'm getting the full force of this. You're fine.
Yep.
You're going-
No, he probably would have attacked Metal if you hadn't moved her. All right. I need Fish to make a DC 18 Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. You are fucking kidding me. That was another nat 20.
Oh my God!
I wish I were fucking lying to you. What the? I was like, no, that's surely got to be a 10. That I'm just not seeing the 1. No, that's 20. Well, with
Okay.
Constitution modifier, that's still -1, which is 19. But fuck me.
All right, that was, well, you only take half damage and do not fall prone as energy and electricity streaming off of him shocks into your body. You take 9 damage, and you see the
Are we not doing Mooney rules? Mooney house rules?
a nat 20 does.
But-
You've
no,
been doing it this whole time.
no,
buddy boy.
it's
No,
okay.
No,
because
you're right.
They had the -1. It's okay. I'm fine with taking it.
Just trying to roll block here.
Yeah. You actually can see now that you are connected to him. You see that this power that is surging through him, becoming the conduit of this machine, is burning him alive, and he is burning out. What is left of him as a person, as a being, is being destroyed, so he can kill you.
Not bad as final acts go.
That was that. No bonus actions for him. Well, he does have bonus actions, but he really wants to kill Fish, so he's not going to use them. Okay. then that is Cal with May on deck. Give me
Roll
a
myself
medicine
up.
check.
Check test.
What? What, honey?
We'll never know.
Yeah.
As you were speaking, I said, roll myself a medicine.
Oh, okay. So we were just saying the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a +2, but I'll double check. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, it is a +3. Okay, well, I don't know if that's a difference, but 12.
12 does not do it. You kind of thrash in your sleep a little bit as you are stay unconscious. Okay, that is May's turn with Metal on deck.
Yeah, so if you can see on the map, Patrick, I'm taking it seems to be a really big loop this is going on here. May's going to dash basically as far as she physically can.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, yeah.
The way it works, and it's a little cheesy in D&D, which is why I don't do exact measurement, is you're going to get to here, and then you can get right up behind the benefactor. They're kind of in your way. You may be able to get like just past fish if you do a check to kind of like push through.
Will I get Kekino advantage on that check?
Probably not, because it's like
Okay.
a physical manhandling check. Kekino's not really.
Yeah, he's not built for that.
No.
Okay, I'm just thinking about what I might actually have made. Thinking instead not dash and go back for like 5 feet or whatever and beat the shit out of the benefactor instead.
Okay, you just gonna shoot him in the back? Or
Hell
use a
yeah,
spell?
I am. I'm going to shoot him in the back. Mage
give me that
meat
attack roll.
gun. That's a nat 20, Patrick. May is losing it. So that's a 27.
damage.
Yeah.
Roll damage. Definitely hit.
That's a 10.
Okay, 10 damage.
Yep.
Is that including your
My plus 3.
No, is that including your critical hit damage?
That's a thing? What's the
Yes.
critical hit damage?
So your gun is
Oh my god, I haven't put that in. Sorry.
is 1d8 plus 3.
Mhm.
Critical hit adds the maximum amount of damage you could do to what you rolled. So you rolled a 10. That is 10 plus 11. So 21 points of damage.
She shoots him in the head.
That really is. You have dropped him much lower than he was. He's not dead, but he's very fucked up.
Yeah, good. May's fully like, get the fuck out my way.
Yeah, he snarls and is becoming a little more animalistic as the power kind of eats him. Yeah. That was your action. Any bonus actions or anything?
No, I'm just gonna say like a broad mental broadcast to like. No, it can't be Isle as well because Isle doesn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of a gizmo.
Yeah. In that case, just a sinner, like, not even a word, just a desperation of like, hold on, deal.
All right. That brings us to Metal with Sinner on deck because Fish managed to drag Metal out of the way and not get hit. She is still maintaining concentration, and so she is going to breathe fire right in the benefactor's face. And that is a dexterity saving throw. which does not do it. Not a ton of damage, but that is Styx fire damage as it just hits him right in the face. Just is wildly blinded. That is, and then she's going to make a run for it and get here for Isle, and is going to look at the controls. She doesn't know what they do. She just says, guys, there's a bunch of things I don't recognize. Could use a little help over here. Isle, stay strong. We're gonna get you out. And Sinner, if you can hear me, we'll get you out too. Don't worry. That is Sinner with
Metal.
Deck.
Metal, we're all gonna get out of here because we gotta go to your wedding to Jackrabbit.
Fish, I'm not gonna think about that right now. It's a little too stressful for in this moment. Okay, we can make those jokes later.
I'm just trying to give you incentive to live.
Sinner automatically fails a death saving throw, but I need to roll to see if he gets a nat 1. He does not. Okay. So I forgot to roll for him last time, and he rolled a 12. And then I rolled for this time, and he got a nat 1. So that is actually 2 death saves instead of 1. Sinner is now not incapacitated. Sinner is dead, and his body is now getting chewed up by the machine. Okay. Well, that's Fish's turn again with Sarah on deck.
It is time to once again throw the benefactor into the gears.
Okay. Give me.
Ellie, are you okay? The answer's no.
You made me do a literal spin to me.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. If you shove the benefactor into the gears, that's going to be an attack roll.
Teddy, I can't tell you how important this is.
Attack roll plus 4.
Cool. Fuck, it fell. It fell onto the carpet and was at an angle. That's a 13 that I've rolled now. And hold on, how much is 4? That's a 7. 17.
Okay. Yeah, you manage to shove him over the railing. He catches himself before he gets in the gear. You can use
Ellie, Silvery Bar! Ellie! Ellie!
What?
Silvery Bar!
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Was that a check?
Yes. He's able to. I had him do a acrobatics check to see if he caught himself, and he did.
Yeah. Fuck this dude. Silvery bombs him.
Okay. And who are you giving advantage to? Is it yourself, so you can do the machine?
I thought it was. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm thinking of a different spell. Yes, to me.
Okay. Ooh. You shove the benefactor over the rail. He catches himself on the lip. May reaches out a hand and magic flares, and you watch his fingers and slip off, and he falls into the gears.
How long of a fall is it? Is it like Hercules rules where one moment he's reaching out and it's just the lake and then the next he's diving down into the Yep. No response means yes.
He conveniently finds like a gap in the gears that go further down.
Okay. All right, cool. He is rushed and ends up in a lower level of the gears now that they have shifted, because he felt in the same place Isle did, and I said the gears had moved. And he is now looking up at all of you as he is crushed to death. He is at death's door. You still have movement if you want to take it.
Fish, like, you know, even though it's probably not the wisest thing to do, like, does spend a moment, like, looking down at him, being like, well, there you go. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And then runs up to join Metal at the control panel. Okay. I think one of them was a lever.
One of them was a lever. Yeah, this one's a lever, and this one's a lever, and this one's a lever.
And that one's a button.
It's more like a switch.
Oh, yeah?
Can Fish not beam like what they're seeing to Kekino, and Kekino in turn beam it to May?
Kekino cannot beam it to May, but Kekino can describe it to May, and Kekino's not great at describing things, but he can try his best.
Okay. Oh, but it was probably if we can say it was a bonus action to shove the old man, we can always do encode.
It was an action.
Fuck you. Okay.
It was a shove attack. That's in the rules. It's an action.
That's fine. Can encode thoughts of just pulling out, like, here's an exact blueprint of what we're looking at, be a bonus action?
How would you get it to May?
By pulling it out and fucking throwing it over there, but I imagine it'd be like a piece of paper where it's just like, ugh.
Oh, I'm going to say no, but I like where your head's at. How about this? I will let you do that if on the next turn May gives up her action in order to help you.
Is Metal... Sorry, what's the turn order? Who will be going next?
Next is you, although there are a couple people before you.
Yeah, okay.
Sarah, Isle, Benefactor, Cal, and then you.
Okay, but like May, because Fish used their action, May wouldn't be able to tell them to do anything anyway, right?
Yes,
unless it's
yeah.
Okay.
It can wait. It can wait.
It can wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Encode Thoughts is an action, unfortunately. Okay. Then that brings us to Sarah with Isle on deck. Sarah is going to... Yeah, I guess try to get Cal up.
And the dark horse running in from the back No one saw it coming.
Elise!
But the final ship is Calcera.
Sarah leans over Cal and looks through for wounds. It's electric damage, so she's looking for burns, and then she goes, okay, if I can get some solve on this, if I just peel away the dress a little bit and... Why does she have so many buckles and straps on her clothes? Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't even check on her. She got a nat 1. That's Sarah's turn. It is now Isle, and going to have her look at Fish through the glass and mouth, "It's going to be okay," before she gets sucked in, trapped by her leathers. The damage happens first, and I spent her last turn trying to get out in other ways. So it cannot get less damage than. She only has 1 health, so she cannot get low enough damage that she doesn't instantly go down. So she instantly goes down.
Okay, but it's going to be okay. And can Fish go be like, "I love you," and then she's like, "Oh, too late, I'm dead."
Yeah.
All right. I love you.
As Isle disappears into the machinery, it is now the top of the round with the Benefactor up and Cal on deck. Benefactor is now going to use one of his bonus actions that he's been holding on to, which is that he steps out of this mirror right here, and is then going to head and jump up here to confront you all, and says that no, it genuinely, that is in his stat block. He hasn't been using it, but it is in his stat block for when the machine is malfunctioning and he's full of power. Yeah.
How is this man not dead?
He has did I do that math correctly? Yes.
I hope you did.
1 hit point.
I'm gonna kill this man.
He looks at you all, as you look through, there is just like an arm covered in blood of Sinner that you can see, and Isle getting chewed up by the machinery. The ampule is sparking and arcing across their bodies, and he says, "See what happens, Fish? You see what happens when you don't work towards the future? They just die and die and die, and no one is there to replace them."
It feels like Fish would easily come up with a line, but I simply can't.
Well, give it a minute.
There was a line that I was thinking of where he was like, "But it's our people!" And Fish was gonna be like, "Our people aren't in here. Our people are out in the world." But that time has passed. But just... That's it. Just do that.
Alright. He is then going to use his action to cure wounds himself. And he's really desperate, so he's probably going to use all of his uses of Cure Wounds at once. Which will be... where am I?
Patrick, I just want to talk.
Okay, well, can Fish
Fish
can Fish see that he's like, you know, building up a healing thing and just be like,
Yeah.
oh, for fuck's sake, what are you gonna do? You be the king of the fucking ashes? Yeah, I'm sure that would be really fulfilling for you. That's exactly what Crown would have wanted.
I'm going to save our people!
Our people aren't here. They're out in the world.
Okay, well, he rolled about as bad as you can on a Cure Wounds, but his spellcasting ability modifier is really high, so that is... 19 points of health, so he's up to 20.
We're only 20.
And that is his turn. He used his movement, he used his bonus action, his action. Yes. Okay. That is a Cal with May on deck. Let's do that medicine check. You would have absolutely gotten advantage if Sarah had gotten above a 10, but she got a 1, so no.
Only a 8.
Only an 8.
God.
Still down.
Damn it.
There's literally
that-
nothing to be done, right? Like, there's no fucking thing about this.
If there was any actual like healing she could do on you, which is what she's trying, then you could get
Sarah?
up. But
Get your fucking shit together.
she has no healing spells, and you used all of her healing ointment. Why don't you get your shit together and not use all of her stuff? That is May's turn with Metal on deck.
All right, May dashes up to the control panel, and is going to do a tools check to see if there's like any way to turn off the machine at the very least. And I imagine she has now seen that she's trying hard on. What was that, Ink?
Didn't even hear it.
Yeah, you cut out, and we still knew exactly what you meant.
Okay, let's fucking do this, please. We are with Keck, no advantage, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. 11. Come
That's
on,
yours,
bud. Okay, 19.
All right. With a 19, you see that there is no more power flowing into this machine. It is now sustaining itself entirely on the power that the ampule absorbed. And it is spinning down already, so there's nothing to stop. But with a 19, you see what you think may be an emergency purging protocol. A series of levers and buttons that you can press to remove the large machines blocking its closed and have the shield slide up. Because of course, how did he get the ampule in there in the first place? And with a 19, you have a good sense of what that combination is. But it is not a guarantee.
Is it a free object interaction?
I'm willing to give it to you, yes. With the others helping, you can try one time. Give me a flat d20 roll with advantage.
It's a
May
19.
is so fucking smart. You can figure it out.
That's a 19.
With a 19, the big rumbling machines start winding down and pulling out of the machine. Things start spinning down, and the shield starts lifting. Someone still has to go in there and get them, and it is incredibly dangerous. Gears are still spinning, things are still chewing people up, but they are accessible now in some way.
Okay. I think I've got 5 feet of movement left. I think. So I'm just out of range. When would Kekino's turn be?
On Fish's turn.
Actually, on Fish's turn. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can May start like climbing up? Like,
I would say you'd probably have to use more movement than you have to
Okay.
even like get kind of a foothold in there.
yeah, that's fair. In that case, May has just got the life shim at the ready.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I should probably. Oh. Just thinking I'm the closest one to the benefactor, so which could be a problem. I can't really take cover or anything. No, May wouldn't. May would just stand there, life gem in hand, waiting.
Okay. That is Metal's turn with Fish on deck. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, all right. Wait, how much health does she have? Okay. Probably gonna be fine then. Metal has been watching as the machines run back and the gate starts opening, and she is going to leap into the machine to try to grab Isle. She trips and stumbles, her dress gets caught and ripped, and she takes... Where's my thing? She takes 7 points of damage from just getting around the machine, which takes her down to 2 hit points. But she gets to Isle and grabs a hold of her and starts to heave her out of the machinery. If one more person can get to Isle and help pull, you can get her out of the machinery. She gets crushed. That is Fish's turn with Sarah on deck.
Helping Isle out of the machine.
Okay, give me an acrobatics roll. You need to get above a 15 to not get injured, above a 10 to not get trapped and sucked in.
Everyone else has gotten the Kekino advantage today.
You want to take Kekino?
You do what you gotta do, Ink. You take that little man.
We gotta take the little man because he would be reaching
Yeah.
his little flippers out and be like, oh!
Yeah. Isle.
It is not unreasonable for me to roll again.
Yeah.
Fuck me. It went under the thing. I've lost the die.
Reroll it. Reroll.
I found the die. So the new roll was a nat 1. So we're having to go with the original 8.
Okay. With an 8, you jump in, immediately find yourself stuck in the machinery, and take. How does a cool 12 points of damage suit you?
Fish has a moment of, the classic fourth wall breaking, and speaks to God, Patrick, directly, and goes, I really hate it when, we've functionally won a battle, but just because of the fucking technicalities, even though it's been over for 20 minutes,
This
we're
is
still
not.
here.
This is not to
doing
see
this.
if you win the battle. This is to see if people survive the battle.
Can't hear the voice of God. Too busy dying.
Yeah. Okay. Fish is down. You leap into the machinery next to Metal.
Into the machinery.
And immediately slip as you come in, and Metal's like, Fish, grab her other arm! And then Fish goes, got it! Down below.
Okay, at least, give me a mercy and let Kekino jump off in time, so the little baby boy don't get crushed.
I think he jumps to Metal. He has 3 hit points left, but he is a little seal boy, and we don't want him to get crushed. Okay, that is Sarah's turn with Isle on deck. Sarah just hears a lot of screaming, and it's like, what the fuck are they doing? Medicine check. That is... Haha! A 10! Exactly what she needed to give Cal advantage on her next medicine check to get up. Alright. Let's do an Isle death saving throw. Automatically a failure because she's getting chewed up by the machines. We'll just see if it's a nat 1. That looks like a nat 1, but it is in fact a nat 7. All right. That is the top of the round, starting with the benefactor, and after 3 successful hidden rolls, there is a rumbling in the cave, and a huge wave of energy blasts out as, coming not through the cave itself, but through the ceiling, Elysium Tithe. And we will see, this is the entrance to the map, but she's not coming in through this tunnel. I am going to roll to see how deep into the cave she is when she lands. We'll say that's 10. Okay. Okay, cool. She ends up right here, which means she is able to survey the scene, see a bunch of people screaming over here, and see Sarah over here, but not Cal, because she's down behind the rock. And that is Elise at initiative 19. Which means the benefactor, Cal, and then Elise. I was rolling for her the whole time.
Sure.
No, I was. Genuinely.
Rolling with disadvantage, maybe?
No, to do the timing, As soon as the pressure gauge got into the orange, I started doing D20 rolls plus nothing at the top of the round. 10 or higher gives her 1 success. At 9 or lower is a failure. She needs 3, and she's here. She got 3 last round. This is her showing up. And that brings us to the benefactor. Just watched Isle get eaten by the machine. Watch Fish get eaten by the machine, and Metal trying to save them. May shutting it off. He runs to May. He's a little too focused on what's happening here to see that Elise arrived. That'll be a later thing. He comes up to May and he grabs her by the collar and says, "Why do you keep trying?"
May spits in his face. No words. May's not interested in talking at all.
He looks at Sinner's hand, which you see, and is now
maybe she should have
loose on
spat in
top
his
of one of the
face.
gears. You see, he looks at Fish getting crushed and downed, Isle getting crushed and downed, and
Cinna's hand is like and Fish's is like
yeah. What I was implying was Sinner's hand may no longer be attached to him. He may be just caught in the gear somewhere else. As the benefactor sees all of this happening, he has grabbed May around the collars, and he spins her out and holds her over the machinery to drop her. Give me a athletics check, please.
Oh boy.
Okay.
My athletics is a -1.
And he got a nat 20 with a -1. So
Nice.
If you also get a nat 20, then you will have met it. But otherwise, no.
It's nice knowing you guys.
At least
See
we'll
you on the
die
other
with
side.
Sinner.
Oh, so close. It's a 17. May spits out, "Fuck you."
As he goes to drop you over the clinking and clanking machinery, he looks at you. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. It's not great. That is a 15.
With a 15, he looked at May struggling over his machine, looks at Fish and Isle, Sinner, and Metal struggling, and he sees the symbols on May's coat, symbols on her body, and he looked at the others. I need Fish, Isle, and Metal to make persuasion checks as well. Isle and Fish will be post-mortem, so they will be... No, they'll just be straight. any you're dead, you can't do it on purpose is outweighed by how horrifying it is to see you dead.
Well, you know, 6 anyway.
6 anyway. That
Fish has
is-
only lightly been mangled.
Actually, no,
Yeah.
persuasion. What do I add to that? I should know offhand because it's a good one. Oh, no, that's it. That is a 10.
Okay. And that is a 7 for metal. Oh, Jesus. Okay. And that is a 19 minus 1, 18 for Isle.
Oh, he looks at her and is like, Ridgeback really likes this wine.
As the machines crush and chomp and squeeze you out, he looks around at all of these mages that he's killing. Not for some greater purpose, just for revenge. And he sees that he was the one who did this. To Isle's broken body, the one who put her in here for nothing. His plan was over the moment the mirror broke. He thinks back to what Fish said. Sometimes it is time to just let go. And he pulls May back to the edge, feet scrambling, getting underneath you. Sets you down. And he looks at you. A little bit of clarity enters his eyes. Sparks starting to fade. You can tell that his power is almost spent, burned from the inside out. And he looks at you and he says, "You're May Gladly, right?"
And May's like bracing herself against the mirror and just like,
Howard is wrong about you. And then he steps back off the edge, and as he throws himself into the machinery, you see the last of his tattoos peel off, and lash out as his body pulps, and his last bit of power whips out and holds all of the gears, as you can now rescue Isle and Fish and Sinner.
May doesn't hesitate. She's scrambling in to get Sinner out.
It's a little precarious still, but no danger of losing any limbs. Everything is stopped, and as you find pieces of Sinner that you can bring back, you see the ampule sitting there in the center. Sinner, as you pull him out, is missing an arm and a foot, as the machine has chewed him up. That brings us to Cal's turn. Would you mind rolling a medicine check with advantage?
Girl, why did I roll a 19? That's a 22.
You
Fucking Elise being like, I'm here. My healing presence brought you back. And Cal's like, fuck you. I mean, it probably did, but fuck you.
You come back to consciousness with 1 hit point. Sarah sitting over you as you breathe in deeply and take in the lack of noise, except for something at the edge of your hearing, kind of like a buzzing noise.
The heavenly choir that she has on her boombox that she brings with her on her Walkman in 1950. There you go.
As Elysium Tithe floats in, feet not touching the ground, energy and light whipping around her, cutting through the cables, and the machines float forward that says, "Where is my sister?"
Cal gets to her feet, is like brushing off and like ready for a sprint when she, and in French, she's like, I'm here. We need to care to the wounded.
Holly, I'm so anxious.
I'm
And
fine.
as you look at her, you see no veil, bloody and bruised. Instead of taking a lot of dirt and grime on her hands and on her clothes and her hair, her dress is torn up. Clearly, clearly, in order to get to you, rather than messing with the tunnels, she used her powers to just blast straight down into this chamber. And as such, does not have a ton of spell points and such left. Is not doing super great, but she says, "Okay, yes, I understand," and follows you to the others. She comes across a metal pulling fish out of the gearing. Kekino trying to help and crying, but not able to. Finally get the fish out, and May finds Sinner's arm under a gear train, manages to bring it out, reaches down, finds the foot still attached by a scrap of pants, bring him out, and with the last of her spell points, with the last of her power, Elise drops to Sinner's side, looks at May, and holds Sinner's hand for just a moment. You feel healing energy flow out of her. It's not into Sinner, it's into you, it's into the air. And as metal pulls out fish and Cal arrives to help pull out Isle, you start to feel vitality come back to you, start to feel lessen as first fish and then Isle come to consciousness, slowly getting healed, wounds slowly closing, bleeding blood and then bleeding golden light, and eventually not bleeding at all. And as May kneels down over Sinner, sees threads of gold come out of his skin, wrap into the musculature of his arm, as he is slowly stitched back together. It starts to stir. Finally, Sinner is alive beneath you. Battered, but alive.
No words, no hesitation. Maid launches herself at him, wrapping herself around him. Doesn't cry, too far gone to cry. It's just like pure relief.
He wraps his arms around you, and you hear a sound from him that may be animalistic, maybe desire or want or happiness, but is in fact incredible amounts of pain as his muscles barely exist as whole pieces anymore as he wraps you up in his arms and holds you very tight.
Is the noise clearly of pain? Like, to May?
No.
Okay, May kisses him. She wouldn't if it had been obviously pain.
He recoils for a second like he was bitten, and then he kisses you so deeply, aggressively. Honestly, it hurts a little bit. It's kind of hard. As whatever he saw on the other side there. Well, he found something better here.
Yeah, that's it. May's too far gone. She will be like on her knees thanking Elise later, but
Don't. Oh God.
yeah, I know. I don't like it any more than you.
And as the kiss breaks off, he just holds you, tucking your head into his shoulder as the others come to pass. They come to a wakefulness, and Elise very tiredly sits down on a rock, last of her magic being used, as she stares up at this large machine at the ampule, the other thing, and says, "Well, I'm glad I got here in time. This is quite strange. Who knew this was down here?"
Did Cal need to do any healing, any life gems, or any spare the dying for anybody else?
Nope. She.
Okay. I would say she wouldn't want to be useless, so she probably is like putting a hand on to Elise to steady her and like feed more magic into her and stuff like that.
Yeah. Elise looks incredibly tired, but you realize you are also incredibly tired.
Yeah.
She used essentially a spell to revive Sinner, bring it back to life, and then a spell that just does like area of effect healing for everybody. And that was the last of her power.
Patrick, your audio's all fucked up.
My audio's all fucked up?
Oh, you're good. You're back. All right, so when she says the ampule thing, Cal's going to sit down next to her and go, yes, so this was definitely partially your fault, but I don't believe any remaining evidence will
possibly be my fault.
Because they used your magic. You can't... Do you not see the corpses? They smell like you.
Oh. Is that what that is? As the machine has now broken, you actually see that the reflections have started disappearing. The bodies are disintegrating slowly, and what seems to be left over is some metal and the piece of vertebrae that Etika implanted in them. There will be evidence, but there will be not a ton of it. She says, "Oh, I thought there was something a little bit familiar, but I wasn't sure. You're saying they used my magic to what? Give them souls? Something along those lines?"
Yes, and had you not come at this moment, the incredible work that the detective team had done, they would have been having full life, including ability to bear children.
Oh, well, that's not terrible
No,
then.
no, no, mm-mm, no. You know what I was dealing with? About it only maybe 40 minutes ago? A copy of me. With my magic.
Oh, sort of a reflection, I suppose. Give them magic.
Who was
That's
trying to kill me and replace me.
well,
But
no one can
somehow thought
replace
that
you,
you would
dear.
accept her.
I'm sure I would be able to tell the difference. No reflection can replace you.
No, exactly. No, I would never insult you, but no, she thought that you would be able to she'd waltz into my life and you would take her in and everything would be la di da, which is frankly insulting. But she must be dead by now.
Well, here's hoping. I'm afraid I left a little bit of a mess upstairs in order to come to your rescue so quickly. So we'll have to deal with that. But really, I am sorry that
Everything is
they
a mess.
used my magic so irresponsibly.
Maybe don't sell your magic to people now. Maybe, possibly.
Well, it's certainly a lesson learned, and I will be more circumspect in the future.
Mm.
Um, I am sorry. I did not mean to make reflections that could have children, which is incredibly interesting and honestly raises a lot of questions about. You know what? It doesn't matter. There is. I'm sorry. There it is.
I know that's difficult for you.
Extremely, and I appreciate that you recognize the difficulty.
They do, and thank you.
And she's gonna look over at like Sinner May and make a little bit of a face, but then also like smile a little bit, and then just kind of like that, like Elise would know that she's rolling her eyes and that like little head shake motion, and she goes,
Thank you.
They're sickening, aren't they?
I truly.
Absolutely adorable. Ah, puppy love.
Yeah, no, we need to get out of here before those two become conscious. If they do the same thing, I will start throwing up.
Oh yes, of course. We'll start dragging out of here. This is all good to leave like this, the machinery and what have you.
Oh no! I think Miss, that's May Gladly there and her partner, Drum. She should be able to do something about the machinery. You obviously know.
gestures at crying metal,
Gestures at unconscious fish. You met Sarah, and this is Isle. Like, she was a companion of
yes.
mine until she left.
Oh yes, of course. The deer girl, I believe. Yeah, very interesting companions you have here. It looks like, I will say, congratulations are in order. It seems like you did it. Um, let's start heading out, I think. And yes, just so you're prepared, I had to sort of fight my way through some of the necromancers who wanted to stop me. They saw the me. So Tinnitus is here, and he is very angry. But we don't have to face that alone. So let's sort of get some things wrapped up here, and then maybe, I don't know, a quick luncheon or something. Things are really just quite a mess upstairs.
Saints! Are we facing Timbers? I mean, I don't really want to leave, but I guess if I have time to say goodbyes, I can maybe make a hasty escape.
Well, I mean, our former abbot may not have a position to do anything against you now, since you seem to be a hero.
Has he ever cared about that?
He may not, but the sanctuary probably will, I assume. Well, we'll ask Ridgeback. He's outside, by the
Oh.
way. Brought all of his scythes and military people. They were somewhere. There was a woman with them. Pretty-ish, had kind of a scar on her face. They were chatting. Yes, I have quite a lot of to-do upstairs. Do you want me to stay and sort of support you, or do you think that would be worse? Should I leave?
Do you want to leave?
I want to do what will help you the most, Callie. And if that is for me to leave, then I leave. If that's for me to stay, then I stay.
Stay.
Stay. Fish and Isle are awake and being and healed, full health, everything. Is there anything else we want to do in this little falling action for the end of the episode? Knowing that we do have an entire falling action session next time.
Fish says nothing to anyone for a period of time in between now and next session, let's say. But they hold on to Isle. And that's that.
They don't start kissing Isle.
No.
Cal is literally like,
Weird. I mean, somebody dies and they come back and you kiss them,
Yeah.
right? I mean, example
yeah,
right here.
no.
Crazy.
He's like, this is gross, but this is correct.
All right.
Fish is
Yeah.
aware that Isle likes her privacy.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, May gets up proper, pats Senna on the chest and says, "You take it easy, I'll be right back." And is going to walk down to Elise, where Elise and Cal are sitting, and take Elise's hand if it's like no obvious pushback from Elise. And
Oh,
then
no.
Yeah, and then say very seriously, "It may not mean very much coming from me. It's very obvious you're an extremely powerful woman.
Okay.
But I owe you my life."
Well, that's very nice, dear. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your life.
And then I'm going to argue, Patrick, May doesn't even need to roll to immediately clock that the woman is Cal's sister.
If Cal was still like entirely veiled, I think you would need to roll for it. I think that in this kind of post-combat situation, it makes a lot of sense that they're not being as careful around each other as they are, and you can see a little bit of Cal's face and all of Elise's.
Yeah.
I will also say, if May glances over to Cal at all, she is smiling, and I do imagine Cal and Elise are the sisters that look pretty similar when they're not smiling, but when they're smiling, they look
very similar.
very similar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So May clocks it, kind of like raises a brow at Cal, but doesn't say anything. And then I was going to say, "If you'll excuse me, I need to figure out how to destroy this machine." And then it's going to go up to the thing.
Of
Wait,
course,
let me-
dear. Of course, dear. That life. I said I don't mean to pry. The two of you, very interesting children. That's all I'm saying. I think the genetics there are very interesting. Can definitely get some kind of strange combinations. Of course,
Elise,
red-headed.
Elise,
Yes. What?
Let the woman
What?
do her work. Let the woman do her work.
Oh no, of course. Sorry, I didn't mean to interfere with your labor. Go on.
May draws on the many, many years of knowing how to act politely when it does a do and just nods and goes to the board.
When May walks away, she goes, "Was that a pun?"
Well, I mean, it wasn't not a pun, and
You are the worst. You're the worst. And it is the only
I know, I'm
sheer
I'm
amount of power is
terrible.
the only reason anyone ever tolerates you.
Oh no. I think people have liked me for a long time, Callie. I have always been charming.
May, let me know if you need any help.
Thank you, Cleric, I will. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cal is just like kind of holding court with Elise. She's, I do think anybody looking at her can tell that she's like relieved and calm and definitely like at ease having Elise there. But I think because everybody's kind of like licking their wounds and having their weird, dramatic, romantic moments, she's not necessarily approaching people. But that being said, very weirdly approachable body language from Cal.
Oh, Callie, where is Jamal? I sort of expected him to be here with you.
Not much of a fighter, Mr. Tractate, so he is
That does make sense.
captured elsewhere.
Oh, it's not what I expected you to say, but shall we go find him? I suppose.
She's gonna look over at like Metal, Isle, and Fish.
Fish is sitting up and like still got one arm around Isle, and I imagine that Sarah's come over and they've got one arm around her,
Yeah.
and they're just like
Mhm.
holding the ladies close, just being like, "Yeah, we're chilling."
Yeah, Metal
Because-
is holding Kekino and is in turns bringing Kekino to everyone in the room so that Kekino can pet them and make sure they're okay. And it also seems to be helping Metal.
Has anyone attempted to rescue Fish's jacket yet?
I don't think so. I think
Kyle
that's super
looks
low
at-
priority.
And I'm going to say this is for fashion, okay? It's for fashion. Cal looks over at Fish, just like sadly in their t-shirt, and then looks at the machine and mage hands the torn up pieces of the jacket out of the machine gears, and probably like lots of blood on said pieces.
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, you do that, and the jacket is in front of you, and Fish with his arms around two of their girls, and Cal bringing back a jacket, and that's when you start to hear the stomp of footsteps coming down into the cave as more people and backup arrives. And it is there that we will close tonight's session of Well Dressed Bones. Next session will be entirely falling action, both in what happened today and kind of the finale of what everyone was doing, as well as a small time skip forward about 2 to 3 weeks.
Guess
to
what,
see...
babes? This is when all the shit I've been planning for a year comes in.
Yes. For what everybody is doing sort of immediately afterwards before we get into our true time skip. And with that, I think we say goodbye to
Goodbye,
Craig
Craig.
Alicious
Thanks, Craig.
and ready to discuss.